going to hear of what Charlie did, but I'm here today to tell you the why in what he did. The why brought him the courage. The why brought him the wisdom and the strength. The why is the one that Charlie wanted to welcome as the guest of honor. The guest of honor, his resume is long. He's the King of Glory. He's the Prince of Peace. He's the Savior of the world. He's the living God. He's the God of all mercy and grace. The total embodiment of love. The total embodiment of truth. And he's here today to call his children back to him.
I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk.
We speak with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever.
The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun.
We should be thankful, not angry, to live in this country. Would you agree? We should be thankful. We should be kissing the ground and saying we are the luckiest human beings ever to exist, that we are able to live in this country at this time. And yet I see that half our country seems upset. They seem angry that they're born in this country. America is the greatest country ever to exist, period, bar none. Is the greatest country ever to exist, right?
250 years of brave Americans have proven those words true. Ordinary people choosing sacrifice over comfort, duty over self.
I want to honor God in all that I do. I want to be a great husband, a great father. I want to serve this country. I want to try to continue to lead this movement and to speak truth and to never lie. To stop thinking about yourself all the time and instead think about what you should do to help other people and to defend this country above yourself. You still live in the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. There is still so much to be hopeful and to be thankful for. And we have agency.
When truth is under attack, America has always answered with voices that refuse to be silenced. Charlie was one of those voices, and now it's our turn to pick up the mic.
We have only begun to fight.
Good morning, AmericaFest. Good morning. My name is Pierre Wilson, and I have the honor of leading a brand new department in Turning Point USA called TPUSA Rise. But before I tell you what Rise is, you deserve to know who I am and where I come from. You see, I didn't always consider myself a conservative. I used to be a crazy lefty. I even marched with BLM. I hear some boos. You can boo that. It's okay. We can boo that. That's fine. The truth is, I believed the lies at one point. I bought into the victimhood mentality. I was taught that America was stacked against me, that success was suspicious because I was black, and that white people were automatically racist. And the truth is that mindset did not liberate me. It kept me angry, dependent, and stuck. I used to think that it was just politics and political figures who ultimately changed my life. But after years of doing this and reflecting on those moments, I realized that it was nothing short of Christ that changed my life. God himself. Through faith, through truth tellers who refused to lie to me, I began to see clearly for the first time. I realized I wasn't oppressed. I was actually being manipulated. And once the lies broke, everything for me changed. You see, God used trailblazers, men and women who were willing to take the heat so others could hear the truth. One of those men is someone you're going to hear from next, Brandon Tatum. Love Brandon. You see, Brandon Tatum didn't just speak the truth when it was popular. He spoke it even when it cost him. And I've been riding with him for years, not just on stages, but in real life behind the scenes. You see, years ago, I launched the very first chapter in a movement called Blexit that Brandon co-founded. And it was focused on reaching Black Americans with truth, responsibility, and faith. Since then, I've spent years building leaders, organizing communities, doing the unglamorous but important work behind the scenes across this country, and all that laid the groundwork for what we're launching now. But you see, as I traveled the country and I talked to people, particularly in the Black community, I learned really quickly that one of the biggest issues facing these communities was the attack and the breakdown of the family unit. For me, family means everything. My wife, Lachelle, she is the love of my life and my college sweetheart. I love that woman to death. Cannot tell you guys how much I love that woman. My kids are my greatest responsibility. And if a movement can't strengthen families, I want no part of it. If an ideology attacks fathers, confuses kids, mocks faith, I'll fight against it every single time. With that in mind, that is what makes TPUSA Rise so special. TPUSA Rise exists to strengthen families and reclaim cultures within minority America. Black, Hispanic, Asian, Caribbean, African, you name it, communities that were promised everything by the left but handed excuses instead. Rise is rooted in faith, family, truth, and that ever-important personal responsibility. No grievance politics, no victim worship, and we don't do apology tours. And also, listen, don't worry. This isn't one of those woke minority groups like the BLMs on the left where no one knows what a woman is. Nobody values marriage, and the mission statement changes every election cycle as long as they can buy a new mansion. At Rise, we like families. We know women are women. Kids deserve the right to be kids. It's a wild concept in 2025, I know. Isn't that crazy? And here's something else that matters. You don't have to just be a minority to help reach minority communities. If you believe in faith, freedom, family, truth, and that these communities are worth fighting for, you belong here. This fight is about values, not skin color. So as I close, you should know this. Where the left built dependency, Rise will build leaders. Where the left profits from division, Rise will build unity without compromising our values. While they chase power, Rise will spread the gospel. TPUSA Rise is here, and I want to say this really quickly before I exit the stage. Charlie Kirk believed in me. He believed in me so much. He believed in my team, and he believed that there could be an awakening in minority America. And in honor of Charlie, I want everyone in this room to hear me loud and clear. We are going to go into every minority community across the country that the left has dominated for decades, and we are going to take that ground back. We're going to take it back. Join us today by visiting tpusarise.com. The time to rise is now. God bless Turning Point USA, and God bless the United States of America.
Always be a person that can think for your doggone self. There's nothing wrong with being conservative. There's nothing wrong with putting God first in everything you do. Follow your purpose. Get your education. Build your business. Get your dream job. Get yourself to a position where you can be a quality man for somebody else. Conservative values are values that make America great. And if we continue to espouse those values, continue to believe in God, we'll continue to make this country the best that we can possibly make it.
What's going on, AmericaFest? What's going on? I want everybody to take this moment to give another round of applause to the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Give him a round of applause. I came out here so hype, I almost blew my voice out. So I'm gonna try to be as excitable, but maintain my voice today. But I am so excited to be here. I'm excited that all of you guys have made it. And I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that we did it. We held strong, we showed up, and we showed out for our good friend, Charlie Kirk. This has been probably the most excited AmericaFest that I've ever been to. You guys are more enthusiastic, more exciting, more driven than I've ever seen before. And that's what we should do. This is what we're called to do, ladies and gentlemen. And I wanted to come here and use a little bit of voice that I have left to just destroy everybody that have made me upset over the years, people that have talked trash to me online, people that have bashed Turning Point USA, people that have talked down against Erica Kirk. But you know what? God told me very clearly through my wife. He said, I do listen to my wife, by the way. He told me, this is not the arena to do that. What would Charlie Kirk do? You guys wouldn't see Charlie Kirk get on this stage and bash up other people, call them out by their name. Charlie Kirk focused on the mission that we all share together as Americans and as patriots who love this country. So I'm going to take my time here and I'm going to lift up what Charlie stood for and what we all stand for. And that is the freedoms of America. That is free speech. That is going out and getting it. One thing that you guys may not know, some of you guys are new to this game. Charlie Kirk worked his butt off every day. He didn't just show up because he was just so brilliant. He worked. He believed. He fought for something. And I want everybody in this room to have that same spirit, that same identity that Charlie had carried in your life. To save this country, you gotta fight. To save this country, you have to have integrity. To save this country, you have to be loyal. And we don't do this just to get a pat on the back. We do it because we came here to win. We came to AmericaFest to win. And before I get too deep in my speech, I got a special gift that I wanted to give Erica and the Charlie Kirk family. And the reason I want to present this, because I want everybody in the crowd to understand that when I say I love Charlie and I believed in him, this is what it means. So we got a special gift. Erica knows about it. She couldn't be here this morning because she has a few things. But my wife is here, my head of security, Carl, is here, and we're going to present a special check that Officer Tatum, my followers, some of y'all in here helped in this, that we want to gift to Erica Kirk and the Kirk family. All right, Carl. Thank you, Carl. I'll have it. Just hang out right here. And my wife played a tremendous role in everything that we've done to support Erica Kirk and the Kirk family. Before I let my wife get off the stage, I'm going to tell y'all, because she's shy, I don't want to make her, I do this for a living. I want to say to all the young men out here, the best advice I can give you, the best advice that you can retain that will lead to your success is who you marry. All right, thank you. Now, I know she's shy, so I'm going to brag a little bit when she get off stage, but I wanted to say that, address that. Thank you guys for all your support, people who supported to make that check happen. But also, I want to speak to the young men. Now, the young women can glean from this as well, so it's not just for the men. Young women, listen to me as well. And you're going to have Allie Beth Stuckey and some of the great women that are going to come and address things for the women specifically. But young men, I want to make this very clear. God is calling us to lead. The success and failure of America is on our backs. It's our responsibility. Let me tell you why. It's not just Brandon up here talking. Read your Bible. God made Adam first. And when the violation happened in the Garden of Eden, who did God address first? He did not go to Eve. He went to Adam first. Adam, what did you do? I gave you the responsibility. I told you what to do. I created Eve to help in the mission that I told you to accomplish. And young men, I want you to understand this very clearly. God is dependent on you to step up and be the men that this country needs. And I wasn't playing. I wasn't trying to get brownie points with my wife when I said that one of the greatest decisions that a young man will make in his life, I'm not talking about in your young life, when you're in your 20s and you're building and you're finding out where God is calling you to. I'm not talking about at that point. But when you want to get to the maximum of where God is going to take you, the greatest decision is who you marry. If you marry a bad woman, you're going to have a bad life. I'm just telling you right now. Some of y'all will thank me later. You marry a wife like I got, a wife like Charlie Kirk has. When you marry a woman that believes in God, that believes in you, that allows you to lead according to the way God has established it, you will be the greatest man that you could ever imagine. You will lead properly. You will have vision from God, and you will change the world. And young women, don't think this is an indictment on you somehow. It's not. Because when you follow your husband, you're really not following him, you're following God's mission in him. Some people, they get it confused. They think that somehow it's the man that has the vision. It's really not. It's God's vision that the man is exercising. And you have a valuable role in making that mission happen. There is no mission that a man will accomplish without a good wife. The married people in here, they know what I'm talking about. And I want to add this as well for the married folks. Y'all might hear somebody say this. I mean, it's not for the married folks, it's for the people that want to get married. Y'all may hear some different stuff from different people. God bless them. Take it in, digest it. I hear people say a lot, get married young, have as many kids more than you can afford. Don't do that, please. Your mom and them know what I'm talking about. Hear me right here in my chest. Make sure that you are going in a direction to lead so you can actually give something or have something to offer a young woman that you propose to. Don't get out here and try to marry somebody and your mama's still paying your phone bill. All the ladies clapping. Don't get out here and try to marry somebody and you don't know who's gonna pay for the bill at the dinner. You ain't ready yet. God is not giving you your vision yet. Build something. Become a good man. Build your faith. So you have something to offer a young lady when you get on your knee and propose. Don't rush. You don't need to rush. Young women, you don't need to rush. Don't let nobody tell you washed up because you don't have 15 kids by the age of 20. God has a plan for you while you're waiting. Don't rush and get in a relationship with a dirtbag. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all didn't experience it. Y'all coming out of breakup right now. Don't waste your time doing that foolishness. Spend your time with the Lord. Spend your time building virtue and character. Spend your time learning how to be submissive. Submissive doesn't mean you lay down and just let anybody talk crazy to you. Submissive means that you know how to submit to the will of God through your husband. Build your time wisely. Don't look at Instagram. They show you that when they kids happy, after they cleaned up poopy diapers and they been up all night and they put their makeup on, they hold their kids, they make it look sweet. Kids crazy. I got a few of them, they crazy. We couldn't bring one of them today because he crazy. No, I love him though. But it's all worth it, but do it with wisdom. Some of y'all may get married early. I'm not telling you not to. If God has called you to do it, he's prepared you to do it, then do what you got to do. But some of y'all, you need to build. You need to grow. You need to get your Bible right. You can't lead a family if you don't know how to pray, young men. You can't lead a family and you broke. I'm just telling you, you broke, how you gonna do something? The biggest flex in America for a man is for your wife not to have to work. All right. All right. I did not say that your wife don't work. If that's what your family decide to do, that's good. But your wife should not have to work. Your wife should be able to stay home with the kids if that's what she wants to do. Making your wife go be submissive to another man at a job that don't care about her, that's not a flex. My wife don't have to listen to nobody but the Lord and me. And she don't listen to me sometimes, but I have to. That's why I got the Lord on my side. But I got a short time. I wish I could talk forever to y'all. I got a couple more seconds. But I just want everybody in the room to notice, I say this every speech I do, that every single person under the sound of my voice have a purpose and a calling by God. Just the same as you have an identifying DNA strand that's only for you. Fingerprints, that's only yours. Why did God do that? That's because he wanted you to know that he sees you as an individual and he knows you by name. And that the calling that he put in your heart is just for you. Don't let nobody lie to you or trick you out of what God has called you to do. Some of y'all here are afraid because friends and others don't believe in your vision that God has showed you. You got to put that noise aside. You got to go for it. Take chances in life, young people. Don't be afraid. Have that childlike faith. Believe in everything that God has shown you. Believe in it. Do it. Go for it. You're going to fail sometimes, but you can get back up and know that the Lord got you. I got hated on online all year, especially after Charlie passed. But you know, I don't give a flying flip about what people say about me if you don't pay my bills. You're not feeding my children. You don't put a roof over my head. You're not the Lord Jesus. Therefore, whatever you say don't mean a hill of beans to me. You can talk about me. You can say I got paid $7,000. And if y'all find the plug or connect for that $7,000, holler at me. I'll take that money and put it in the bank. Don't listen to them. Continue to fight for what's right. Continue to believe in truth. And I want all of us together to continue to fight for Erica Kirk, Turning Point USA, for Charlie Kirk and his legacy. They may be able to kill the body, but they cannot kill the legacy. They tried to kill Jesus. They beat him. They hung him on the cross. They said, if we can just kill him, we'll end the message. Well, the devil is a lie. Now Christ reigns strong. The most sold book in world history is the Bible. We still, 2,000 years, the biggest religion, billions of people worshiping Jesus after they killed him. They thought it ended on Calvary's cross, but it only made the movement stronger. Just like Charlie Kirk, they thought that if they killed him, that this would end, that there would be no TPUSA, there would be no AmericaFest. But I came here to tell you that the devil is a doggone lie. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep pressing. We're going to keep putting God first. And Charlie Kirk's legacy will live forever. Thank you, guys.
Something I believe with all of my heart. Every life has value. That's why I proudly stand with Save the Storks. They don't just talk about being pro-life. They live it out by meeting women where they are, showing them compassion, truth, and hope before it's too late. Right now, there's 108 mobile medical units or stork buses across the country reaching women before they make a devastating choice or attempt their own abortion at home. These buses offer ultrasounds, counseling, and real support, giving moms the chance to choose life. But this mission needs you too. We're raising $500,000 to build and place multiple stork buses in Charlie's honor, and each one will be named after Erica Kirk as they travel across America fighting for life. We need everybody to give generously, to stand up, and to be a part of something bigger than yourself. Please visit the Save the Storks booth today and join me in the fight for life. Together we can help more moms, save more babies, and change more futures.
I believe in higher standards and honest report cards. That's what we're going to do. However you educate your child, public, private, parochial, we should get every kid in Wisconsin a good education. We want manufacturing here in the United States of America, preserving Medicaid for the people who it's meant to help. Seniors, pregnant women, the disabled, and low-income children. Electricity prices are the second highest in the Midwest. Let's get them back down. I'm going to uphold the law that is currently in place. Greetings, AmericaFest. How are my fellow patriots? How are you today? Yeah. You know, I know there's a lot of Wisconsinites here because half of them leave Wisconsin here during the winter. And of course, the other half, they're wrapped up in a couple winter jackets and they're just trying to hold the line on the frozen tundra. God bless them, back in the great state of Wisconsin. But seriously, it's great to be here with so many young Americans. You could be anywhere, but you're here because you believe in something bigger than yourself. You believe in America, and you believe that the people of America are worth fighting for. We just wrapped up a big year in Congress, a huge year for President Trump, and the America First agenda is back. Jobs are going to American workers, the border is secured, and criminals get two choices: jail or deportation. This movement does not apologize for putting America first, and neither do I. In Congress, I voted against the billions more that went to the forever war in Ukraine. I introduced legislation to reform H-1B so American graduates aren't replaced by cheap foreign labor. And I put forth the first bill to completely eliminate unfair racial preferences. Unfair racial preferences in the federal government as well as colleges and universities, they need to go. America is built on merit, it's built on hard work, and by the hands of the American people. Teddy Roosevelt said it best: there can be no divided allegiance here. We have room for one flag, the American flag. And now, as I run for governor in the great state of Wisconsin, we will carry the America First vision to Wisconsin first again. Before I ever stepped in the Washington swamp, I was just a farm kid in western Wisconsin. And I'll be honest with you, politics smells a lot like the farm sometimes. We got a whole lot of shoveling we need to do, don't we? But the farm taught me what the American dream truly is. You work hard, you take responsibility, you earn your future. You don't wait for someone to hand it to you. We do not believe in a rigged system, do we? That keeps people dependent on government. We believe in a civilization where opportunity belongs to the people. We do not believe in the nanny state controlling our lives. We believe in a government that gets out of the way so we can build our own future. America became the greatest nation in the history of the earth by limited government, competition, strong families, and young Americans like you who rolled up their sleeves, took risks, and earned their success. And now the left wants to rip that foundation away, piece by piece, value by value, state by state. They want to pick winners and losers based on skin color. They want to take more of your paycheck and more of your freedom. They want to silence anyone who disagrees with them. They want government to replace the family. And now they want to bring those failed ideas to Wisconsin. Take a look at Minnesota. Millions, billions of Somalian-led welfare fraud that Tim Walz ignored. Yes, boo. Look at Illinois, billions in free benefits for illegal aliens while American families struggle to pay their bills. Look at New York, where felons walk free and they'll try to lock you up for defending yourself. Those are the real consequences of Democrat rule, and they want Wisconsin to be the next victim. Let me ask you, do you want Wisconsin to look like those failed states? No, we don't. Repeat after me, only louder. No, we don't. And the socialists who will likely run against me in this governor's race said America's founding was awful. Let that sink in. I am sick and tired of politicians who enjoy America's freedom and opportunity, yet spend every day trying to tear it down. We deserve leaders who thank God for America.
And we need leaders that will not apologize for it. Some say we should build a wall around Minnesota and Illinois to keep their policies out. You know, and honestly, that might not be the worst idea. You know, there might be a president that could help us with this wall. And make Minnesota and Illinois pay for it, is right. You are the generation that will defend freedom. You are the generation that stops the decline. You are the generation that keeps socialism out of Wisconsin and out of America. Wisconsin is a special place because of its incredible people. That's why I get out of the swamp every week and come home. Because back home, we hold the door open at the local Quick Trip. We help our neighbors shovel snow. We work hard. We love our families. We are driven by common sense and love of our country and devotion to faith in our God. Charlie Kirk represented the Wisconsin spirit. Hardworking, family man, Christian, unapologetically American. My last conversation with Charlie was back in Wisconsin a year and a half ago on election integrity. He looked me in the eye and he said, "You guys got to do more to protect Wisconsin." Yep. And he's right. Our elections are the most sacred part of our republic. If we do not protect them, we will just become communist China. As we speak, Democrats are pushing for illegal aliens to vote. We demand proof of citizenship, don't we? We demand secure elections. Democrats push young people towards dependency. We empower young people to control their own fate, to achieve the American dream. Democrats keep taking more of your paycheck. We believe you should keep what you earn. Democrats want to ship our jobs overseas. We are bringing manufacturing back to the Midwest. As the next governor, the future will be in your hands. I will make sure Wisconsin jobs go to Wisconsin workers. I will stand up for graduates and end foreign labor schemes that push you aside. I will protect the right to speak your mind, practice your faith, and be free. I will cut red tape to make home ownership more affordable. I will lower taxes so you can start a business and raise a family. And I will put Wisconsin first. You know, having kids was one of the greatest blessings of our life. And I will provide you the chance to do that without having to have 3 salaries and roommates in order to be able to afford a home. The next generation of Americans, the people in this room right now, deserve their own shot at the American dream. And that's what President Trump and I are fighting for. When I look at this room, I do not see youth. I see the future. I see victory. And I see a generation that's going to fight like hell for America. You elected Donald J. Trump last election, and you will help us take Wisconsin back in 2026. We all know how critical Wisconsin is, not just in the governor's race, not just to keep control of the House, but for the future to keep the White House. But if Wisconsin fails, the left will run wild with DEI, open borders, censorship, crime, higher taxes, drag shows in classrooms, and the end of the American dream. We are one election away from losing Wisconsin and the home we know. And I refuse to allow Minnesota's madness and Illinois' insanity to take root in Wisconsin. We need a Wisconsin that thrives like Florida, Texas, and Ohio. A state where freedom grows, Jobs are strong and young people are proud to call it home. Wisconsin dairy fed America. Our foundries armed America. Our timber built America. Our workers powered America through recessions and wars and every challenge that was thrown at us. Wisconsin is not flyover country. It is the backbone of the United States of America. And now we need to protect it. We already tailgate in 10 degrees like we're in downtown Phoenix. If we can survive that, we can knock doors. We can make calls. We can fight and we can win. But you gotta fight like your future depends on it, because our very way of life is at stake. Wisconsin's comeback starts now, and Wisconsin's comeback starts with you, with all of you. We're going red in 2026. We are going red again in 2028, and we will make Wisconsin great again. So thank you, AmericaFest. God bless Wisconsin. God bless the United States of America. And I hope you all have a Merry Christmas. And I hope you will check out our movement in Wisconsin as we take the governorship in our great state at TomTiffany.com. On Wisconsin.
The world tells girls to bend and blend, but we call them to be bold. American Heritage girls are firm in faith, strong in character, and confident in who God made them to be. Because America needs more women of integrity. We are American Heritage girls.
We are waging this battle in the domain of politics, not because we want to, but because we have to.
What we're seeing now is the emergence of this conservative counter-elite or counter-cultural force simply emerging in place of where the progressives have vacated.
It is now up to us to determine the moral landscape, to determine what those terms of debate are going to be.
Real potentials need to be discovered, not imagined.
Hello, everybody. I am absolutely honored to be here to speak with you all today. The invitation to speak at AmFest was the last communication I ever received from Charlie. And I never had the opportunity to tell him how grateful and flattered I was to be invited to this event and speak on the main stage, no less. I was working up the right way to tell him how much this meant to me, and then in an instant, that opportunity was gone. So I'm going to express to you all now some of the ideas I wanted to tell Charlie then. First, I recognize that many of you may not know who I am. My name is Jonathan Keeperman. For 10 years, I was a lecturer in the English department at the University of California at Irvine. And truthfully, I love my job. I got to spend my working hours talking to smart and motivated young people about books and big ideas. But early in my career, I started to see things moving in a very bad direction. I started to see the university's mission change from encouraging the acquisition of knowledge for its own sake to enforcing an ever narrower set of political and moral ideas on its students and even its faculty. This became worse and worse over time, and it eventually became intolerable. The environment was particularly bad for men. It was even worse for white men, and even worse still for straight white men. But aside from all of that, if you were a conservative, if you had conservative values, and God forbid if you voted for Donald Trump, just forget about it. You did not belong there. Your beliefs had no place on campus. So I left my career, and I started a publishing company called Passage Press. Thank you. All of these smart young people who were cut out from publishing needed somewhere to go. I wanted to build something, however modest, where the talents of young writers could be cultivated and recognized. I had a young family to support at the time, and I had no idea what I was doing. But I had a mission. I had something I knew needed to be done, and I was going to do it. This is how Charlie found me. Charlie loved books. He knew that true understanding came from deep engagement with ideas, that you had to be constantly testing your assumptions against arguments from all sides. You had to know history, and not the Wikipedia version of history, or the version of history you might get secondhand through YouTube videos. You had to go to the source material. You had to take the time to set aside all of the distractions of the screen and crack open an actual book. But I had far more to learn from Charlie than he ever had to learn from me. He was 10 years my junior, but had wisdom and know-how well beyond anything I could understand. It wasn't just that he knew how to organize and how to build something from nothing. It wasn't just that he was a great communicator. He was all those things, of course. But he understood that to solve problems, even the biggest and most intractable problems, meant that you had to set aside your ego. You had to stow away your complaints and your disagreements with allies, however real they might be, in service of that larger project. Charlie did not take himself seriously, but he did take his responsibilities very, very seriously. Too often, I see the opposite of that in myself and in others. And I would encourage us all to take that lesson to heart. Your ego is not important, but your obligations to yourself and to your countrymen are incredibly important. Because Charlie knew this, he didn't throw tantrums. He didn't lash out. He didn't stomp his feet. He focused his efforts on building a winning machine. He brought good people together and allowed them to make the most of their strengths. Charlie cared deeply about the success of his allies and his friends because he knew that their success was his success. Charlie also knew something that I didn't know when I reluctantly became involved in politics. I had this idea that somewhere out there were the adults in the room, these smart, competent people who knew the score and knew how to do things, who at some point would come and wave their magic wand and fix our problems. But those people are not there. They don't exist. No one is coming to save us. We're going to have to do this ourselves. Charlie knew this. Charlie knew it was up to us. It was up to you, the people in this room. Lately, I've been finding myself reading these survival stories. I have a 10-year-old son, and he loves Gary Paulson's Hatchet books. These books are about a teenage boy who finds himself lost in the wilderness, and he has to survive. These are wonderful stories that demonstrate the virtues of perseverance and resourcefulness. But they've also led me to reading stories about real survival situations. A family of sailors who get shipwrecked in the middle of the Pacific. A team of researchers marooned in the Arctic at the onset of winter. A lone hunter deep in the Canadian Rockies, mauled nearly to death by a grizzly bear. A crew of fishermen capsized in an October squall in the sub-freezing waters of the Bering Sea. These stories, truthfully, are incredibly bleak. On their face, they suggest an unfair and hostile world. Perhaps worse than hostile, they suggest a world that is indifferent to our suffering. But I find great comfort in these stories. I find tremendous wisdom in them. How did these people endure these hardships? How did they defy all of the odds and come to tell the story of their own survival? The lessons from these stories, the through lines, and all of these harrowing episodes are in fact remarkably similar. They are simple lessons, and when you hear them, they may sound obvious. But they are not always so obvious to us in our moments of duress. They are not always so easy to come by when we find ourselves face to face with the overwhelming difficulties that life presents to us. And they are not reducible merely to moments of life and death struggle. These lessons are available to us every day in every fight we must undertake, be it in our personal lives or on the national political stage. In every case, success begins with the simple assertion, I am alive. And by virtue of being alive, I have agency. I have the power to make a choice to do something. Doing nothing is always easy. Doing nothing is always the path of least resistance. Instead of doing nothing, I am going to work up the strength to do one small thing that is going to improve my situation. I am going to reach my broken arm to a rock in front of me and drag myself another foot down the mountain. I'm going to cast this net into the ocean one more time, despite days of failed efforts, so that I might catch a fish and feed my family. Sometimes the small thing is simply choosing to not give up, choosing to stay in the game. Of the fishermen I read about who were capsized in the Bering Sea, several did not make it. The life raft they were in could not contend with these 40-foot waves that were thrown up by the storm. Again and again and again, the waves would flip the raft and toss these men into the icy water. Of the ones who did survive, it was because every time this happened, hundreds of times over their 3-day ordeal, they found the strength to swim back to the raft. That's what it means to stay in the fight. It means swimming back to the boat over and over and over again. It means simply declaring, I will not give up, and then acting in accordance with that declaration. What is universal in all of these stories is a conscious decision to not be overwhelmed by the big picture of your circumstances, to not indulge in the despair of the existential crisis before you. The ocean is simply too big to consider what it might take to row across it in a dinghy. The Arctic is too cold and empty to imagine crossing 100 miles of it on foot. The survival situation taken from that perspective seems impossible. The plan becomes fuzzy, hard to see, and harder still to act on. And when we think about our own political situation, it is also true that it can seem too big to do anything about. Consider how thoroughly the left owns all our major institutions. Consider the sheer number of illegal aliens in this country and what it would take to solve this problem. Consider the rot in the federal government, how deep and immune it seems to corrective action. Consider the spiritual crisis of our nation. Who are we? What do we stand for? Can the America we once know be said to exist? We are without a doubt in a survival situation. And if there's anything I've learned from these survival stories, is that it does little good to indulge in the seemingly hopelessness of it all. Instead, we must resist the temptation to despair. We must not allow ourselves to be lazy or weak. There is a small forward step we can take right now, and we are going to take it. We are going to do one small thing to make our situation better. Every time the boat flips over, and it is going to flip over, we are going to make the choice to swim back to it. We are going to get back in the boat however long this takes. We are going to insist on staying in the fight. We are going to one day tell our own story of how we made it out. Thank you. This was an absolute honor. And thank you, Charlie, for the invitation.
We thought this ministry, first and foremost, was to boys, helping them become courageous young men. But the secret for us was that as the dads got together, the dads bonded just as much as the young men did.
As we mentor each other's sons, we get mentored ourselves.
There's the spiritual nourishment.
Eventually, the parents start to realize they are part of it. There's so many opportunities to use whatever skill that those dads may have.
I'm not a very good outdoorsman, but the good thing about trail life is that you don't have to be an outdoorsman.
I've heard men saying, man, I'm looking forward to this weekend coming up. I think even more than my son is. Come to life together as we experience adventures.
It's given me an opportunity to be around other Christian men who are sharpening me, who are challenging me, who are showing me new ways to reach my son.
The boys were sharing their testimonies, and one of our adults was really touched that, hey, you're a Christian, but he was missing that relationship with the Lord, and it was because of those boys sharing their personal testimonies. His spiritual growth from that point has been phenomenal.
It's a privilege to be with you here today. My name is Mark Hancock. I'm CEO of Trail Life USA. Trail Life is dedicated to bringing adventure, character, and leadership to boys from kindergarten to high school. We have troops in about 1,500 churches across every single state, about 68,000 trailmen in Trail Life USA. So why do we need another boys organization with troops and uniforms and handbooks and hiking and camping and a robust awards program? The reason is simple, and honestly, Trail Life is here because of two non-negotiable things that make us essential. First, we're Christ-centered. We're not just some group that says a quick prayer before we meet in the basement of the church. We're a heart-driven Christian ministry that uses the wild, untamed beauty of the outdoors to temper boys and shape them into godly, courageous young men. This is our foundation. This is who we are. Second, we're boy-focused. We believe that boys and girls are different. We believe that boys and girls need spaces where their differences are recognized, their uniqueness, their wonder, the marvel of a boy. We're pushing back against a culture that treats boys like their strength is a problem, like boyhood is some sort of social disease that needs to be eradicated. Boys and young men are desperate for a place where their energy is celebrated, where their drive is channeled, and where they can look up to godly men and see what authentic manhood looks like. That's the very heartbeat of Trail Life USA. We're watching fathers and sons connect in ways the modern world has totally stolen from them. We see a powerful biblical promise coming to life. Fathers are turning their hearts toward their children. Children are turning their hearts toward their fathers. I'll never forget being at a Trail Life event, standing with a dad who had been longing to connect with his 11-year-old son. As they walked across a dusty field without a single word, that boy reached up and took his father's hand. The father looked at me, tears streaming down his face, and said, "I thought he was too old for that. I thought that time was gone." That's the type of healing that happens every time trailmen gather. But what about the boys that don't have a father's hand to hold? 1 in 4 boys in America grows up without a dad in the house. He walks in a world where he is hungry, desperate even for male role models. When the fatherless boy steps into the Trail Life troop, he is joining a band of brothers. He sees men of integrity, men with purpose, men of relentless faith, and they become a living, breathing blueprint for the man he's meant to be. I heard the testimony of a young man who spent years in Trail Life after his father passed. At his final Trail Life Awards ceremony, he declared, "I need to thank the men in this room. You taught me how to shave and to love Jesus." And then there's the truth that totally surprised us. Trail Life is just as much a ministry for men. We have over 20,000 adult men volunteering across the country. Many of them don't even have a son in the program. They're here because Trail Life is where they finally found their brotherhood. When the boys are asleep in their tents, the men gather around the fire, side by side around that flame. That's where they open up and talk about the stuff that really matters. They're like a generational relay team, recovering a vision of biblical masculinity and passing it on to the next generation. I see it. I think you do too. The impact of Trail Life is part of a larger movement, echoing a spirit of change we see through Turning Point USA. We share a vital objective, restoring strength and purpose to the American family and spirit. Trail Life is achieving this, shaping boys into godly men by reconnecting fathers and sons, providing role models for boys without dads, and giving pastors a ministry that truly captures the hearts of men. Parents, if you have a son, go to Trail Life USA, find a troop near you, get them on the trail. Men, if you feel called to make a real difference, thousands of boys are waiting for you. Pastors, if you're interested in a ministry that engages your men in the work of the kingdom in a powerful way, reminding them of who they are, Trail Life would like to welcome you to join 1,500 churches that are actively impacting the next generation. Scan the QR code or swing by our booth. God bless you, and God bless Turning Point USA.
What we recognize is that freedom without constraint turns into transgression. Freedom without constraint descends into tyranny, the tyranny very often of the minority over the majority. Freedom without flag puts a people at the mercy of forces that divide a nation against itself. It isn't the business of government to peer through the windows of men's souls. Faith, family, flag, and freedom in that order are foundational for our future and for the renewal of our politics.
Good afternoon, AmericaFest 2025. It is so wonderful to be with you. I need to start with a confession. 3 or 4 months ago, I had no idea what AmericaFest was. Charlie and I had a magical dinner, middle of August, in Scottsdale, and he said, "You've got to come to AmericaFest." I said, "What is that?" And he humbly, patiently explained to me what the extraordinary ecosystem that he and TPUSA had built. And I said, "Really? Do Americans really want to hear from a stiff Brit, from a colonial, from the furthest corner of the global American empire?" He said, "Yes, they do. You'll love it." And I said, "Well, what should I say?" And he said, "I'll tell you what to say. Don't worry, I'll tell you what to say. As it turned out, that was one of the last conversations I had with Charlie, so I'll never know for sure what he wanted me to tell you here today. But I'm going to have a go at it. I've got a pretty good idea of what it is he wanted me to tell you. I think Charlie Kirk would have told me to say to you, you need to love what is yours. We talked about this a lot in August. We don't fight hate with hate. We fight it by loving what is ours more fiercely than they hate what is ours. You've heard the debate earlier this year. The Vice President himself pointed out that it is basic Christian teaching to love what is our own. Charity begins at home. The establishment response to that is that loving your own is somehow immoral. You should love everything. You should love everyone equally. But the Vice President is right. It's right there. In the scriptures, in the Hebrew scriptures, in the Christian scriptures, probably the most famous command in the Bible, love your neighbor as yourself. As yourself. Because if you don't love yourself, you can't truly love your neighbor. If we don't love our own people, our own nations, our own homes, we cannot learn how to extend that love beyond them. The person who hates himself isn't generous, he's not loving, he's bitter, he becomes resentful, self-absorbed. A nation that hates itself doesn't become more compassionate. It becomes less compassionate, weak, divided, and eventually extinct. Friends, we should love our homes, our own people, and our own nations. And here's the thing. You don't owe anyone an argument for why you should love your country. The person who asks that question has had one thought too many. Over the summer, I was in France speaking to a wonderful group of young conservatives from 25 countries all across Europe. And I began by saying, raise your hand if you've got the best mother in the world. Everybody's hands went up. And they didn't start arguing with each other. They laughed. And then I said, put your hand up if you live in the best country in the world. Everybody's hands went up. And again, no arguments broke out. They didn't get into a fight over what it means to be the best mother or the best country. They didn't need to. Because they understood that it's natural to boast about the things you love. It's natural to take pride in the things that you love. And they understood that you don't owe anyone an argument for why your country is the best in the world, any more than you owe an argument for why your mum is the best mum in the world. We must love ourselves. And that way we can love our neighbors better. I think Charlie would have told me to say to you today that nations are not just ideas. They are places. Your country isn't a product to be sold. It's not an idea to be affirmed. It's a people. It's a place. It's a way of life. It is, in short, a home. And a home has rules. You welcome guests, but they respect your house. They don't demand you speak their language, adopt their customs, rearrange your furniture to make them comfortable. And this is what has changed since 2016 and Brexit and the victory of Donald Trump. The old politics of left and right died in 2016. That was the end of the long 20th century. And a new dawn has broken, a new dispensation is here. And now it is about those who are committed to the politics of home over the politics of anywhere, the politics of the cosmopolis. Propositions don't bind a people together. Shared history does. Shared sacrifice does. That doesn't mean outsiders can't be welcomed. Of course they can. But it only works if those outsiders accept and celebrate the history and culture of their new home. Remember Ruth, the Moabite. She is incorporated into the people of Israel. It's a fascinating little text. And what does she say? Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God, my God. Not your history is racist, your culture is oppressive, your traditions must change, but I join you. I become one of you. What is yours becomes mine. I think Charlie would have told me that Britain matters. Charlie loved Britain. I think he loved it more than any other country in the world, except the United States, which of course he thought was very much a daughter of the mother country, Britain. It's why he visited us so regularly. It's why he was with us back in May, debating our best and brightest students at Cambridge and at Oxford. He loved Britain, but he also knew that Britain was in crisis, is in crisis. 15 years of the worst productivity growth since the Napoleonic Wars. Taxes at a level that have not been seen since the Second World War. Energy bills are now the highest in the developed world. Our wealthiest citizens are leaving at a rate faster than any other country in the world. Free speech is under threat. 33 arrests a day in 2023 for speech-related offences. But Charlie knew that Britain's bones are strong. We've got some of the best human talent in the world. We seem to export most of it over here. London is still one of the two great financial capitals of the world. We've got 3 of the top 10 universities in the world, 7 or 8 in the top 50. Over a quarter of the world's countries have a head of state or prime minister who studied in our islands. Our armed forces have fought shoulder to shoulder with yours in every major conflict, from the fields of Flanders and the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of Afghanistan and the deserts of Iraq. And the British people, the unsung heroes of working Britain, have not surrendered. And Charlie understood that. They're just waiting for a government that actually cares about them. And that's why it's so exciting that for the first time in British political history, there is a serious, credible, alternative vehicle on the right in Nigel Farage and Reform UK. Reform UK is now led in over 175 polls, often polling more than our 2 main parties, Labour and Conservative Party combined. And we are winning elections all across the country. In Wales, in Scotland, we are doing extraordinarily well. And why is that? It's because Nigel Farage and Reform UK understand what the elites keep ignoring. That Britain, like America, is a home, not a zone. It is a people, not a proposition. My friends, our nation is a place, not a project. We are the heirs of a particular history, a particular culture, a particular way of being in the world, one that has illuminated liberty and resisted tyranny for centuries. Finally, I think Charlie would have told me to say, to remind you that you're winning, and in fact, we're winning too. You're winning in America. You're reclaiming your sovereignty, your borders, your future, with a vigor that inspires the world. And here's the remarkable thing. This summer in Europe, for the first time in living memory, political parties committed to putting their people first are leading in the polls. Across the 4 biggest economies in Europe, France, Germany, Italy, and Great Britain. The elites, the establishment, deride these movements as extremists. They brand them far right. Well, that label's accurate in one ironic sense. Those parties have been proven far too right. Far too right about the chaos unleashed by a decade of unchecked mass migration, which has shattered and hollowed out countless cities and towns all across Europe and Britain. Far too right about the suicidal pursuit of carbon reduction targets, which will impoverish and freeze those who can afford it least. Far too right about a culture of censorship and cancellation that now polices the thoughts and words of ordinary citizens. The tide is turning, my friends, not through violence, but as Charlie taught us, through loving what is ours more than our enemies hate what is ours. We must build, we must organize, we must run for office, we must train the next generation. In short, the time has come, my friends, to restore our homes. Charlie poured his life into this fight because he knew what was at stake. Not just policies or elections, but whether our nations would survive as homes for our children. The question now is not whether his sacrifices was worthwhile. We all know that it was. The question is whether we can match Charlie's courage. Will we build what we need to build? Fight for what we need to fight for? Restore what must be restored? Charlie showed us the way. Let's walk it together. Thank you, AmFest.
I'm Seth. And I'm Griffin, and we're here to tell you about how the American Journey Experience Summer Institute can change your life.
We had the opportunity to spend a week with like-minded believers, make lasting memories and friendships that will last a lifetime.
We actually got to hold in our hands the very artifacts that our founding fathers used as part of the founding of the United States of America.
We would be honored if you would apply to the American Journey Experience Summer Institute 2026.
Summer Institute changed our lives, and who knows, it might change yours too.
Joining us now is Congressman Mike Collins.
Our country's been screaming to get back to the number one thing Donald Trump said you'd never get tired of: winning. We're going to secure that border. We're going to stop American families from losing sons and daughters to these illegal. I was very proud to sponsor the Laken Riley Act. Do not, under any circumstances, let anything get between you and getting your vote counted.
Well, hello, turning Turning Point USA. How are y'all doing today? Now listen, before I get started, I just got to give some shout outs to my Georgia folks. Cooper, Ryan, the whole Georgia staff, thank you for what you do for the state of Georgia. It is an honor to be out there knocking doors with you and supporting good, solid, conservative Republicans out there. Listen, for those of you that don't know me, I am Mike Collins. Y'all, I'm just an old trucker, small business owner, and proud to say it, America First member of Congress. And you know what? It's great to be back at AmFest because this is not my first time. I've been coming to AmFest since before I got elected. And you know, this is probably the most consequential gathering every year, other than, I would say, our houses of worship that I'm aware of. You know, and I want you to know something. I want you to know just how important it is that you're here today at the very first AmericaFest since Charlie Kirk was taken from this world. Because you know, everybody in this room, you've been through a lot over the past 4 months. You've been told by your professors that your political views are too dangerous. You've been attacked in the middle by the liberal media for believing in free speech. You've been jeered and mocked for believing in Charlie Kirk's vision for America. But I tell you what, one thing's clear. Man, you weren't silenced. You see, I believe that gunshot on September the 10th was the second loudest noise of the day. The sound of your defiant voices, that was first. And that's right. That's good. And you know, although it started with tears and anger, screams, you know, it's slowly, then around the world. I mean, at a volume, and I think Charlie could hear from heaven, every one of you said, I am Charlie Kirk. Listen, you rose up in the classrooms on college campuses around the world, and you said, no more hiding from the mob. I want a better life for my family. And yes, Christ is King. You see, a bullet that meant to silence us, it only made us louder. And I need for you to bottle that up and continue. Just let it motivate you. Because you know, listen, I've got more years behind me than I've got in front of me. You're the future of our country. You're in charge of safeguarding America's security, our way of life, our future. Because, y'all, we need leaders in this country who won't sell out our jobs or opportunity to the global masses while Americans do the right things. You study hard. You went to school. You got the right degrees. Or you went to vocational training. All to just become victims of globalization and imported labor. We need leaders who are going to fight to make sure that their children get to chase their version of the American dream. We need leaders who hold the government accountable and make it work for them. And y'all, we need leaders who will say, if it's not America first, I don't want it. See, that was Charlie Kirk's vision. And now it's your turn to keep up the fight. And you know, I know that sounds like a lot. It is. It is a lot. But I believe in you. And by the way, you're here today, you being here, it just shows that you're not afraid. But listen, I want to tell you what you're up against up there. Because they don't want you to own a home. No, they just want you to rent. They don't even want you driving your own car. They want you riding on government-run mass transit. They don't want free speech. They want control. As a matter of fact, they want you looking to the federal government for every answer instead of looking to God. There is a fight for the soul of our country, and if we don't win, the America that our forefathers imagined, an America that Charlie Kirk fought and died for, will be lost. So I need you. I need you to get active. I need you to get involved in politics, run for office, work on campaigns, do your part to build an America that you're proud of. Because y'all, we've seen what happens when young Americans mobilize. I'm going to tell you something. There's nothing that ever happens in Washington, D.C. until the American people demand it. And by gosh, last year, they demanded a government that puts America first, ends illegal immigration, rebuilds our economy, and tells the forgotten men and women across this country that you will not be forgotten anymore. And y'all, that's exactly what we got with President Trump. Thank the good Lord. Because look at what we had. We had an auto pen for a president. We had corrupt judges running the country. We had a wide open southern border that flooded our nation with illegal aliens and a regime that wanted to see our views and our very way of lives crushed. And President Trump, he saved us from 4 more years of it. And a lot of y'all in this room helped make that happen. You see, y'all were with me in Iowa, knocking on doors for the president, negative 22-degree weather. We were all wishing we had warmer jackets and coats on. Y'all were also with me in Georgia when we were opening up Trump Force 47 offices with Kash Patel in that hot summer Georgia sun. And the one thing is, man, we didn't give up. See, if we're going to realize Charlie Kirk's vision, a vision for an America that stands up to the globe to better its own citizens and understands that we need to build up America's youth, not ship away their opportunities, then I need to have you to keep up the fight. Now, I'm going to leave y'all with 3 quick things here real quick. Number 1, President Trump is by far the best president in my lifetime. He will go down as one of the best presidents in the history of this country. And how about J.D. Vance? Man, you talk about a vice president that gets it. Yo, we shut down that border that Joe Biden left wide open. We're making America energy dominant. That's right. Drill, baby, drill. We're rebuilding the middle class and fixing Biden's economy. And we are putting Americans first because Democrats put us last. Now, number 2, y'all, it's the best time in the history of this country to be a member of Congress, especially if you're a small businessman. Because we got President Trump running our country like a business, and our nation is now safer, more affordable, and better off because of it. Now having said that, that leads me to number 3. Because, y'all, we got a problem. We got a problem in that U.S. Senate. And President Trump, he needs some backup. See, we got a guy that was elected in a fluke election in Georgia, and he's basically California's 3rd U.S. senator. I mean, he walks around, he tries to look like JFK. He tries to sound like Obama. But in fact, he's nothing but a rubber stamp for Chucky Schumer. And here's the thing now, Democrats think if they can get him reelected, they're going to run him for president in 28. And as much as I'd like to see J.D. mop the floor with the guy who's never had a real job, man, Georgia, we can't wait that long to get rid of a senator who has the morals of Nancy Pelosi's husband's boyfriend. Now listen to me. This may be the most important thing that I say all day today. Y'all, we live in a country where one college student can build a movement of millions. Where a kid raised in rural Appalachia can become the vice president of the United States. Where a blue-collar trucker from Georgia can write and pass legislation that saves lives with the Laken Riley Act. You see, we live in a country that rewards hard work, conviction, and that American spirit. Y'all, we live in the greatest nation on earth, period. So get out there. Chase your version of the American dream. Never apologize for your beliefs. Don't back down to threats, and always fight for what you believe in. Listen, my pastor Benny Tate always has a saying. He says, you were made on purpose for a purpose. Now go get them. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And said, hey, what are your top 5 favorite Christian broadcasts? And I said, you got to get on Elijah's streams. You got to do it. Steve's great. You got to get on his show.
Elijah streams, and I saw Nathan French. He says, I see a young man, it's your right knee. God is healing your meniscus. And I'm like, God, are you, did you really just do that? And so I walk out of the bathroom and I begin to walk. I begin to like move my leg and move my knee.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this debate on Israel. Isn't it amazing how so many of the policy debates and arguments we're having in the public square on both sides of the Atlantic so often stem from obscure disciplines like history? How do we tell our history? How do we get our history right? Well, I think the same is true of theology. Theology always buries its undertakers. Theology is always creeping back in through the back door just when you've thought the secular world had thought they'd got rid of it. And there are a few theological issues that are of more pressing concern than that of the question of Israel. And we are so fortunate to have with us two people who are exceptionally well qualified to address these difficult issues. First up, we have Pastor Doug Wilson, who is probably needs very little introduction. He is pastor of Christ Church in Moscow, Idaho. He's the founder of Canon Press and New St. Andrews College, and the author, of course, of many, many important works of theology and public theology and engagement with culture. Next up will be Steve Deace. Steve has a fantastic show, the Steve Deace Show, on Blaze TV. He is a regular commentator from a Christian conservative perspective on many, many issues that are moving through the public square. We're so fortunate to have him. So each is going to give an opening statement. We'll have a brief conversation, then open things up to you for your own questions, and then we'll round off with a couple of closing statements. Pastor Wilson, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks to the organizers for having me. The biblical expositor John Stott once observed that fuzzy thinking was one of the sins of the age. When you connect this to ignorance, malice, and bad faith, you can find yourself with something that is truly rancid. This being the case, I wanted to use my opening statement to lay out some basic definitions. Please pardon my use of notes here, because this topic and time are so important that I didn't want to leave anything crucial out accidentally. Zionism was a 19th century movement among Jews urging a return to their ancestral homeland of Israel. Atheist Jews could be Zionists, and observant Jews could be Zionists for religious reasons. Christian Zionists are Christians, usually dispensationalists, who believe that the reestablishment of Israel in 1948 was the fulfillment of prophecy and that Jews have a divine mandate to hold the land. De facto Zionists are those who don't believe that the promise to Abraham in Genesis 12 has anything to do with it, but who recognize that almost 8 million Jews are there now with the same right to defend their territory that any other country would have. I illustrate this by noting that I don't believe in the doctrine of manifest destiny at all, but I still live in Idaho. This brings us to replacement theology, which also has a fancier name, supersessionism. This is the view that the church is Israel now and is the lawful heir of all the covenant blessings promised in the Old Testament. This is the view that in Romans 11, the Apostle Paul described the one olive tree as straddling both eras, Old Testament and New. This is the view of most Reformed or covenantal theologians, and it is the view that I hold. But wait, there's more. There's hard supersessionism, which is the idea that today's ethnic Jews are now entirely outside God's covenantal dealings and are just one more tribe living alongside the Japanese, the Swedes, and the Navajo. I do not believe this. The variant is soft supersessionism, which is the idea that although unbelieving Jews were cut out of the olive tree because of their unbelief, Paul prophesied that they would be grafted back in again, which would be a great spiritual blessing to the entire world. This is the mainstream view of Reformed theologians from the Reformation down, and is the view that I hold, soft supersessionism. Ecumenical lies would be vain humanistic attempts to keep peace by refusing to face the actual differences between Christian and Jew. Jesus was either the promised Messiah of Israel or he wasn't, and he either rose from the dead or he didn't. Honest Christians and honest Jews can and should be friends, but lying is not the way. I don't like using the term anti-Semitism when I can help it, because like the term racism, it has been greatly devalued through numerous misapplications. It is not anti-Semitism to disagree with Benjamin Netanyahu. It is not anti-Semitism for Christians to... It is not anti-Semitism for Christians to want Jews to believe in Christ. It is not anti-Semitism to differ with Israeli policies in the West Bank. The problems come in with the adverbs, the way in which such things are held and argued. Actual anti-Semitism, or what I prefer to call Jew hate, is what happens in my Twitter feed anytime I mention Israel. Jew hate is October 7th. Jew hate is Bondi Beach. It is the belief that Jews are a uniquely malevolent force for evil in the world, and that this fact justifies a one-size-fits-all negative response to anything related to them. Christian Zionists and Christian supersessionists do have pronounced theological differences, but the one thing they can agree on is that Jew hate is a serious sin. What do I mean by high-performance people? The Jews are a talented and hard-working people, and Jewish mothers are always pleased to introduce you to my son, the doctor. But they are also, like the rest of us, sons of Adam, making them dirty, rotten sinners. So if they are overrepresented among the Bolsheviks and the media moguls, just remember that they are also overrepresented among Nobel Prize winners and patent holders. Professing Christians who are backsliding into Jew hate, and it is backsliding, are angry because the Jews don't believe in Jesus. Jews are the enemy, it is thought. But Jesus commanded his followers to love their enemies, which you are manifestly not doing. So why should Jews listen to Jesus if you don't? Last thing, and you may consider this a little bonus round item, I mention it only because I believe it was brought up at this conference earlier. This bonus topic is the USS Liberty, attacked by Israeli planes in 1967, killing 34 Americans. I'm making no assertions here. All I am doing is noticing. All I'm doing is asking questions, like Candace does, recklessly connecting dots. The Liberty was an intelligence-gathering ship, and LBJ was president. Israel was in the middle of a hot 1967 war. How confident are you personally that there was no American deep state in 67? How confident are you that we weren't playing both sides and feeding intel to Egypt? How confident are you that America can only be double-crossed and can never be the double-crosser? Your confidence in the essential goodness of the CIA is endearing. I want to close by saying, and this is crucial, I want to close by saying that I believe that debates about foreign policy and America's relationship to Israel and what happened to the USS Liberty or anything like that are totally inbounds and inbounds at a conference like this. Debates about whether the organizers of this conference were complicit in the murder of Charlie are in another category entirely, a category best described as demented or unhinged. If passive-aggressive gaslighting insolence had a basketball team, it is long since time to retire Candace's jersey. Those assertions are not in the same universe at all, and so the latter one must never be allowed to hide under the former. Thank you.
Pastor Doug Wilson, thank you so much for that opening statement. Now over to you, Steve Dace.
Well, I have to just say, on a personal level, I mean, one of the voices that God put into my life very early in my conversion to disciple me was Doug. And I mean, I've listened to countless, it was so long ago, it was cassette tapes, Doug, all right? So it is my honor to be here on this stage to get my brain beat in by Doug today. I can't wait to do that. I don't disagree really with anything. I wanted to make sure the ecclesiastical authority here, Doug, defined the terms. So let me define, since he's the pastor, I'm the pugilist, maybe I can help define the terms of the debate itself now that the actual terms are defined. There are great minds throughout the history of the church that have had great differing views on what Romans 9 through 11 actually means. And it's so funny, terms like dispensationalist are a buzzword today. I'm not even a dispensationalist. And replacement theology, I would also say on the other side, is a buzzword as well. And a lot of times these are terms that are thrown around so I can instantly determine whether you're on my team or not. Right? But that's not the seeking of truth. That's really the installing of tribe. All right? So there's parts of Romans 9 through 11, and what does it mean? Does it mean there'll be a future congregation of Israelites in a place called Israel? You know, it's funny, Jonathan Edwards, maybe the greatest preacher in American history. We may not be here today without Jonathan Edwards. He entertained a lot of what, out of the Reformation, that era, we would probably consider today, at least in polite comments on Jews and Judaism, maybe even to the point of anti-Semitism. And yet, Jonathan Edwards also believed there would be a future country at the end, and Romans 9 through 11 would be fulfilled by a future recongregation of Israel that may be the place where the timeline of prophecy and history is ultimately fulfilled. And so you see the nuance there. Right? And what you see a lot in my industry right now is people that are not studied, that are loud and uninformed, that do not understand these nuances, that frankly were not discipled by pastors like Doug, do not seek out the discipleship and the accountability that Charlie did. As his friend, I can tell you, I saw it personally. I saw how Charlie interacted with his own home church personally. I saw Charlie go out to pastors like Rob McCoy to get added extra accountability personally. I saw how Charlie had his own traveling theologian in Frank Turek in order to check his work and be held accountable personally. He took the position that God put him in very seriously. He took accountability and wisdom very seriously. And I think that there may be some good-meaning people. You absolutely can applaud for that, you bet. And I think there might be some well-meaning people in my business who are new Christians and are asking a lot of these questions, and I think that is fine. But I think they also are doing so without maybe connection to a local church and real biblical discipleship and teaching, and we want to fill in some of those gaps here today. And then I think there are, frankly, some bad faith agents that are maybe bringing up some of these things in order to cover for what their real agenda is. So let's just set one term of the debate. Regardless of what we prophetically think Romans 9 through 11 happens to mean, and there have been great minds all throughout the history of the church who do not agree on this, the one thing Romans 9 through 11 makes very clear, the one thing St. Paul himself, the Hebrew of Hebrews, makes very clear, and my final position is this: you are not allowed, Jesus does not allow you to be an anti-Semitic jerk face. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very much indeed. I just want to give you, Pastor Doug, an opportunity to respond to Steve's words, and then in turn I'll ask Steve to...
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. Basically, personal animus, personal hatred, personal venom directed at anybody is simply out. Right? You can't magnify the ways of Jesus by defying the ways of Jesus. Jesus required us to not be like that. And, of course, if someone asked me, are Jews trying to take over the world? I'd say, well, a Jew already did.
The fact that... Doug, it would certainly be news to the Chinese that the Jews own all the banks, because the Chinese think that they do.
Look, I know this is an issue on which there'll be a lot of questions and a lot of feeling, a lot of strong feeling. But we want to open things up now to the floor, and I think there are some. I can see some people queuing up there in a line. Yes, sir. Would you like to go first?
I'm Corwin. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, and my question is, how can people even consider that Israel is our greatest ally when the Talmud says blasphemous things about Jesus Christ and claims that non-Jews are subhuman?
I was Very quickly, whether or not Israel is our greatest ally is a political question, and as I said in my comments, totally in bounds. We can talk about foreign policy and whether or not Israel is our greatest ally. That's one thing. The second thing is you have to realize that the Talmud was a collection of writings over the course of 800 years, and it's as though you have someone gathered up all the issues of Cosmopolitan magazine over 800 years, and then you said the Talmud said, Cosmopolitan says, well, which rabbi, which time, which century? There are some, if you get my book, American Milk and Honey, there are some horrific things in the Talmud. There are also things in the Talmud that are pure exegetical gold. Right, so you're talking about centuries, and you can't just say one thing, the Talmud. It's too simplistic. I don't mind condemning the things in the Talmud that attack Jesus Christ or attack Christians. I'm a Christian, so I reject that. And whoever did that shouldn't have done that. But there are also things that I have personally learned from the Talmud that are just wonderful insights into Scripture.
Let me add to that, if you don't mind. A lot of people think England is our greatest ally. You can get arrested for preaching the gospel on the streets of England right now, not in a Talmud written 800 years ago, but in the next 8 minutes you can. There's a lot of people that want the Chinese to be our greatest ally because it'll make them a lot of money. They make sure that they forcibly abort children, particularly their girls. And they buy up American intellectual property and pirate our commerce and economy. There's a lot of people right now in our movement that want Qatar to be our greatest ally, and all they're doing is taking Al Jazeera TV and beaming hate into all the Muslim immigrant homes that we brought into this country since 9/11. So they're now more radicalized on the streets of the United States than they are over in the schools of Wahhabism in Saudi Arabia. So when we can play this game of darts and throw jello at the wall, like greatest ally and things of that nature, you can pick and choose whatever you want to do in someone's agenda because man is totally depraved and we're all sinful. Here's what I can tell you. If you're ever beginning from the premise that somehow an alliance with Israel is inciting Islam, with all due respect, you are ignorant of 1,300 years of world history. For 1,300 years, there was no nation on the earth called Israel, and we had Islam. And Islam just left us alone. They were great with, is that what they did, Doug? They were great with the West. They loved us. We were just peaceful. They all wrote with the curved sword, right on their curved swords, right on the curved swords of Islam, they had the coexist bumper sticker, right on those. You could read it, in fact. Right before it smited your neck, you could read that. All right? That's just simply not the truth of history. And you know, we have a president right now who is a deal maker. Ask yourself, look at the historic deals that Trump has cut in the Middle East. Ask yourself, if there were no Jewish state whatsoever in the middle of that region, who would he deflect to for leverage in a negotiation? How would he get the Saudis and the Egyptians and the Jordanians to the table if he didn't say, listen, if you guys don't want to negotiate, I'll just go ahead and give Israel all the weapon systems we haven't given them yet to make it even. You need leverage points in negotiations. And you know, earlier this year, who was it that launched the drones that shot down the Iranian missiles aimed at the Iron Dome? Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt. So I kind of think I don't have to make a theological case for Israel whatsoever. I don't have to look at any of their previous theological statements. Every knee and every tongue, every knee must bow and every tongue must confess that Jesus is Lord. And everybody that doesn't recognize Jesus is Lord, Jew and Gentile alike, will spend hell suffering for all of eternity apart from the grace of God. Amen? But as a foreign policy deflector shield, you want as much cartilage in the knee, my friend, between you and Islam. And all the people in this audience, let me tell you this. You want as much cartilage in the knee between you and Islam as you can possibly get, I can promise you. And the guy whose stage we're all inhabiting here today, he knew it best when he said, Islam is not compatible with Western civilization.
Thank you. Thank you both. Question over there, gentleman over there.
What is the greatest issue that Israel is doing to America? Like, is it AIPAC? Is it collateral damage? Is it Jewish billionaires? Like, what's the greatest issue that they have on America?
I'll take this one first.
Yeah.
The premise of your question essentially says President Trump is a schmuck, to use a Yiddish term. I mean, you're essentially saying that Trump is a schmuck and the tail is wagging the dog. That somehow he's not in charge, and some secret cabal of people are yanking his chain, and then he doesn't know what he's doing. The people leading our government don't know what they're doing. That people are not critical thinking. And so I would ask you, what is the premise of your own question? I mean, are the Jews with you today? Are they there in the room with you? I mean, what's the premise of your own question?
I think there are some issues with Israel. I think AIPAC should register with FARA. I don't know how much collateral damage should be having in Gaza, but there's a certain limit of how many innocent children and women that should not be dying. I agree, war, bad things happen, but there is a limit to collateral damage.
How many limits were there on October the 7th, and when did you post about those limits and your concerns?
You're comparing 2,000 people to 60 to 70,000 people.
What's your evidence of 60 to 70,000 people? Where'd you get that?
Ask any artificial intelligence where you would get unbiased information, and you would find a consensus of that data. And I would also like to hear,
I think that's what you kids today call a cell phone. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Did you want to comment on that?
Yeah. The thing that needs to be asserted here is that there's a long-standing statement that the first casualty in any war is the truth. There's the fog of war. Propaganda, atrocity stories are as old as dirt. And that doesn't mean that they can't be true, but it does mean that you shouldn't go on Instagram and establish the truth that way. So basically, atrocity stories, if it really happened, that's an atrocity. But I want to reserve judgment because lies pour out of wars just the way bloodshed does.
Can I just redirect really quick? I want to make sure that you guys understand. I push back because I want to see the premise of his question. Being concerned about the loss of innocent life and unnecessary escalating collateral damages, there's nothing wrong and immoral about that whatsoever. The question becomes, what's the premise of what you're asking, which is why I pushed back on, well, where was the anger about what happened on October the 7th? And did you see what he did there? All right? He just started counting bodies as if somehow the Israelis were just sitting there begging for this to happen to them, and they weren't. What provoked this? What provoked this operation? Since 2006, it's funny, those of you that want so-called Palestinian autonomy, in many respects, you sound very much like the neocons you claim to hate, because that's exactly what they believed in, was Palestinian autonomy and Palestinian agency, and the Israelis gave it to them, and they gave them essentially their own state right there on their border, and what they did is turn right around and vote for Hamas, and led to exactly the events that we just saw on October the 7th, and the events that we have seen since. So if we want to have a moral conversation, then I think you have to start from the right moral premise. If anything, the Israelis have been wrong in giving away too much land, giving too much infiltration to their own enemies, and listening to the neocons too much.
One sentence. Just very quickly, when October 7th happened, one of my grandsons was at Columbia University. So this horrendous thing happened in Israel. And the next day, there was an Insta protest at Columbia University, pop-up protest, pro-Palestinian protest, right after October 7th. The thing was a coordinated op.
Thank you. Yes, the lady at the front over there.
Hi, my name's Mason. I'm a chapter leader at The Ohio State University.
Go Blue.
Conservatives that question foreign aid to Israel get called anti-Semitic by some other conservatives. So am I anti-Semitic for questioning $38 billion sent in the last year while we have homeless American veterans on the streets in need of aid?
100% you're not. I don't think anybody should get a cotton picking thing. That would be my position. All right? But did you know how much we gave to Ukraine this year? Interesting. We gave 115% more aid to Ukraine this year than we did Israel. And I find it fascinating to me that there's a lot of blue checkmarked influencers in my industry that just don't seem to care about that. They don't seem to mind that we are literally just flushing the money down the toilet in Ukraine for a fake war between the World Economic Forum and Vladimir Putin, and over 100% more money as opposed to the money we've given to Israel. And you can boo me all you want, but those are the numbers. And so do we care about that we give money to Israel, or do we care that we shouldn't give money to anybody? If it's the latter, I'm all in for that. All right? I completely agree.
So I'm with Steve. Of course, opposing that kind of foreign aid to Israel is not anti-Semitic. That's one of the things I referenced in my talk. And I'm with Steve. I'd like our foreign aid to go to zero for everybody.
Thank you for your question. We've got time for one or two more. Yes, gentleman over there.
Yes, my name is Vash. I'm from Georgia, and I have a question for Pastor Wilson. So, do you believe that modern Jews, the Ashkenazi, the Sephardic, etc., do you believe they are the same as the Jews of the Bible, the 12 tribes of Israel, and the Jews in Jesus' day? And if you do not, I would ask you why you believe in soft supersessionism and that there is a necessity for a new state of Israel for those people.
That's a great question. First, the theory is that some promote is the Ashkenazi Jews were Eastern Europeans, basically, that converted to Judaism sometime in the late Middle Ages. I believe that the Ashkenazi Jews are genuinely Jews, but I think it's a reasonable question to raise whether or not they are. If someone says Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jews, then I would say, okay, so they had nothing to do with the crucifixion of Jesus, right? Right?
Thank you.
They had nothing to do with it. Secondly, I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because throughout the Old Testament, it's always covenantal. It's not DNA imprints or bloodlines. It's the covenant. If these people covenanted with the God of Abraham in the Middle Ages, and they've been living that way for centuries, then they're in covenant. They're in that covenant. So most of Abraham's household was not related to Abraham by blood, but they were all circumcised, first generation Hebrews, but they didn't have any blood connection to Abraham. So the issue is not bloodlines. The issue is always covenant.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for your questions. We're drawing to the end of our session now, and I want to give each of our debaters the opportunity to just close with some concluding thoughts. Steve, over to you.
So I think the great heresy that's been in the church in the last generation is that we have taken what Jesus said were the two commandments and we've inverted them. And what the seeker-sensitive movement did, which one of Charlie's legacies is convicting the scam that was the seeker-sensitive movement. All those seeker-sensitive pastors who said they were too good for Charlie and to help out Turning Point USA, well, he was the one actually going to where the seekers were. And a lot of you are in this room because he reached people like you, right? And what we did in this last generation in the church is we said, love your neighbor as you love yourself was the most important thing. And therefore we could offend God, we could alienate God, and God would just get over it, basically. And so we need to make the first commandment that Jesus said, summarizing that first tablet of the law, to love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. We need to make that great again in the American church, because that'll reset everything else, right? But let me add this, though. That second greatest commandment, folks, number 2 is still pretty high on the list. You must love your neighbor as yourself. Jesus did not say, love your neighbor unless they're an Ashkenazi Jew. Jesus did not say, love your neighbor unless you disagree with their Gaza operation. Jesus did not say, love your neighbor unless you disagree with them. We still have to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. That still ranks very high in the kingdom of God. And I promise you this on the authority of His word. Your efforts to save your country will not be blessed by God unless you do that, I promise.
Steve, thank you.
Yes.
Doug.
I would simply want to echo what Steve said. If we are involved in the reformation and restoration of America, this is an arduous task, and it goes down to your personal life and the condition of your heart. You can't make a good omelet with rotten eggs. And if you have hate in your heart, if you are debating the wrong way, then the issue is not the debate. The issue is the way you approach the debate. So if we're urging you to think like a Christian and vote like a Christian and get engaged like a Christian and educate your children like a Christian and worship God like a Christian, well, love your neighbor like a Christian. Debate like a Christian. Raise the questions, but raise the questions as though God were there with you, because he is.
Pastor Doug Wilson and Steve Dace, thank you both so much for an exchange that was enlightening and energizing and that's really pushed the conversation forward. Thank you both.
Like this, when everything is unsettled, it is easy to become unsettled yourself. The antidote to this temptation is to learn how to read the story you're in. The heart of unbelief wants to say that God is a blunderer and that he makes mistakes in the assignments he gives us. But you were born for this hour. All of this surrounding mayhem is our duty station. We were written into this role by the author of the story.
During the COVID lockdown, Dr. Bhattacharya helped to write the Great Barrington Declaration, a document that opposed the lockdowns. Dr. Bhattacharya found himself censored on social media and under attack from public health officials.
The proper role of scientists in a pandemic is to answer basic questions that policymakers have about what the right policy should be. The root problem is that we have a scientific culture that doesn't recognize how difficult science actually is, and it punishes failure too sharply and has the wrong standards of truth.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. It's an amazing audience today. I want to start by thanking Erica Kirk and Turning Point Action for the absolute privilege of being able to address you today. I'm especially excited to talk because I know that there are so many young people in the audience, and I want to speak directly to young people because of so much that has happened over the last 5 years have directly impacted the lives of so many young people. I was a professor at Stanford University for 25 years. Stanford, I still do love the place. Before I became the National Institute of Health Director. And I have to say, the best part of my job was always being able to inspire young people to become excellent scientists, excellent doctors, excellent human beings. And I know that Charlie was passionate about science, and he was also passionate about inspiring young people to be the best versions of themselves. Just a couple of weeks before Charlie was murdered, I had the privilege of speaking with Charlie on his podcast. I don't know if any of you saw that. We spoke on a very geeky topic. It was how best to reform scientific journals. And you're asking yourself, why was Charlie interested in reforming scientific journals? Well, it's because science for Charlie was a tremendously important part of making society better. Like him, I also believe that. But also like him, I have seen over the past few years how science can be used to harm society. The backdrop of our conversation was the terrible abuse of scientific authority, including by former leaders of the institution that I now lead, that put forward the idea that there was a scientific consensus in favor of closing schools, closing churches, and closing businesses to stop a respiratory virus that spreads whenever we are anywhere near another human being. The main idea, the main ideology behind the lockdowns is that thou shalt treat your neighbor, your friends, and your loved ones as mere biohazards. And we have to do it in the name of science. The problem is that this was a lie. Science never supported such an idea. It's never. Instead, what happened was that the scientific leadership of this country imposed their own values, their own ideas about how society ought to be organized. This idea that we should treat each other as biohazards, as a central organizing principle of society, which should never have happened, became put forward in front of society in the name of science. And so in order to do that, they shut down debate. In October of 2020, I wrote a document called the Great Barrington Declaration. Any of you in the room sign it? God bless all of you. I'll tell you, I'm tremendously proud of that document, but it was the most unoriginal idea I've ever had. Here's what it said. If you're vulnerable, let's take care of you. If you're less vulnerable, you should live your life. Science depends on freedom. Science depends on free speech. But what happened during the pandemic was that debate got shut down. If you ask me about what was the most important value that Charlie Kirk ever had, it was that we needed to have debate for freedom. And I'll go one step further in the context of science. Science cannot advance without free speech. Science cannot advance without debate. Now, we've been talking about science and the abuse of science that happened during the pandemic. I know so many kids that were harmed by these ideas, by these problems. But I want to also defend, as the director of the National Institute of Health, the flip side. Science can and has been a force for tremendous good. Science is a force for freedom for people. Just to give you some examples of advances that the NIH has sponsored that I hope will get at least as much applause. With scientific advances that to me now look like magic but are not, we can cure sickle cell anemia, a disease that I thought It's a disease that I thought would never be cured, and yet we can do it. We have advances that can keep someone with type 2 diabetes alive for a very long time. And with more work, the support of the president, we're going to learn what the cause of autism is. And I've been thinking a lot about this MAGA-MAHA alliance, and I've heard people say, well, it doesn't make sense. Why would these two disparate political movements come together? But if you think about it, it makes complete sense. What is the purpose, what's the goal of the MAHA movement? Well, it's good health and freedom for people. It's good health and freedom for people. The mission of the National Institute of Health is to do science that improves the life expectancy and health of the country. The problem has been, if you look, the country has not been healthy. Since 2010, there's been flat life expectancy. The idea that I've had as a medical student and as growing up was that life expectancy in the country was always going to get better, that the chronic disease crisis that we've seen would get solved. And yet since 2010, the science that we've done has not really translated over to better health for people. If we want to make America great again, we have to make America healthy again. And so the alliance makes complete sense. We need to use science, we need to use the institutions of this country, including the National Institute of Health, to reform them in ways so that it translates over to better health for Americans. I'm gonna leave some time for questions, but I couldn't resist ending with some advice and a plea for the young people in the audience. We need you to become scientists, doctors, nurses, all the things. Please. If you do this, if you become scientists, if you become doctors, if you become the people that you saw in these leadership positions, if you become those people, the next generation of scientists then will not abuse science to impose tyranny in the name of science. We all know what happens when someone comes to you and says, "I am the science." And it's because we all know this, when you become the leaders of this country as scientists, as doctors, you will never do that, because at the basis of it is a humility that we look at data, we learn from others, we center scientific debate rather than authority as a source of truth. Okay. I'm a dad, so I'm going to end with just some advice, the kind of advice I give my kids. Especially for those who are contemplating a scientific career or for a medical career, just a few pieces of advice. First, be brave. Be brave. Speak up for your values, because if you look at the scientific institutions of the country, it looks very one-sided. It looks like this dominated by the political left. But it doesn't have to be. Science has no politics properly considered. So, when you enter these fields, be brave. Speak up for your values. Remember what got you there. If you know that families are good and are the bedrock of our society, say it. If you know that God is good and worthy of worship, say it. And if you believe that science should be a force for freedom, then say it. Second, this is the hard part, work really hard on your craft. You need to be excellent at it. If you're going to be a physicist, be really good at math. Work really hard on the math. If you're going to be a scientist, if you're a biochemist, work hard on the biochemistry. If you're going to be a doctor, learn how to talk to patients. Think carefully about the scientific evidence and how you talk to patients. Become excellent at your field. And that's not so glamorous. You're going to spend a lot of time in the library, but that's the only way you can become really impactful. Third, there's going to be setbacks. You're not going to get the job you want sometimes. You're not going to be admitted to the school you want. But if you keep at it, if you work hard on your craft and remember who you are and why you're doing the work, then you will make a difference, I promise. Finally, if you succeed, the next generation of scientists will reject groupthink, embrace debate, and advance freedom, because science, properly considered, is really the engine of freedom for the society. I wanted to leave room for questions, and I still have a few minutes. So please, if there's folks who want to ask questions for the National Institute of Health Director, I'm open to hearing.
We've got a question on your right.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Michael Holston. I'm a PhD student at Auburn University in physics. My question is, My question is, how do we address the reproducibility crisis in scientific literature? How do we restructure incentives for research funding and make sure our federal research funds go to scientific inquiries rather than politically motivated things, or and make sure that they're going to effective studies that have scientifically valid results?
Thank you for that question. So at the base of the question is something that is shocking when I tell non-scientists this. It turns out that so many scientific results that people believe to be true, published peer-reviewed studies, when independent teams look at it, the same thing, they don't find the same answer. That's the reproducibility crisis. What's happened essentially is that we are in a second dark age where authority, I published in a top journal, has replaced scientific reality. Do other people looking at the same thing, using different approaches, tend to find the same answer? How do we solve that? First, we support people who do ask those questions. We support scientific debate. The NIH can do that, and I'm going to do that. I'm doing that. Second, we have to reward scientists who act in ways that promote scientific debate. Do you share your data with others? Do you accept scientific conversation as part of being a scientist? Again, something we can do. And in particular, when you look for scientific papers, it shouldn't just say where it's published. It should say who else has looked at those results and what do they find also. We have to essentially have a second scientific revolution that says it's not enough to say I am the science. Instead, you have to bring evidence, you have to bring data, and you have to accept challenges in physics, in biomedicine, in every area of science. That's the way forward.
This will be the last question.
Oh, goodness.
We're on your left. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. My name is Ethan. I'm from Virginia. Over the course of the pandemic, I think a lot of Americans kind of lost trust in the health organizations related to the government. My question is, how can those government-related health organizations regain the trust of the American people?
Thank you for that question. Everyone hear that question? How can you regain trust? I've been asking myself that from the day that President Trump tapped me, the director of the NIH, which is the major organization for scientific research in biomedicine. The key answer to that question is we have to do science that makes the lives of people better. And so that's what MAHA is about, science that makes lives of people better. That's what MAGA is about, to use the institutions of government to address the real problems that people have. So I've asked myself, how would I consider my success as NIH director? Life expectancy is flatlined since 2010. If at the end of this term we have turned that around so that people are healthier, they're living longer, and they can expect their kids to live longer, that's how we regain trust. We have to use science for the good of people, and I'm so grateful to all of you in the room. If you're a scientist or you want to become a scientist, God bless you. If you want to become a doctor, God bless you. Make America healthy by doing the best you can, and let's keep debating, let's keep talking, and thank you so much for your time.
So nice to myself. So nice to myself. I'm 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 so nice.
Hello, Turning Point USA. My name is Tage Gill. I'm the founder of Warpath Coffee. I'm a Navy SEAL combat veteran. We're very excited to support Turning Point USA. We support American values. We're huge patriots. We love Charlie Kirk. Merry Christmas from Warpath Coffee. Never bitter, never acidic, and never woke.
question the actual words they use. Because we are sharing the risk and being able to say what we want, the language changes. The best thing you can do when you're in conflict with anyone is to have fun. Why is it so important that I should agree with you? If you're looking for reassurance that you are right, I'm the wrong person. Do you ever wonder why I would risk this? Do you ever think to yourself, I'm outnumbered by you? Do you ever ask yourself, why would this person do this? The reason why I think the government and the media don't like somebody who's widening the lanes of free speech is because they defined disagreeableness as hate speech and hate speech as crime.
Please welcome Greg Gutfeld.
Thanks for coming out. Gotta go.
Let me do this properly, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Benny Johnson.
Yeah, Benny.
And this is the undisputed king of comedy of the world, Greg Gutfeld, the #1 comedy show on earth, the great Greg Gutfeld.
Thank you. Gotta say, you're the first adult male I've ever met named Benny. It's very strange.
So this happens constantly. There's a guy named Benny Thompson.
Right.
He's a Democrat.
Yeah.
He ran like the January 6th committee.
That's right.
And Donald Trump's like, F that Benny Johnson. Like every once in a while he mixes up my name.
You know, I think I accidentally sent you a pipe bomb. Don't you hate that?
It's not a cake, Kate. It's a bomb. It's from Greg Gutfeld. I'll explain later.
It's a cake that looks like a pipe bomb. It's a little prank.
Okay, you know Brett Baer. He's like the best.
Who?
And Brett Baer is like straight up and down news, and he's like delivering this news about January 6th and the pipe bomb, and he did the same thing. He goes, and that's a problem for Benny Johnson, lying about destroying America. I'm like, no, please, how do I get my reparations?
Yeah. Well, you know, who would have thought that Brett Baer's real talent is rapping? It's just, have you seen him rap? Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Donald Trump was the #1 most name-dropped American in all rap songs. According to the Huffington Post, they did a full analysis, and they found that President Trump's name was used something like 5,000 times in rap songs. Well, because Trump was culture, and Trump was fun. Trump is funny. And that's what made him so viable in these elections. That's what makes him such a powerful force. And since he's been on your show, and since that was a massive show, I want to sort of like, maybe why don't we start there?
Well, here's an unspeakable truth. If you were to ask a hip-hop artist, who would you rather be? Donald Trump, arrogant, obnoxious, driven, whatever, or Barack Obama? All of them would say Donald Trump. It's because wherever he goes, there he is. Life follows you, and you're having fun. I always talk about how we're living in the era of the flip. When I was your age, we didn't have Turning Point. I'm so old. When I was your age, the bad guys in every movie were the old, crotchety, white Republican, and the cool kids were like the hippies. I always use Animal House as kind of the analogy. The Animal House were the young fun lovers, and the dean was the evil conservative. It's flipped. It's now the teachers and the administrators who are the liberals, the woke and the left wing, because they got high on their own farts. They had no They had no opposition to their ideas, and now they became the man. And then what happens is you have somebody like Donald Trump, who's a billionaire, real estate contractor, who is now the rebel. He literally is the head of the Hells Angels. I often borrow this analogy from Scott Adams, but the reason why the Trump administration is so interesting is that it's a pirate ship. It's like, they don't have to get along. There could be a few rough edges in there. Maybe a few of them did time. There might be a body or two buried under a floorboard here and there, but they're all rowing in the same direction. If you have a sordid past, if you're a bit quirky, eccentric, dangerous, but you believe in what they believe, you can get on that pirate ship. So you have all these interesting people going in one direction, and the key is they're interesting. They're not technocrats, they're not bureaucrats, they're not rent-seeking politicians. They're just kind of like, they remind me, I'm old, they remind me of the Oakland Raiders from the 1970s. Just dangerous.
President Trump has dirty communist Orhan Mandami in the White House. And a reporter goes, hey, Mandami, like, is he still a fascist? And Trump's like, you can call me fascist. Just call me a fascist. It's funny, right? Trump's hilarious. Well, and he's been on your show, and he used to go on late night shows all the time. You remember Jimmy Fallon? He like tussled his hair. He like messed. You guys remember that? Jimmy Fallon like messed up Trump's hair, and he was beloved on late night.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, like, what the hell happened? These guys' balls fall off. Like they can't like do an interview with Donald Trump anymore.
I would say the balls fell off, except for The View. Too easy. That's too easy, people. Don't indulge me. It'll just get worse. You know what I think it is if you look at why people resent Donald Trump, and I've been thinking about this for a long time, because I had the same issues in 2016, 2015, and I knew Trump. Why do people resent anything? It's because they play a role somehow in the resentment, and they have yet to confront themselves over it. So you know when you're really mad at somebody and you don't know why? A lot of times it has to do with it's exposing something about you. And I think when Donald Trump came up and you had all these people that were friends with him, he exposed something about them that they didn't want to know. That they like, and I'm going to use, let's say, I'm going to use the Never Trumper conservatives. Why were they the most extreme in their dislike for Trump? Because he exposed to them that they actually weren't the voice of conservatism, and that upset them. It's like, wait a minute. Sitting in my leather armchair, smoking a cigar, quoting William F. Buckley, I'm in charge. And yet it's this guy. If they had actually said, okay, why is this? Because I had to do this with myself. Why is his success bothering me? Because you can do this with every person in your life on a personal level. What kind of resentment do you hold, and what's your role in it? And I'm going like, I know I'm pissed off at Trump because for years I was going after the politically correct, and I was saying all these things, and he came in and just blew it up, and that should have been me. I'm telling you, that is behind all of the resentment about Trump in the entertainment industry, in the world of politics. I won't say who this was, and his name does not rhyme with Schmill O'Reilly, but I was on this show, and afterward, they had done a segment on Trump. This is probably 2016, 2015, maybe earlier. And the host said, why did I run for president? And I think in a lot of people's minds, they were resentful that he did it and they didn't. And why wasn't it them? And then you go to the late night talk shows. So here's the way I look at late night talk shows. Imagine this amazing high school with tens of thousands of people, and there's one cool table off on the side, and there's 4 or 5 people holding court there, and they're the coolest people on the planet. You come in and they invite you to that table and you go, I'm good. I'm going out with these people. That created a crisis in confidence in those people when they suddenly realized that their views are not held by everybody else. They realized that sitting in that table, they were just talking to themselves, and nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I checked the ratings before coming out here. Greg Gutfeld has triple the ratings of Stephen Colbert. Greg Gutfeld has quadruple the ratings of Jimmy Kimmel. Even when he's crying, that son of a bitch.
You know,
he lied. That bastard lied. That bastard lied. He was ripped off air. He threw a temper tantrum. He was put in timeout because he lied about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, two things about that. Please. Remind me about the Kimmel thing because it's important. The first thing about competition. So when we were entering the late night sphere, I really didn't want to do it, but I did it. I didn't look at myself as competing against them. I thought to myself, no, I'm going for bigger fish. Like, I bet I could get the same number of all of them combined. So I didn't even think about them. What I was thinking about was like Monday Night Football, like actual things that people watch. And there are nights when I'm number one in all of cable, beating professional football games, sometimes every week. So it was all about like, this is not even in my universe. Because I think if I had focused on them, it would have been at the detriment of a wider audience. So now you look at like something like Kimmel and you go back to what I was talking about, that when somebody is upset about something, it's more about themselves. What is it about Kimmel that makes him so upset about Charlie Kirk's death? It was clearly lack of impact. He saw somebody have an impact that he kind of thought he wanted. And I feel like a lot of people feel that way when something big happens and it's not them and they are so ego-driven, it hurts them. And his lashing out was basically saying, wait a second, I truly am irrelevant. Behind every resentment is self-doubt. And you hear the imposter syndrome. It's kind of more, maybe I'm not all that I cracked up to be, and it sucks. And I think that's why he lashed out at Kirk. He saw the world change, and he was left behind. Imagine being in a movie in which if you find out in the final act that you're the bad guy, how do you deal with it? That's how you deal with it.
Wow. Why is the left so bad at comedy?
You know, it's interesting. They always used to say that about the right. Why is the right so bad at comedy? But if you look at the comedians from the 70s, they weren't liberal. It just so happened that the left kind of like priced themselves out of comedy by putting a price on what is considered hurtful. They always say to me, Gutfeld just punches down. And I go, what am I punching down? I'm pretty short. It's not a lot of things I can punch down on. Maybe Dana, but I don't hit women. I just want to make that clear. The idea that making fun of the trans movement is punching down, that is so completely wrong. When you go after a sacred cow, or is it a sacred bull?
Sacred cow if you're talking about The View.
See? I'm already having an impact on culture. But they would say, oh, if you're going after specific identity groups, you're punching down, like trans. No, you're punching up because they are sacred cows. They have preferential treatment that nobody else has. So I thought, I'm going after the people they say is off limits. Because, number one, I am not going to be compelled to behave in a way that they say is appropriate. And number two, yeah, you can clap. the moment you obey, it's over. You know, they don't like you. It drives me crazy to watch people strive for this strange new respect of liberals. Like, oh, I'm so excited when a liberal comedian agrees with me. This is one of the things that I remember when I was anti-Trump. Man, did I get love. I got love from the other side. And I remember, this is like, you know, Twitter was still pretty big in 2014, and I'm getting all this love. And I won't say the comedians' names, but they were like, oh, Greg, you know, it's great what you're doing on the 5. And I got to say, it felt good, you know, to get these accolades from people who normally call me a right-winger. And then I realized this was wrong. It's like, what am I doing? This is feeding my ego. And that was one of the things when I realized, okay, I'm not actually speaking the truth. I'm trying to build myself up. And that's when I said, okay, enough. And what made me change on Trump was I had to ask myself, what is it that he's saying that's upsetting me? And what is he doing that's upsetting me? He hadn't done anything yet. He wasn't president. So I pay attention to his deeds. I focused on deeds and not words. And once I basically dialed my ego back down, where, you know what? It's not about me. He suddenly became hilarious again. So I think that a lot of the never Trumpism is all about ego. They can't admit the sunk cost of their beliefs. If I hated Trump for so long, if I stop hating Trump, what did I just do for the last 10 years? It's like being in a terrible relationship and you don't want to get out of it because you were in it for so long. You know, it's what's the other? There's an opportunity cost that you start thinking about all the things you could have devoted your time to, but it was to this. I do think you're seeing cracks in it. People are like, you hear people, you know what, I'm not going to talk about Trump anymore. That's their way of saying, I'm a loser. The other thing too is, one of the interesting things about Trump derangement syndrome is that they call things a syndrome when there's no origin, like chronic fatigue syndrome. Those are things that they say we don't know what causes it, so we call it a syndrome, which is a collection of symptoms. It's not Trump derangement syndrome, it's Trump derangement addiction. And the reason why it's an addiction, and I use that phrase now, is because you can't control it. And when an addiction is out of your control, it has a power over you. And it creates a filter. Like if you were addicted to drugs, you have no control over it, and you see everything through the filter of drugs. It's like, how can I carve out enough time to buy drugs? Where's my dealer? With Trump, it's like every story is seen through the filter of what does it have to do with Trump. That is an addiction. And I honestly believe that if they treated TDA like any other kind of substance, people's lives would change for the better. I'm serious. You should, next time you run into somebody who's vehemently anti-Trump, you should ask them, I think you might have a problem. And then go, hey, do you want to go to a movie? And then you go, sure, you go to a movie, and you walk them into a room with all of their friends. And they all have letters. Dear Steve, we've noticed all you do is talk about Donald Trump from morning till night. And we're worried about you. We think you need help. I think that is like, if you look at it through that framework, it makes so much sense.
Should we open TDS asylums?
Say again?
Asylums, like mental health institutions.
I think we should, yes. One of the things, too, is understand that it's a flaw in human beings. We are drawn towards negativity over positivity because we're always trying to improve. So we like negative tweets over positive tweets. What's wrong with me is what everybody thinks. The Trump thing is a big what's wrong with me for never Trumpers. You kind of have to understand that. That's why I always say when you're dealing with never Trumpers or heavy, deep antagonism, observe, don't indulge. Observe, like you'll notice when you're at a workplace, who's the coolest person at work? It's the person that's observing and not indulging. The person that listens to gossip but doesn't spread it. That's the person you want to be. And you're going to find a much bigger, a greater peace of mind And you're going to see that the people that disagree with you are going to be wondering, what do you have that they don't have? What is this thing? It's like I have good friends who are incredible Never Trumpers, and it rolls right off me. And it bothers them more because they're trying to figure out, well, why am I this way and he's not? He's relatively successful. He's got, a happy family. Why is he not evil? And then you're causing them to think differently about their own resentment. Underneath every resentment is self-doubt.
This resentment is killing comedy. We have a comedic institution in our country called Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
If some of you are old enough, maybe raise your hands. Some of you might be old enough. Do you remember Gerald Ford falling down the stairs? This is a famous Chevy Chase bit.
Half of these people weren't even born.
Right.
Well,
Some of the people are born. There's a president who we had just a couple of, months ago, who was falling ass backwards across stages, down the stairs, over the Resolute desk in the White House. But
enough about Obama. Let's focus on Biden.
They never made fun of him.
Yeah.
And I think that's a crisis, actually, when there are untouchable things. Like, why did Saturday Night Live do that?
Well, this is the other thing that's great about whenever you're in a conversation, whether it is with the media, especially the media, is that they don't have any credibility. And SNL has no credibility. The late night shows have no credibility. The media has no credibility, but because for 4 years, they deliberately covered up for a president that was brain dead. There's no reason for you. It's kind of like, you don't take financial advice from Jim Cramer, You don't take
fitness advice from Whoopi Goldberg.
Yes, exactly. See, that was better. I'm having an impact on culture. Every one fat joke at a time. By the way, I forgot what I was talking about, but I don't have much time. People have asked me, why do you always make fun of somebody's weight or looks? And I have a theory which is 100% bulletproof. I call it the hierarchy of smears. Everybody that I make fun of for their weight or their hair loss or their whatever has once compared me to a Nazi or a fascist. And in the hierarchy of smears, you can fit a lot of stuff below Nazi. The moment somebody calls you a Nazi, you can call them anything. And here's why. When somebody calls you a Nazi, that's an amplified narrative that puts a target on your back. But when I call Brian Stelter fat, I'm not painting a target on it, even though it could be a big one. But nobody's going to kill somebody because they're fat. But they will kill you if they've been told through a repetitive demonizing narrative that you are a Nazi. They will come for you, as we know.
I want to wrap up just very quickly here. How do we save comedy? There seemed to be this incredible watershed moment where Dave Chappelle, Netflix was trying to cancel Dave Chappelle. They did this big walkout because he told a transgender joke, right? And Netflix said, no. Dave Chappelle said, no, I'm not cutting that for my set. And that seemed like there was this fever that started to break there. Well, now, how do we save comedy?
I'm telling you, this was free money on the table for us. The moment the left abdicated their dedication to free speech became our win. It just so happens we got President Trump, who uses speech like, a giant paintball gun, And, all the stars aligned. I don't care. I don't care if I'm going to get canceled because I live in a world where I will always land on my feet because we share the risk. If one of your friends gets canceled, you share the risk. You step up for people. The left, they learned that they can't even depend on each other. They will throw one of their own to the wolves with the hopes that the wolves will eat them last, but they always get eaten, hence the size of the view.
Yeah, okay. We've done a lot of picking. We've done a lot of rightfully picking on libs in your industry. You are destroying them, and it's so great to finally have comedy back in America. What is your single favorite Donald Trump, last question, single favorite Donald Trump comedic moment, either behind the scenes maybe you witnessed or something that was on stage? But as the most successful comedian in the industry, what's your favorite Trump comedy moment?
You know what? I got to go with the all-time classic. You know, there's so many, but the all-time classic that got me out of my chair and go, that's the man, was when he said, to be fair, it was Rosie O'Donnell. That was pure comic timing. He was seeing the question coming. He could have, a pure Republican response would be, of course, that was in the past. I don't think like that anymore. There are times when it was for entertainment purposes, but that's not what he did. He said, to be fair, it was Rosie O'Donnell. And I'm sure that it wasn't just me. I'm sure millions of people got up from the chair and go, that's the guy.
Who wants Greg Gutfeld to do stand-up for the next hour? Is standing right there. Listen to this. The king of comedy, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
The great Greg Gutfeld!
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Are you sick and tired of the healthcare system? Are you ready for a better way? America's Health Share is different. We believe healthcare should be aligned with your values, empowering individuals to direct their own care. Personalized, preventative care with cutting-edge services, early detection and root cause resolution. No skyrocketing premiums, no surprise bills, no financial uncertainty. This is not insurance. This is the Health Freedom Model, where members contribute and share into each other's medical bills with respect to your health sovereignty. We give you the tools, insights, and resources to pursue your own healthcare journey affordably and ethically. That's right. We're more than just healthcare. We're a community of Americans. You deserve better. Your family deserves better. Escape the broken system. Scan the QR code and take charge with America's Health Share.
If we don't do the right things in the next 4 years, we could easily be back in the same situation we were with another Joe Biden or Obama. We need to balance our budget and cut our debt so that you guys are not paying the debt off for the rest of your life. If they can't beat you to the ballot box, they come after you with the legal system. If we have the opportunity to get our ideas out, we're going to win a lot of elections. There is truly hope for the future because of what you all are doing, for the involvement of getting new voters and getting younger voters involved in this process.
Thank you. Well, after that, I kind of want Greg Gutfeld back out here for another hour and a half. That was awesome. So, I want to start off with a simple statement. Adversity is not defeat. Adversity is not defeat. And I think we can see it all around us, and I have a couple of stories. Look at Erica Kirk. How many of y'all were here last year? Raise your hand. A lot. How many of y'all were here last year and thought we'd be coming back without Charlie Kirk? Raise your hand. I would guess nobody thought that. We never know what's going to happen in life, and obviously there was a lot of adversity for Erica Kirk in the last 4 or 5 months. She lost her husband, had to take over this organization, has young children, and every day deals with adversity. And then, of course, Charlie and his life. I knew Charlie. I met him when he was 20. Thought he was a pretty normal guy. I met him at the Trump hotel, and we just kind of hung out. And then over the years, people were telling me how special he was, and he was going to do great things. And I was like, yeah, he just seems like a normal guy to me. Obviously dealt with adversity every day as he challenged people to be different. He challenged them in their faith. And he dealt with adversity. And I want to come back to Charlie, but obviously his life ended in adversity. Charlie died he was almost 32, I think that's correct. There was somebody else that was on earth that accomplished a lot in a short time, just like Charlie. His name was Jesus. He died at 33. And obviously he did a lot of amazing things. He healed people. He proclaimed the gospel of life. He changed people's lives while he was here. But obviously, lots of adversity. And he died in a pretty tragic way. And yet, in that short period of life, that most people live more than those years, 33 years or 31 years. And yet, he accomplished something that changed the world forever. Adversity is not defeat. How about Donald Trump? You guys know him. He runs for president. To be honest with you, he wasn't my first choice at first. 17, if you'll remember, there were 17 Republicans. And this guy found a way to distinguish himself. And despite his background of no politics, ended up being our Republican nominee. And of course, they told him he wasn't going to win, that Hillary was going to win. And even on election day, I think most people thought that Donald Trump was not going to win. And yet, despite the adversity, he ended up becoming the President of the United States. And of course, you saw what they tried to do to him. They impeached him twice. And yet, during that period of turmoil, I can tell you this, I've watched a lot of presidents in my lifetime, and no president accomplished more with that type of adversity than any other president in my lifetime. And I think you agree with that. And I want to tell you a little bit about my story. I had served in the Texas House and the Texas Senate for 12 years. Never been in trouble in my life. I hadn't even gotten a speeding ticket. And I became Texas Attorney General in 2015, and within 6 months, I'd been indicted on 3 felonies. And by the way, I should tell you one quick story about Donald Trump. Are you guys okay with the Donald Trump story? So, you of course know he was indicted also in 4 different places, 2 on state, 2 on federal, so they could divide it up. And even if he somehow got pardoned in the federal, he'd still have the state charges. And I think I added it up one time, and it would have been like 786 years in jail, something like that. That's a lot of time for one guy to serve in jail for being president. Well, so I asked him one time, I said, I was in the limo by myself with him, which rarely ever occurred. And I can't tell you exactly how he answered me because it's not appropriate for right now. But I did ask him, I said, Mr. President, I don't understand how you deal with all of this stuff. How is it that you're able to just continue on like nothing happened? And in my own words, because he did say it a little differently, he said, I just don't care. I just want to do the right thing. And I think that says everything about Donald Trump. So as I said, I got into office. I'd never been in trouble in my life. No speeding tickets, never been kicked out of school, never did drugs, never really had any problems. Within 6 months of being in office, I was indicted. I didn't have as many years on my charges as Trump, but it could have been up to 204 years, which would have been a long time for me. I went through the state bar trying to take my license for suing the 4 states over the election. I went through the Obama administration trying to put me in prison, having the FBI investigate me for 2 years because I sued them 27 times in 2 years. I had the Biden administration, yes, the Biden administration also investigated me for 4 years because I sued them 107 times over 4 years, and they didn't like it. And so I went through all of these different things, special prosecutors, 15 different legal issues, and the finale was the Republicans in the Texas House, under the leadership of a very liberal Republican who was more tied into the Democrats because he was elected by the Democrats. Under the guise of Republicans, they impeached me, and I had to go to trial in the state of Texas in the Texas Senate. And when they did that, I had no money because I just finished a campaign where they ran a bunch of people against me. It cost me $16.5 million. I had no money, and the House knew I had no money, and I had to hire attorneys with no money. Have you ever tried to hire attorneys with no money? It's not easy. They put a gag order on me, so I couldn't respond to anything being said over a 3.5-month period. I had no way to respond. And I remember sitting down with my attorneys because they kept saying I was going to quit, that I was going to resign. And I sat down with my attorneys, who thankfully agreed to work for free at first. Of course, I paid them later. I said, look, I want you to know this. I am not quitting. The people of Texas just elected me 4 months ago. I'm going to make these senators vote. And so I went through that whole summer, and we went to trial. And I went through that whole crazy trial, which was like a soap opera, with 20 different counts. And I remember sitting on my back porch as the Senate came in to make their determination, and they went count by count. It was count 1, acquitted, count 2, acquitted, all the way through 20 counts, acquitted on all 20 charges. And guess who was my first call after the acquittal? Within 5 minutes, my phone rings. Donald Trump. And he was genuinely happy for me and was so excited that I had been acquitted. And then a few hours later, I was at dinner celebrating. I get another call from Donald Trump. And of course, I always take those calls. And he was at dinner with a bunch of people that I didn't even know. And he goes, these people are so excited for you. Would you mind talking to them? So he passes me around the table. Adversity is not defeat. And I came out of that, and we were able to, within a couple of weeks of getting back into office, I was able to sue Joe Biden sue him for cutting down our fence in Texas that we had on the border. I was able to sue Pfizer for lying to us about the vaccine. I was able to settle lawsuits with Google and Facebook for almost $1.4 billion apiece. And I was able to continue suing Joe Biden until his very last day in office, the day that he transferred power. I sued him one more time, 107 times on the last day. As he walked out of office, I got to sue Joe Biden one more time. And my friend Aaron Rice can verify that because he's running for Attorney General in Texas, and he was part of that deal. So my time is almost up, but there's plenty of stories of diversity in the Bible. One is about Joseph, probably not the nicest brother to his brothers, and they plotted to get rid of him. They were going to kill him, but then they decided, let's make some money off him. He'll probably die anyway. They sold him into slavery. His life looked pretty bleak. He was in slavery, then he ended up in Egypt, he ended up in prison, not really looking like the best life. And yet, you all know the story. He ends up becoming prime minister, and his brothers have to come to him during the famine in Canaan and ask for help, and they don't recognize him. And when they finally recognize, when he finally discloses who he is, they're terrified because they're thinking he's going to be just with them, and that they're going to get punished and maybe end up dying. And yet, he has complete grace for them. And he says, I'm going to help you because what you meant for evil, God meant for good. What this assassin meant for evil, God is going to use for good. Absolutely. And today we have, I think, I was told last year it was like 18,000 here. Now there's 30,000. I'm watching Turning Point chapters start all over my state. I've been to many of them speaking, and I watch these kids. I call them kids. They're young adults who are starting Turning Point chapters and making a difference and taking the message of what Charlie cared about, which was his faith in God and his faith in Jesus Christ. And he's taking these values that our founders cared so much about, and he was instilling them in high school students and college students. And I wonder, as I finish, if you look at the name Turning Point, he had a purpose for naming this organization Turning Point. Obviously, he was turning our country in the right direction with the elections, with education, with college campuses. But I wonder, and I doubt he would have really thought this, but the real turning point may have been when that assassin took him out of life, because look what's happened since. And what I want to encourage you as I close is I hope that we will take his death and we will use that as a personal turning point, not just for ourselves, but also as an action item for moving forward with the mission that he cared so much about, which was, he'd always say, we have a country to save. And courage is not a talent, it's a decision. Those are his words. So I want to encourage everyone here, including myself, as I'm moving on to hopefully another post very soon. I want to encourage you to have courage, because remember, it's not a talent, it's a decision, it's a choice. And I want you to use what happened on September, I think it was 10th, as a turning point for you and for this entire country, because his message is critical and crucial to the survival of our country. And I want to thank you all for being here and being a part of that. God bless. Thank you very much.
You've been called. Weak men built weak times. We inherit distraction, addiction, drift. The front line is not distant. It runs through your heart and your home. Frontline 21 men reject comfort. They choose courage over compromise. Discipline over drift. They are forged, not born. Like the greatest generation before us, we will be remembered. Not for bowing to culture, but for standing against it. Strong men make good times. Hold the line.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Jacob, and I'm with Frontline 21. Thank you all for bringing me to this amazing event. I'm sure you all saw there was a shift in our culture after September 10th. Many of us were left with questions. Questions about God, questions about culture, and questions about who can step up and tell us what to do now. There was a lack of men willing to answer that question. I know we're all here to remember and honor the legacy of a great Christian martyr, Charlie Kirk. To remember how he inspired all of us to consider how we're using our time, talents, and influence to bring about the kingdom of heaven. It was Charlie that inspired Frontline 21 movement by the people at Covenant Eyes. The world needs men now more than ever. Men with courage, men with strength, men with integrity, and most importantly, men with faith. History doesn't remember the guys who played it safe, the wishy-washy bench warmers, or the timid. It remembers David, who stood in faith with God and brought down Goliath. It remembers the apostles, who took the word of God into the world and they died for it. And it remembers Charlie. They weren't superheroes. They were men who took up the Great Commission and led their people through the wicked and fallen world they lived in. C.S. Lewis puts it like this: we're not just imperfect creatures who need improvement. We're rebels that need to lay down our arms. But then he hits us harder. Once the rebellion is over, God doesn't turn us into nice, tame house pets. He turns us into sons who lead. That's the call on your life. Frontline 21 is about more than reminding us not to look at porn. It's more than just telling us to vote conservative. It's more than just going to church. It's a call to form a relationship with God. God has a plan for each and every one of us young men. And Frontline 21 is leading us. If I may read from 1 Corinthians, be watchful, stand firm in the faith, and act like men. Let all you do be done in love. God is calling men like us to return to his design, to no longer accept the confusion of culture, that masculinity is toxic, that blue-collar, dirt-in-the-fingernails men are somehow lesser, that college degrees are the only way, and that providing and protecting a family is the responsibility of the state. All of those are honorable callings for men. John Eldridge says every man carries two big questions in life. Do I have what it takes? And who will fight for me? Well, the Bible answers both of those. It says, my God will supply all your needs according to his riches in glory in Christ Jesus. Yeah, you can clap for that. So here's the deal right now. There's a movement called Frontline 21. It's not another podcast. It's not an Instagram page. It's not a bunch of Bible verses. It's a coordination of young men living their lives with biblical principles. It's about becoming the kind of man a woman can follow and children will respect. It's about mastering your money, your mission, your muscle, not for the sake of your own ego, but because the kingdom needs dangerous men who can provide and protect. It's about locking shields with your brothers next to you and taking the fight to the culture. We are the knights of a modern world, fighting dragons that take the form of algorithmic addiction, fatherlessness, and spiritual stupidity. I ask you now to go to frontline21.com to join that fight. Check out our booth, scan the QR code, and I need each and every one of you, especially you guys up here in the front, you young men, to join the fight against the culture we live in. Thank you so much, everybody.
What's happening? Woo! Look at this! They flipped the system on its head, and that attracts young people. This country is for my American children. Their birthright is a strong, safe country with safe border with a booming economy. This is the movement of populism. Populism is popular. There is no white or black America, red or blue America. There's just the United States of America. And ladies and gentlemen, if you believe Christ is king, you're in the right house tonight.
that in the house tonight. You got spiritual energy. It's a good energy. Positive energy. Good aura. Positive energy. Greg Gutfeld, that guy's awesome. Whew, what a warm-up act. And we get to do 2 of those walkouts there. It's amazing. Thank goodness I took my fentanyl this morning. Okay. So it's been an interesting AmericaFest. Erica Kirk last night, it's like a Thanksgiving dinner where you have some family members who disagree a little bit. And we certainly have that. If my family's like your family, it's like our wine aunts, right? Our childless wine aunts who hit the box of wine a little too hard, and now they're screaming and yelling at each other over the Gilmore Girls. And so we've had a little bit of the Real Housewives of the GOP here at AmericaFest. All right? Yeah. And I think that's fine, right? I think it's good. Charlie wanted good, strong debate. The best ideas win, right? Charlie was always in favor of people debating in good faith. And I think that's a real big positive, but I think we missed a moment here. And it's not for me to stand on this stage and criticize Turning Point at all, but I'd just like to give a little bit of advice and potentially a suggestion for the next AmericaFest. And I wonder if you would maybe join me with a round of applause if you agree with this. The next time that you have Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro speaking within a couple minutes of each other on stage, what you got to do here is you just got to you just lie to one of them and tell them the wrong time. And then welcome them out on stage, and you can get the Ben Shapiro-Tucker debate we've all been wanting. It's so easy. Wouldn't that have been better, actually? Who's in favor of that? Who would want that, right? Oh, man. Tucker'd be throwing Alps. Ben Shapiro would throw Yarmulke. It'd be crazy. But it'd be good, I think. I think it'd be in favor of that, actually. Right? And that's the difference between us and the left. The left just wants to cancel, and we're not that. The left just wants to silence your speech. And that's what's so critical about this moment, and that's, quite frankly, part of the purpose of Charlie's life, was that Charlie proved that good faith debate is so positive for this nation. It's okay to disagree with people. 90% of the people on Charlie's TikToks were disagreeing with him, right? The girl with the septum piercing and the pink hair, right? That pees in the kitty litter box. She disagrees with Charlie, and Charlie sat there and was so kind to her. And that was part of Charlie's legacy. We're going to talk about what Charlie's legacy actually is tonight, because I think there's a lot of people that are trying to usurp it or tear at it from the inside, and I say, damn it, no, you are not allowed to do that. Charlie is one of the greatest Americans who ever lived, and unfortunately, the reason that we have to use the past tense there is because the left has decided to no longer debate. The real enemy is not somebody on your side who disagrees with you. The real enemy is the left, who stopped debating and started killing. And those sons of bitches need to be called out. I'm sick of seeing my president get shot in the head. I'm sick of seeing my friends get shot on a live stream. I'm sick of seeing stories like Brown University this week with that wonderful, beautiful girl in the College Republicans who was targeted for assassination as well. So it's time to call evil out, and let's do that tonight, huh? Let's do that. I think that this trick, just some free advice for Turning Point, I think that this trick could totally be used for different people. I think you could get Candace and Tim, you know? They've had you might have to get a bouncer. I think that you could also use this trick potentially for what's going to be one of the greatest debates of our lives. This is happening, baby. Who's ready for that? Oh, I got my JD boys over here. Anyone from Ohio in the house? And is Appalachia in the house? Ladies and gentlemen, why is J.D. Vance vice president? I think this is so critical. I worked with Charlie for 10 years. This is so critical in understanding who Charlie was and why he was so powerful. Charlie Kirk was somebody who united. I am sick of the division. I am calling it out. I call it out to its face. I disavow it. I'm sick of it. They're out killing us, and we're in here squabbling and bitching and moaning, and I'm sick of it, and I've had enough. I've had enough! You know who also said naughty words, about Donald Trump? J.D. Vance. There was a time J.D. Vance has answered for this a million times, that J.D. Vance didn't start off as a big-time Trump supporter. Because of Charlie Kirk uniting our movement, we got this ticket. This was Charlie's legacy. And because of Charlie's legacy, we got the greatest meme in history. J.D. Vance going as J.D. Vance. Guess who else Charlie united? Charlie created the Maha movement. We need to say that. This was a turning point event. Charlie made this happen. And because of Charlie creating the Maha movement, we got this photo, which is like an ISIS hostage photo. Have you ever seen RFK's face? He's like, I'm about to be beheaded by the seed oils. Charlie Kirk united two of the most powerful men in the world, Elon Musk and Donald Trump. This was Charlie's movement. A lot of these guys didn't like each other, but Charlie put them together for a united cause because we have a united enemy. And it was at Charlie Kirk's memorial here in Arizona where these two men reconciled. That's the Spirit of God in action. So as I watch some of the people trying to destroy this movement from the inside, as I watch some of what's been happening here on stage, maybe we could lower that a little bit, but it's beautiful worship music. Who was there at Charlie Kirk's memorial? Who watched it online? Who watched the memorial? Look at this. What happened here was so beautiful. This was the #1 apostolic event in human history. Hundreds of a revival, a true Christian revival. Charlie Kirk, he said, I want to be remembered for advancing the kingdom of Christ. And this was it, ladies and gentlemen. If you were there or if you watched online, billions of people around the world saw the president witness about his faith in Jesus Christ, saw all of us talk about our faith in Jesus Christ, and most importantly, we were all united against evil in this moment. Don't let them steal this from us. We have to recapture this. This is the energy that wins because it is the Christian energy that is foundational to this nation, this movement. This is how we take our country back. Let's get back here. Don't ever forget. Who wants to be back here? And a show of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants one of these memorials for Charlie Kirk on this date every single year that we can go to? And we can bring our elected officials and have them on stage and have a spiritual event together as a nation. Yes? Because we've been through spiritual times. Look at how close we were. You get desensitized to it. This is the hand of God saving President. Look at how close we were. Saving President Trump. The first person to text me that Trump's been shot was Charlie. And we got on the phone and we said a prayer. And that's how much Charlie cared. Charlie went 50 times harder after this because he saw the hand of God on President Trump. God saved President Trump. God put President Trump in office for this time, and this time specifically. In Peter, it says that you don't get to choose the time of your birth or the breath of air that you take, that God designed all of it. God created you for a purpose, and this was a purpose. God saving President Trump for this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the actual legacy of Charlie Kirk, and I'm sick of pretending that it's not. This is the legacy of Charlie Kirk right here. Part of the lore. Part of the lore. Melania Trump called Charlie, should I wear this hat? And Charlie said, yes, you gotta wear it. I don't actually know if that's true. I don't know. Check with Erica. Here's what I do know is true. This is a map of the 2024 election versus the 2020 election. Every single county in America voted more for Republicans, more for Donald Trump than last election. Every county. This is the country you live in. This is the Red Kingdom. This is our nation. This is the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Let me tell you what this is. Let me tell you. This is Donald Trump winning the popular vote. This is Donald Trump winning all 7 swing states and Donald Trump winning 90% of the counties in America. A red kingdom. You're the majority in this country. Don't ever stop acting like it. What else did Charlie do? Critical here. Why did he unite so much? Because Charlie understood who our enemy was. There's our enemy. Okay? The guy who can't get his damn mask on right. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like, it's great. At least with the mask that way, he can't bite any children. This is like, you know, he doesn't look that scary, but he is actually like the worst president of my lifetime. That's just a matter of fact. He can't move a beach chair to, oh no. Live shot from Epstein Island. And his guy, he doesn't know where the hell to go into the White House. This video, I just still can't believe it's real and not a Saturday Night Live sketch. The Secret Service guy's like, go here, sir. And he just starts wandering into the bushes. I don't know, where am I going? He has the nuclear football. I'll just go into the bushes. Time. Yeah. Go read Ashley Biden's diary. I mean, he did bite children, right? Like, some of these kids are really smart. Look at this kid. This kid actually punches him in the face. Watch this. Well, look at this. This is child abuse. The kid's like, get the hell away from me. Get away. The kids always know, dude. The kids always know. What else did Charlie save us from? Well, talk about having no kids. Charlie saved us from having to listen to this all night. Charlie saved us from having to listen to Kamala Harris, drunk off her ass, crying about her feelings. And the last time you or I ever had to see Kamala Harris was when she certified Donald Trump's election on January 6th.
Has received 312 votes. Kamala B. Harris.
They'll say it's AI. They'll say it's AI. So instead of having that woman in the White House today on Christmas, we have this woman in the White House on Christmas. Melania Trump saved Christmas. Look at the difference in these Christmas videos. Melania Trump is the Christmas queen. Look at what she did. She brought restoration, Christmas time, and the nativity, most importantly, back to the White House. So instead of this freak show, Melania Trump is restoring Christ back in Christmas. Thank you to our First Lady, and I don't give a damn about your stupid fashion magazines. She's the most beautiful First Lady we've ever had. Melania Trump deserves every cover. And I know this because I was just at the White House with my family. These are my kids. This is my family. And I want to just get just some sound from everyone. I want to hear from the young men, the young people, the old people, everyone. Because I got a story about Charlie. Charlie Kirk found me when I was a degenerate alcoholic and I was no good. And I had like nothing really going for me. Charlie Kirk personally witnessed to my life. And it's not just me. Of course, he witnessed to all of you. If you followed him on social media, which everybody did, he witnessed to millions and millions and millions. And he changed my life forever. And so, can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? If Charlie Kirk helped Christ center your life. Can I get an amen? If Charlie Kirk made you, young man or young woman, want to fall in love, get married, and have children. And can I get an amen? If Charlie Kirk made you reconnect with the great founding and the Christian morals of this nation and be proud of America again. That's church, baby. And that's what Charlie did for me in my life. And after Charlie witnessing to me, I mean, he would, after I got married, Charlie would text me almost every morning. You have kids yet? You have kids yet? You have kids? You have kids? You have kids yet? You have kids? You have kids? I'm like, Charlie, that's really creepy. Get out of my bedroom. You know, like, come on. But he was right. He was right. And since Charlie witnessing in my life, I have had 4 children in 4 years. Thank you very much. With my wife. And I say with my wife because backstage at Charlie's memorial, Elon Musk's holding my youngest son, and Elon Musk's holding him, and he's like, have many babies, have millions of babies. And I was like, Elon, some of us have kids the normal way, not like you. You know, you do it very differently. Some of us can't afford to do that, but you go repopulate America and Earth and Mars. Ladies and gentlemen, we're the ones having kids. We're the people who are repopulating the nation, and this is our destiny. We are going to save Western civilization. And I want to just speak very quickly, and I want to say it as clearly as possible. Why was Charlie Kirk taken from us? Well, God is the author of life and death, obviously. It was God's will. There's nothing outside of God's will. God didn't make a mistake. Charlie is now a martyr. But who pulled the trigger? Well, let me tell you, as somebody who knows a lot of people who've been briefed on all of this, who've seen all of the evidence, and all of the available evidence is empirical and demonstrable. The person who pulled the trigger is part of the demonic transgender ideology that warps the minds of our young children, that poisons them, that is antithetical to creation itself. God called on us. I maketh you man and woman. God doesn't make mistakes. Transgenderism is a lie from the pit of hell. And I'm sick of seeing transgender violence and murderers in my country. And what has made me so angry about this moment is that it should have been a unifying moment for us to all say, what a horrid and wretched ideology. Now it's time to kick in doors, right? Come on, FBI, do some door kicking. Round them up. The violent Antifa members, the Trantifa members, it's time, okay? Use this as a moment. That should have been the moment, but we didn't have that moment, sadly, because there was too much tearing at the seams. It's time to focus, ladies and gentlemen, on what's truly ripping the true evils, demonic evils that are ripping this country apart. Yes, this is the ideology that took Charlie from us. And what was the last words that Charlie said on earth? He was actually answering a question about transgender violence. God was sending us a message. Let us heed that message. And I have good news for you today in closing. Ladies and gentlemen, the House of Representatives has passed a bill to ban child mutilation in America. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to hear this. I need you to hear this. Health, laser focus on this gentleman. Health and Human Services, your federal government's health agency. This man stood up less than 24 hours ago, and with the full weight of the American federal government behind him in our entire healthcare establishment, said this. Please, quiet as a pin, listen to this.
Men are men. Men can never become women. Women are women. Women can never become men. Children are innocent, and they need our protection.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a Charlie Kirk legacy right there. We would never have heard that without Charlie Kirk. So if you want to carry on Charlie's legacy, unite, stand against evil, make positive change in your country. And I'll close with this. It's happening. You want Charlie Kirk's legacy? I banish you, Satan. I banish the demons that are trying to rip at and destroy Charlie Kirk's legacy. Let me present it to you clearly based on data right here. Young adults are leading a resurgence in church attendance. That's Charlie Kirk's legacy. Gen Z leads all church attendance. That's Charlie Kirk's legacy. Charlie Kirk swung young voters, and particularly young men, voted in a absolute majority for Donald Trump. First time in our lifetime. That's a Charlie Kirk legacy. And when Gallup polled the priorities of young people in our country, young, based, male Trump voters said the number one priority of my life is going to be getting married and having kids. That's the number one thing they want to do. That's Charlie Kirk living today. And that's why red states have a child population that is skyrocketing and blue states are collapsing. Because have you ever seen a lib? They're so hideous, no one wants to have sex with them. I mean, they're literally cutting their dicks off. There was a vasectomy bus at the DNC. I'm not lying about that. They had a vasectomy bus at the DNC. Kamala male voters were signing up for vasectomies. And what do you call Kamala male voters? A female. Guy goes, cucks. You're right. Ladies and gentlemen, the final point of today is this. Demographics are destiny. God speaketh to us in the first verse of the Bible, the first book of the Bible in Genesis. God says, go out, procreate, be fruitful, he tells Adam. He tells you the same thing. God's first command was not the 10 Commandments, not the Beatitudes. It was go, be fruitful, and multiply. That's what God said. God's command on your life. Have children. Have babies. Fall in love. Have millions of kids. We can actually literally outbreed the left. And we can save this country. That's how we do it. Finally, if you want to see Charlie's aura personified, look at this beautiful woman at Target. Who's seen this video? Wearing her Charlie Kirk shirt, facing absolute and total villainous and violent and sick harassment. This beautiful woman, Jeannie, watch the way she responds.
They let you wear that shirt, sir?
Yes. Why? Why are you taking my picture?
Why are you wearing that shirt? You're working. It's not
a red shirt. I can wear any red shirt.
It's not a plain shirt.
It doesn't have to be
It's a Charlie Kirk shirt.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Are you stupid?
No.
Why the would you wear that? You're at work at Target. That's not a Target shirt. It's not a plain red shirt. You support a racist.
It's not racist.
You support a racist.
He's not a racist.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to stand here and argue with you.
You're not. You should go get your manager. You should not be allowed to wear that at work. Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
That's your opinion.
No, the opinion is he's a racist and you support him.
That's your opinion, ma'am.
And you should not be allowed to wear that. This is going to be taken above your head. That's insane. Insane.
Have a nice day. Ladies and gentlemen, what is that
it's
music?
The most wonderful time.
It's Jeannie!
With the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. It's the happiest season of all. rings when friends come to call. It's the happiest season of all. There'll be parties for hosting, marshmallows for toasting, and caroling out in the snow. There'll be scary ghost stories and tales of the
Benny, I hope you don't mind, but I brought a special guest to come celebrate AmFest with us.
Oh, you mean America's target grandmother?
Grandma Jeannie is in the house.
And wearing the famous Charlie Kirk red Target shirt.
Jeannie, how did it feel to be in that moment, to have someone shove a camera in your face, to use horrific language, and film you simply for wearing a shirt of a man you support?
Well, first of all, I thought she was just taking a picture. I didn't know till the next day that it was videoed. But I don't know, I just was watching her, looking at her, and I was kind of thinking, oh my. But what you saw, it's me. It's me. So, I want to thank you all for your applause, for your donations, and I want to thank them for bringing me here.
I'll just say this, that when your Give, Send, Go went up and all of this happened, I reached out to Erica Kirk, I let her know about this, and Erica said, Jack, I want her at AmFest.
Could I ask a question? Really quickly. Could I have the mic? Jeannie, what did Charlie Kirk's life mean to you?
It meant that I can stand for freedom. I did in a way. I stand for my rights, and that's why I watched him and everything, because I love the way he stood up and stood for God, and I love the way he talked to the students, and where you can think for yourself. But God's the one that has to go with you. So I just, like everybody else, she just loved him.
And what message do you have for everybody who donated across America? I think you're well over $250,000 were donated. What message do you have for your supporters?
Thank you. I don't have the words except for thank you. I love you guys all. And I hope And another one, I hope that I come across that we be nice to each other. And I think Charlie wanted that too. He didn't want the anger. He wouldn't have responded any different than what I did either. And I hope a lot of you would respond the way I did, because otherwise we're going to get worse. But he's the motivator.
What's that?
What she did in that moment was respond to the worst of them with the best of us.
Yes. Yes. And that is the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Merry Christmas. God bless all of you. God bless Jeannie. Thank you.
crank the volume all the way up. One of the most powerful words in the English language is the word no. Look at the turning point events that get bigger and bigger and larger every year. No one is above the law. Because America is not a place. America is a people. America is a country. America is a nation. Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
How did everybody like Grandma Jeannie? Look, there's been this narrative that, oh, AmFest has been divisive, and AmFest has been about infighting and bickering and division and all of this. And when Benny and I heard about Grandma Jeannie, I brought it to Erica, and I said, you know something? This is an opportunity for us to take a year that started off on such a high note. When I was here last year, we were on the top of the highest mountain. We'd won the election. We'd won the swing states, the popular vote. You all saw how happy Charlie was that night. I was sitting right there. Held his face in his hands, teared up a little bit. Charlie didn't like to show that kind of emotion on air. None of us do. But he was so happy because God had given our country a chance. Because God had given our country a chance to succeed. And yet, we didn't realize that God had different plans for all of us. And look, I'd be lying to you if I tell you that I had it all figured out or understand what all of this means. I don't. But I have faith in God's plan, I have faith in God's will, and I have faith that God's sovereignty is paramount because Jesus Christ is the King of the entire universe and He is the author of all creation. Christ is King. And so we came from the top of that highest mountain to the pit of the deepest valley, the valley of the shadow of death itself, as the Bible tells us. And when you're faced with something like that, you don't know how you're going to react. You don't know what the rules are. There's no playbook. There's no manual. There's no one coming to tell you, hey, this is what you do. But if you have God at the center of your heart, if you rely on the principles and teachings of the Holy Bible, and you listen to God's voice in those low hours in the middle of the night when you can't sleep and you're saying, why, God, why? He'll give you the answer. He will give you the answer. I promise you that. And it is only through the firm reliance of God that any of us have been able to get through this, have been able to get through the murder of our friend. And it is only through, and we can see God's grace imbued deeply in Erica Kirk and her strength as the cornerstone of Turning Point USA. Can we give a round for Erica, please? Because, you talk about the division, you talk about the infighting, so whose side are you on? Are you on Ben's side? Are you on Tucker's side? And Candace and Megan and all the rest of it. And it's like, guys, I'm on Charlie's side, okay? I'm on Turning Point's side. I'm on America's side. I'm on Christ's side. That's the side. And behind the scenes, these are real people. These are real people with real lives, And at the center of that is a real family who lost their dad, 2 little kids who lost their father, a wife who lost her husband. And in the midst of all these comments and confusions and divisions, and I'm not saying you can't ask questions. I'm not like that. I ain't about that. I'm about freedom of speech. I've always been about freedom of speech. And you know who else was about freedom of speech? Charlie Kirk was about freedom of speech. So we don't do the canceling and the deplatforming and you can't talk to that person and this person disagrees so I can't. No, we're not about that. AmFest wasn't about that. Charlie wasn't about that. And I know that Erica's not about that. If Turning Point USA is going to succeed, it will do so, and it will do so by resting on those same principles and values upon which Charlie created it. Yes. And don't come into the Turning Point USA AmFest house and try to tell us to change. We're not doing it. So all of that is to say that when I told Erica about Grandma Jeannie, she said, Jack, I want her at AmFest. And I said, Erica, I'm gonna make it happen. And I will not let down Erica Kirk. And I will not let down Charlie Kirk. And I will not let down the legacy of Turning Point because this mission will continue. The worst thing we could do for Charlie's legacy, the worst thing we could do at all is to quit, is to surrender, is to let the left win, the violent left that took Charlie away from us. I'm not going to let them win. Are you going to let them win? Are you going to let the violence and the anger and the division win? Or are you going to stand together and be that coalition that Donald J. Trump and Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk joined together in 2024? Are you going to form the coalition? And are you going to continue the mission of Turning Point USA? And are you going to stand firm on business to understand that we only have a little bit of time left to save this country? Folks, it's really simple. It's really simple. They want to destroy us, and we want to save us. We believe that the only way to save this country, and I said it a year ago today, the only way the West will be saved is if we return our civilization back to Almighty God. It's the only way. It's the only way. And I'll tell a story about me and Charlie that when I first came on board, officially with Turning Point, and I'd been to events for a couple of years and I'd spoken at a few things, but I wasn't officially on board yet. And nobody knows this, but Charlie and I, we took a drive right here in Phoenix out to a church, and they had this display. It was Catholic church, and they had a display of one of the relics of Padre Pio. And the Catholics around know Padre Pio. He was afflicted with the stigmata, and the glove of Padre Pio was there. And we went before that, we received it. And then Charlie and I sat down just in one pew. The whole church was empty. It was just me and Charlie. And we knelt. And we just spent an hour sitting there, the two of us, kneeling there, the two of us, in silent prayer before Almighty God, and before the cross, before the throne. That was how Charlie Kirk brought me into Turning Point. Through prayer, through worship, and through praise of Christ Jesus. And we didn't speak about it. We never, talked about it. And believe me, we talked a lot. We talked a lot behind the scenes. And I'll tell you something, I'm not going to be revealing any of my text messages with Charlie Kirk. I'm not playing that game. No. Because those conversations were confidential, and I'm going to keep my friend's confidence. I will. I'm going to do that. I will. But so, in that spirit, especially in this Christmas time, I was thinking, what could we do to possibly uphold that legacy? And so, in the way that Charlie and I started this, I thought that that's what we should do today as well, in prayer. And I'm hoping that backstage, there's some people who might be able to join me and help me say a little prayer. What do you say, guys? Jack, we've got Tanya Tay and little AJ. Give it up for the Pozos. All right, come on up here, guys. Come on up here. Jack.
What?
How do we start?
Hail Mary.
In nomine Padre et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Iesus. Santa Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus,
nunc et in mortis noster.
Amen. Pater noster, quies in celis, sanctificetur nomen tuum. Advenia regnum tuum, fiat voluntas sicut in cielo et in terra. Panem nostrum quotidianum de nobis et dimitte nobis debita nostra. Sicut et nos dimittibus debitoribus
nostris,
et ne nos inducas in sed libera nos a.
Amen.
One more. Saint Michael
the Archangel,
defend us in battle, be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the
devil.
May God rebuke him, we humbly
pray.
And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly
host,
through the power
of God,
cast into
hell
Satan
and
all the evil spirits who wander throughout the world, seeking the ruin of souls.
Amen.
Nomine Patris, Filii, Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Merry Christmas, everyone. God bless you. Keep God at the center of everything you do.
Good afternoon, AmericaFest. Any Good Ranchers subscribers in the house? We hear a lot of different voices every day telling us what's wrong in our country. And today I'm supposed to stand here and tell you all the things wrong with our meat industry, with why you shouldn't be buying meat at the grocery store and you should be buying your meat from Good Ranchers. Use code AmFest, save $40 off your first box. But while America has its share of problems, we do not have an opportunity problem. The American dream is very much still alive and available. We have an ownership problem. We've created a culture where responsibility is optional and a culture that rewards online commentary no matter the person's actual contribution to society. Through our social media age, we've trained people to comment on everything without having to commit to anything. But here's the truth. Civilizations don't fail because people have a difference of opinions. They fail when people like you and me only talk about the problems without taking responsibility to change them. And here's the truth. Ownership is what turns our frustration into purpose. Taking ownership is what turns ordinary people into kingdom builders. If you look throughout Scripture, God almost never chose the obvious to change the world. He chose the least likely, the overlooked, the insecure, the unqualified. The difference is He gave them a calling. He gave them responsibility. And what takes them from ordinary to great is that they take action to carry out that calling. God is not looking for our talent. He's looking for our willingness to follow, to step out on faith and walk a path that no one else has the courage for. My wife and I learned this firsthand through building Good Ranchers. I was a worship pastor and I absolutely loved my job. But I started having these ideas of a meat company. Weird. I spent almost a full year with the idea for Good Ranchers in my head. And about every 2 or 3 months, I would find myself talking to Coralie, my wife, about the problem with our food system, about how American ranchers are getting squeezed, that there's no transparency in labeling or claims. But I always ended the conversation with someone else should do it. I didn't think that it was me. I wasn't the most equipped. We didn't have the resources or the experience. And my wife and I didn't know anything about business or supply chain or meat. I had never even cooked a steak in my life. True story. We also had a 6-week-old baby, our firstborn. We have 4 now. We had very little money in our savings account, but we had a word from God. Faith plus action equals purpose. And the moment you step out in faith and follow the still small voice of the Lord is the moment your life will begin to make sense. True purpose is found not by others doing the work. It's found by you carrying the weight of responsibility that God has placed in your heart. So here's my challenge to you today, besides buying your meat from Good Ranchers. Stop waiting for permission. Stop waiting to feel ready. Stop waiting for someone else to do what you know in your heart you need to do. This event is amazing. We love Turning Point USA and we're honored to be a supporter and we're honored to be here. But please don't just attend events like this and go home only to repost the highlights. Go home with purpose. Purpose to build something that makes life better for others. Build a family. Build a business. Build discipline in your character. Build a life that you're proud to live. Because our world doesn't need more commentators. Our future won't be written by the loudest voices online. It will be written by the ones willing to carry the weight and responsibility to make change. Our country was founded by doers, people who didn't wait for permission, people who didn't just blame the system, they changed the system. People who saw the need and chose to sacrifice their life for the future of their children. And if we want a future worth leaving to our children, we don't need louder voices on TikTok. We need stronger shoulders in our classrooms. We need stronger shoulders in our churches, at our jobs, and in our communities. I would love it if everyone in this room bought their meat from Good Ranchers. And of course, we'd be very grateful. Code AmFest, save $40. But what I'd love even more is knowing that thousands of people went home ready to carry the torch that Charlie Kirk lived and died for, to make our country stronger, our culture healthier, and our future worth inheriting. To not just talk about loving this country, but to take responsibility for the changing of it. I know firsthand taking ownership can be scary, but responsibility is not a burden. It is the doorway to your purpose. For our family, that purpose was formed with Good Ranchers, to connect the American family to the American farm. For Charlie, it's what fueled him to start Turning Point USA. What that purpose is for you in this room, I can't answer that, but I'll leave you with this. Proverbs 16:3. Commit your work to the Lord, and He will establish your path.
To the ones who rise before the world wakes, to the ones who train while others take breaks, to the ones who remain driven with no applause, to the ones who live for a higher cause, to the ones who defend those who cannot stand, to the ones who overcome every obstacle at hand. This is your moment. You have greatness within. Regent University, where your story begins.
I think truth carries a frequency. I think that when you speak your truth, people can feel that. What's meant for you also gives you energy, so the path lights up for you. You know, think about all the things that you do that you love doing. Don't forget that your truth leads to your calling, and your calling leads to the energy that gets brought up within you so that you can go ahead and make an impact, and then that impact that you make becomes your legacy.
Wow, the turnout all weekend has honestly been so amazing. I came here on Thursday and I didn't even have a seat to sit in, so thank you all so much for being here. I hope you're as entertained as I am at everybody. There's so many great speakers. It's really an honor for me to be here today. It was just 2 short years ago that I came to AmFest for the first time, and was also my first political event that I had ever been to in my life. Who else's first political event? Not just AmFest, but has anyone been to? This was the first one, and I was so blown away. Just the energy and the people, like it's palpable to just be in the room. And so it led me on a journey that I couldn't have expected, of which led me to speaking at AmFest last year, which I think you saw some pictures up here. And the point of that conversation for me was how blown away I was that saying I love this country, or loving the American flag, wearing the American flag, meant somehow that I was a MAGA Republican and wasn't just American. And I said that the job is not done until that means I'm American, right? To be able to just say I love this country. It should be that easy. I should have wore a big American flag jacket, I think, with sequins. I think somebody has one on tonight. And the thing is that the message this time is a little bit different. It's not that we want the ability to say I love this country, but the ability to speak it all. So I want to share a story with you. And it's a little bit of a unique story. I did a past life regression. I don't know if anyone knows what that is, but it occurred to me that maybe somebody wouldn't. So I thought, how do I describe this? So a past life regression is when you meet with a past life regression therapist, you get into a very meditative state, very relaxed, and they guide you through being able to access memories to your past lives. So before we get too messed up with the messenger and the message, I want the message to land. So I hope you'll stay tuned in, because I feel like such a theme about AmFest has been being able to hear people speak and having different ideas and making that okay. So I know that that's kind of it's a spiritual direction, but the vision that I had was so incredible. So they guide you through, and they do it really like very objectively, like, what are you wearing? Where are you? What do you see? So this guided me into the vision. And I was somewhere in like Nevada or Utah, and I was a Native American. And I had a stick, and I left my tribe. And I journeyed south, and I was on my way to what would have been like original LA when it was first sort of civilized. And so I made my way down there, and once I got there and I got to the beach, I saw that it was like a big farmer's market set up. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. And so I looked down, and I had a medicine pouch. And I was like, I'm going to set up a table and tent, and I'm going to sell my medicine. Well, nobody was all that interested in my medicine, but I thought, that's fine. And I sort of like started creating this community where we would have like these gatherings in the evening. And it wasn't a male-female thing, but it turned out that it was really mostly women that showed up. And so in this vision, like 10 years had gone by, and I was doing this regularly. And I was told that I would have to stop doing what I'm doing, or I would be killed, or I could leave. And so in this vision, I stopped doing what I was doing. And then the vision went sort of empty for like 30 or 40 years. And so this sort of landed me maybe in my 70s or something, which probably for back then is pretty old. But nothing was in my memory from that time period, and the message was that I could be killed for doing what I loved and what was meant for me and my passion, or I could die inside anyway. And that the mission is to stand true to what it is that you want to do and the mission at hand, and let it play out. And I think you guys have probably all heard what Charlie Kirk wanted to be remembered for. He wanted to be remembered for having courage in his faith, which is brave. Because baked into courage is fear. Somebody recently told me that, and I was like, that makes a lot of sense. Because if you didn't have fear, why in the world would you have to be courageous? Why would you have to be brave? You're just doing things. So I thought, wow, that's so true. To be courageous, there has to be fear in there. And I'm not talking about the kind of fear that is pointless or silly. I'm talking about the kind of fear that's calling you in to something bigger, something that takes you to the next level, something that takes you further than where you're at. But the unknown is usually what we're scared of, right? We're just scared of what we don't know. And so you can't let fear win in that moment. And the thing is that right at that intersection point between fear and excitement, because essentially that's the fear I'm talking about, the kind that's calling you in. You're excited to do it, you want to do it, but you're not sure. It's that right at that intersection that you feel alive. And that was something that I did not know about myself. People used to say I was so brave for driving race cars, and I guess it was. I drive on the regular road, and it seems like nothing, so... and I drive crazy. Cops are around, I'm sure. And so right at that fear of intersection and excitement, you feel alive. And I realized that was what I did my whole career. I had no idea until I was done. I was like, wow, what's the point? I need to do something. So I started doing silly things like jumping out of airplanes and doing massive public speaking and going speaking at Trump rallies, all of that stuff. Like, I realized that's when I feel alive. And so I was scared every time I got in a race car. Like, I mean, every time, whether I was testing or whether I was racing, there was pressure on the line. And mind you, I was going 200, so that is scary, I guess. But I didn't realize that, man, that was what I did it for. And so, I mean, standing on stage today is frightening. I get nervous all the time to do stuff like this, but I just don't want to let fear win. I'm gonna feel really good when I step off stage, just so you know. I'll be like really relaxed and really excited. Before I came out here, I was like, guys, this is where I focus. I'm gonna be really quiet for right now. The Bible says over and over and over again, fear not. And in fact, I thought I had heard it said it 365 times, and maybe other people have heard that. But given the fact that I was going to stand on stage, I had to fact check, and I'm not sure that's entirely true. I do like the sentiment of it, so let's go with it. But it says over and over again, fear not. It says fear not because fear exists. This is a human experience. We're going to have fear. It wouldn't say it unless it needed to be known. Fear not. But it's not that you're not supposed to have fear. What the Bible's trying to tell you is that give your fear to me. God says, give me your fear. Pray for the confidence, the strength to go through life and get through whatever you need to get through, and let me carry that fear for you. You don't have to do this alone. So the question is, the next time you're faced with a situation that, man, is scary, like you don't know how it's going to go, you don't know where it's going to lead to. It might be a job, it might be a relationship, it might be moving, it might be speaking out, saying something in front of people for the first time that you've never said, sharing something about yourself that you've never shared. Are you going to let fear win and say no? Are you going to put it off for another day? Right? No big deal. Another month, another year, we've all done it, or another lifetime. Or are you going to pray for the strength to get through whatever comes at you and say yes right now? Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. God bless. Merry Christmas.
You've heard Christians should stay in their lane, and politics doesn't have any place in church. But Christians, if we simply stay out of it, we will leave behind a vacuum that will be filled by people who hold to anti-God, anti-freedom ideologies. Like the Christians who founded our nation, we must be involved in the self-government of our nation. Join us in standing for faith, for life, and for liberty at danburyinstitute.org.
Our entire society falls apart if we do not know the difference between men and women and sanction the permanent and irreversible harm and sterilization of children. What they're selling is not compassion, it's fear. We are in a battle for reality itself, and we must fight like it because this war on woke, it has not yet been won. And the good news is that we are winning. Oh my goodness, what a blessing it is to be here, man, to see this, to see you guys standing. Do you realize who you're giving a standing ovation to and for what? You're giving a standing ovation to a girl for merely saying that there are two sexes? That you can't change your sex? that each sex is deserving of equal opportunity, of privacy, and of safety. What an insane world we live in where that is considered brave or courageous. I look out and I see a lot of people who probably share the same sentiments that I do. I mean, just about 3 months ago, when we watched as our friend, a mentor of mine, technically my boss at Turning Point USA, was shot, murdered, assassinated in cold blood, right? It's one of those moments where you'll never forget where you were, the disbelief that you feel initially, the total shock, and then you learn that he had passed away, right? Those feelings of shock and disbelief turn into grief and tearfulness. I'm not proud to say it, but then they turn into anger and rage. How could this happen? How do we live in a world where we're seeing healthcare workers, government employees, school teachers, people in our generation, maybe some of your peers in your classroom who are celebrating the assassination of a father, of two, of a husband. Maybe some of you were at the memorial service, which I will say that was one of the most beautiful displays that I have ever seen, to see so many people, publicly elected officials, proclaim the name of Christ, where thousands in the stadium were watching and millions online. But Erica Kirk, it is hard to describe the impact that her speech had on everyone in the room, including myself. When I heard it, something awakened in me. It was a call to be to do better, to be better, a better wife, a better friend, a better daughter, a better mother, a better follower of Christ. In the hardest moment of her life, Erica chose forgiveness. She forgave her husband's assassin only 11 days after he was murdered in cold blood in front of thousands in person, and where it will live on the internet forever. Only through God can a grieving widow have the heart, the serenity, and the strength to do something so extraordinary. So seeing that, seeing you all, those feelings of anger that I once had, of course, there's still grief there, but I feel hopeful, and I feel optimistic, and I feel inspired. This morning, which this is like true Riley fashion, I had not planned at all what I was going to say when I got on this stage. There's a unique opportunity, of course, I recognize that when you're standing on a stage like this, an opportunity for clarity, for courage, and if we choose it, for real impact. I thought about some of the things that I could mention, some of the wins that we've seen surrounding gender ideology and parental rights and the safeguarding of children under the 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. I thought about talking about some of the work that we still have left to do, because believe me, there is still a lot of that. But after talking with so many of you and hearing some of the other speakers on this stage, I felt compelled to talk about something that I believe is more foundational, something deeper, because there's a demographic of people right now who are desperate, not for slogans, but for the truth. That demographic is young people. I think more specifically, young women, future families. They're being shaped by a culture that has no idea where it's going and no interest in telling them the truth about what actually leads to joy. And so to just share a few things that I've learned over the past few years that feel especially relevant to young people in this cultural moment. First and foremost, most obviously, Benny Johnson said it. It's that gender ideology is an evil lie from the pit of hell. It is a lie that is built on deception. It is built on discouragement. It is built on destruction. And who does that sound a lot like, by the way? It tells people, it's a lie that tells people that they're correct to feel as if they're born wrong, that our Creator made a mistake in creating them. What a horrible message. I say this with a saddened heart. It is tragic that the suicide rate amongst this community is so high, but it's no surprise when we're telling people they're correct to feel as if they're born wrong. That's a horrible message. We should be telling people, children or adults for that matter, that they're born intentionally and uniquely in God's perfect image, and how amazing is it that we have a Creator who doesn't make mistakes. It is a lie that leads to children and adults to castrating and sterilizing themselves by cutting off healthy body parts or injecting themselves with some sort of synthetic or unnatural substance, chasing satisfaction that will never last. And I know as a Christian that the only place we will ever find real satisfaction is when we place our identity in Christ. And it won't be long, by the way, before we look back and call this weird blip of time that we're living in, especially the medicalization side of things, we call that accurately what it is, which is the biggest medical scandal this world has ever seen, and a very profitable one at that. The only thing that I believe to be more sinister than cutting off healthy body parts is prematurely ending a life before those body parts ever even get a chance to develop. If you didn't know, my husband and I, we welcomed a beautiful baby girl into this world just a few weeks ago. Her name is Margot. She is the light of my life and the best thing that I have ever done, bar none. I'll tell you, before becoming a mom, I thought I understood what it meant to be pro-life. I've always had conservative values. More importantly, I always understood that, again, we have a creator who breathes life and value and purpose into every child in the womb and beyond it. I understood the arguments that pro-lifers made, of course, intellectually. I believed it morally. I could argue it politically. But becoming a mother, which it's still surreal to be able to call myself that, it changed everything. Hearing her heartbeat at that first appointment that you go to, the 8-week appointment, then going to the 20-week anatomy scan and hearing the words, "It's a girl," going through the magical transformative labor and delivery process. Of course, her being here, it proved to me that life, it's no longer theoretical. It was no longer a debate. It wasn't about policy or politics anymore. She's a human being. Small, yes. Dependent, yes. Fragile, yes. But infinitely valuable, placed directly in my care. Motherhood has made me radically pro-life. It has made the thought, the idea, the practice of abortion hurt, like deeply and viscerally. And I think it's because when you experience that kind of love, I know the parents in the room know this, when you experience that kind of love, you understand something that our culture works really, really hard to deny. Life is not disposable. Dependence is not a flaw, and vulnerability is not something to be eliminated. It is something to be protected. Which, by the way, women, you have been lied to for decades through propaganda. To be very, very clear, transgenderism, sexual liberation, and abortion have nothing to do with women's rights. Calling these movements feminism is not only inaccurate, but it's dangerous, it's destructive. Feminism promised empowerment, but you know what it delivered? It delivered emptiness. It sold women the lie that children are burdens, that family is a limitation, and that fulfillment comes from self-centered autonomy rather than self-giving love. Charlie's message, one that he said often on campuses, on his show, right? Get married, have babies, have as many as you can, and as early in your married life as you can. It was so powerful, and it's something that resonated deeply and personally with me, but beyond that, not just because it was what some people would call provocative or outdated or offensive. I believe it was effective because he lived it. It was clear to him that family was the happiest and most meaningful part of his life. And so for clarity, am I saying that every single woman should have children? No, I'm not. I believe it's the most rewarding thing, the most fulfilling thing that we can do as women so long as you're able, but no one is forcing you into it. Although I will say President Trump is making it easier for families to thrive. He is the most pro-life president in history. Under President Trump, we have seen the defunding of Planned Parenthood, which is an organization that for far too long, you and I, taxpayers, funded, an organization that receives $792 million annually, and what they did with that money, of course, they performed nearly 400,000 abortions annually. They promoted gender ideology. They administered hormones to minors. They supported the Democratic Party politically. So we thank President Trump through this and the passage of the Big Beautiful Bill. We've seen President Trump work to implement economic and tax policies that benefits parents. We've seen the new Trump savings accounts for children. But he recognized that being pro-life, it means more than protecting life inside the womb. It means building a culture that supports women before, during, and after motherhood. Again, President Trump is doing that, and Charlie Kirk did that. He knew that. After Charlie's death, even before Charlie's death, we've seen online voices who would go on to call him everything under the sun, one of those things being a misogynist. That accusation, of course, it's false. Honestly, it's lazy. If you could get yourself to watch past the out-of-context 5-second clip or the out-of-context headline, you'd know that. But I want to tell you that Turning Point USA offers 6 months of paid maternity leave for moms because they recognize that families matter. You would be really hard-pressed to find that anywhere else. So I'm here to say that Charlie Kirk was the worst misogynist ever. These are the same lies, again, that are told about President Trump, right? They call him a misogynist, yet he has done more to protect women's safety, first and foremost by shutting the border, by the way, to protect women's privacy, to protect our rights to equal opportunity. Again, he's done more on that regard than any president, certainly in modern history. And he's appointed more women to his cabinet positions than any Republican president in both his first and second terms. So if their goal was to erase women's rights, as the left claims, then they've done a pretty horrible job. And so to the young people here, I really want to send you a message directly. I recognize that you are growing up in a culture that is really loud, that is confusing, that is deeply contradictory. You're told to chase independence, but you're punished for vulnerability. You're encouraged to reject limits, but given no guidance. You're told that you can be anything, women especially, except for faithful, for feminine, or family-oriented without apology. So my message to you is that you can do those things. You matter, young people in this room. They can't do this. This mission that we're attempting to carry out at Turning Point USA for the conservative movement, for the kingdom of Christ, it cannot be done without you all. If we're going to change the culture, if we're going to win the culture, we need you. Actually, we're relying on you. So I'm here to tell you to be bold, to say the controversial thing, to be courageous. And by the way, courage doesn't always look like this, like applause, standing on a stage with the microphone in your hand behind a camera. That's not always what courage looks like. Sometimes it looks like standing alone. Sometimes it looks like telling the truth when it would be far easier to stay silent. I also want to tell you guys to challenge authority. Do it respectfully, of course, but don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something, so long as it's legal, because you're too young. Reject that. Look at what Charlie Kirk did at such a young age, what he was able to build over many years, and now we're seeing and living and feeling the impact of it. I want to tell you guys to foster unity, focus on defeating the enemy. And when I say defeating the enemy, I'm not talking about the left. Indirectly, maybe I am, but I'm talking about Satan and the power that he has, the real and living power that he has on this earth. And I want to encourage you guys to live a life like Charlie did. He was very clear about the things that mattered in life. right? Get married, have children, build a legacy, pass down your values, pursue the eternal, and to seek true joy. That was his mission. And that mission has now become his legacy, and it's our responsibility to carry it forward. And so when I look out and I see this, again, so many young faces, when I hold our daughter, I see a future worth protecting, a world worth fighting for, a reason to stand firm when it's easier to fold. One day, our little baby, Margot, she will grow up, she will learn who her mom is. And if there's one thing that I hope she learns from watching me, the fight that I've been fighting, we've collectively been fighting, I hope she learns this. First and foremost, that being a woman is not a weakness. It doesn't make you inferior. Really, it's a beautiful thing. I hope she learns that the truth, both in an objective sense, of course, in a biblical sense, is worth defending. I hope she learns that family is worth building and that faith in our Creator calls us, everyday Americans, common sense Americans. Our faith is what calls us to rise. I appreciate you guys. I hope you are enjoying AmFest. It's hard to see some of the different mementos of Charlie sprinkled throughout the speakers on this stage, some of the things that we're seeing in the exhibitor halls. But just know what he built, it will live on so long as we do our parts. I appreciate you guys. God bless you. God bless Turning Point USA.
Do this job because it was convenient. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's incredibly hard. It's a big sacrifice for the family, but I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. Because right now we need young leaders who will speak the truth, sometimes calling out our own party. If we don't have your voice, we will lose this country. And you're seeing that with some of the elections taking place around this country. When you see them electing open communists, when you see money coming in from the Communist Chinese Party, when you see systemic government corruption, I'm telling you right now, we need your voice to fight it.
Can you guys hear me, Arizona? I actually did not expect to get as emotional as I did hitting this stage. So it is so heartfelt and heartwarming to see so many young people on the stage. As Michael Knowles had pointed out, this was Charlie's last event that he had planned prior to the assassination. And as some of you might know, I am one of the few members of Congress that had the privilege of serving alongside Charlie Kirk on those famous college campus tours. Some of you might have seen the photo. It was me, Charlie Kirk, a fold-out table, 4 GoPros. He was wearing a hat that said ICE, and we had a sign that said there are only 2 genders. Which still holds true today. But, I want to point out and just start out with this. Every single person that's walked across this stage was invited here by Charlie Kirk. Yeah, a round of applause for that, because there's a lot of people, and there's been a lot of discussion about that. We'll get to that in a second. But his legacy, even though he's no longer with us, and I would argue that he's in a way better place, but his legacy continuing to shape the future of discourse, dialogue, and policy. You are seeing it play out in real time on stage. We have leading voices in conservative politics, pundits, journalists, personalities, And the ideas being debated are incredibly important. They're important because they impact our everyday lives, whether it be foreign policy, whether it be war, tariffs, free markets, Trump, the future of MAGA. And you don't have to agree with everyone on stage. I might not. But next year, if I could suggest prior maybe a celebrity conservative boxing match, we can bring in maybe people like Dana White and Joe Rogan. We can get Polly Market to moderate. But in all seriousness, in the UK, we currently have them pushing digital ID. In China, there's a social credit system. In Germany and England, journalists are jailed. If you post a meme, you might have literally the police at your door arresting you. And while their women are being raped because military-aged males fled their failed states and countries only to come to countries in the UK to bring their nonsense with them, here in the United States, we serve, because of the very people on this stage, as a beacon of hope and freedom in Western civilization, and we plan to keep it that way. And if I could just warn you that currently in the Senate, we have Elizabeth Warren, who's been pushing to allow digital ID in the United States of America. We know the dangers of digital ID and what it could mean. It doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right. If they don't like what you're saying, they can silence you. And yet, we just had Speaker Johnson, of which I'm very proud to say that he has committed to going to literal war with the Senate if they do not codify in the appropriations process a permanent ban in digital ID. And that is exactly what we need to maintain freedom in this country. So, going back to what I was saying earlier, minus the joke about the celebrity boxing, which I'm happy to host, by the way, if they really want to do it. You may not like Tucker Carlson or Ben Shapiro or Steve Bannon or me, but guess what? If the radical left wins, you, us, and them, we all hang together. We can duke it out on stage, but remember the fight ahead, because we are all in this fight together. And we have crossed this Rubicon, and it's important to remember who the real enemy is, and that is the radical left that killed my friend Charlie Kirk. But it doesn't mean in Congress that we can't address the very issues being debated on stage. And I've thought long and hard about this. See, in my first term in office when I was elected, they tell you a few things. They say never vote against a rule, which is a procedural piece of legislation that allows the big bills to come to the floor. And if you don't like what's in the bill, let's say they put a poison pill in there. For example, in the National Defense Authorization Act, putting in FISA that allowed the unconstitutional surveillance of the American people. If you vote that down, they say don't do that. You won't be added onto your committees. That's actually what happened to me. They kept me on off of House Armed Services because of that. And they also tell you never vote against your own party. Well, within the first year of being elected to Congress, I'm proud to report that I did both. You're welcome. But the very issues being debated on the stage, again, foreign policy, tariffs, whether we're going to be codifying President Trump's executive orders, foreign aid, all of it, it is all tied to one core issue. And I want to be very specific about this issue because I've, again, thought about this. I see how it works in Washington. My first term in office, they tell you those two rules, and then you see that people are getting the special interest money from big pharmaceutical companies or the military-industrial complexes only to vote and sell at the American people. And I promise you, the odds are stacked against us up there, only to turn around to see that they are individually stock trading and engage in insider trading, which is illegal for a majority of Americans, and benefiting at the expense of the American people, and it has to stop. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, it has to stop right now. And I want to explain to you some of these stats because I think it's important for the American people to know exactly what's happening. Nancy Pelosi, do you guys like her? It's funny, my husband says the same thing. Nancy Pelosi, by the time that she announced that she was no longer seeking office, had outperformed Warren Buffett. We've nicknamed her the real Wolf of Wall Street. And she's currently outperformed the S&P and made over 17,000% returns on her stock investment. That statistically does not happen unless you are engaged in insider trading. Both Democrat and Republican members of Congress that have promised to protect the American people and our country are making on average 600% on their returns. They sit on committees of jurisdiction that oversee the policy that impacts this country. Do you think they're ever going, like, first of all, let's just talk about foreign policy, right? We see this debate. Are you pro-Russia? Are you pro-Ukraine? How about you be pro-America and maybe not advocate for foreign wars? How about that? But do you ever expect a sitting member in the House or the Senate to vote for peace when they are personally invested and backed and owned by the military-industrial complex? Do you ever think that's going to happen? The answer is no. And it doesn't happen, and I see it happen every single day. In fact, President Trump's peace plan that he just put forward, he's been trying so hard to index the war in Ukraine, where thousands upon thousands of young men have died on both sides because of what happened with Biden's failed foreign policy, of which, to be clear, they could have stopped the war. We've sent millions and millions of tax dollars over there, and you know what they're doing? They're laundering the money. That's exactly what happened. I'm proud to report I never voted for a single dollar to go to Ukraine, okay? And I still won't vote for that. But you have members of the House and the Senate that are vocally against what President Trump is doing, against what Steve Witkoff is doing, against what Jared Kushner is doing, because they are personally invested and benefiting from a continued conflict in Ukraine, of which we have no business being involved with, of which a peace deal with Russia could mean $2 trillion trade deal for the American people. And that is exactly what we need to be backing. But because they are corrupt and because we haven't fixed it from within our own institution, this war continues and it has to end. What about codifying President Trump's executive orders to cap prescription pricing? People are talking about affordability. President Trump's doing all the heavy tackling and blocking, and yet Congress is so slow to follow through. Why is that? Well, maybe it's because a majority of members of Congress have over $100 million personally invested in their individual stock portfolios within the pharmaceutical companies. Do you ever think they would vote to cap the prescription pricing that would benefit the American people? And the answer is no. And so that is why, after seeing all of this nonsense play out for years, I finally saw, I think it was on that website, Unusual Whales, and I saw my own colleague, a Republican colleague, making a multi-trillion-dollar trade. It was in violation, insider trading, to be exact. And I looked at Tim Burchett, who's a representative from Tennessee. He's actually a really good guy. Yeah, we love Tim Burchett. And I'm literally sitting on the steps of the Capitol. I said, we have to stop this. This cannot continue. And so we did a discharge petition, and I have reached across the aisle, and I have gotten people that you wouldn't believe to sign on to this discharge petition because they understand the problems of this. Well, I'm proud to report that I met with Speaker Johnson at 1 o'clock on Thursday. And the Speaker of the House understands and agrees that this is a problem. And we discussed the piece of legislation that we'll be bringing to the floor in the first quarter of this next year. And after it came out, because Democrats reported that Hakeem Jeffrey, the leader of the Democrat Party, is actively working to block the ban on insider trading, that we will be securing the deal in the House Republican majority to ban insider trading for members of Congress from ever happening again in the United States of America. Thank you. And yes, that will impact the future of this nation for the better, because everything that I laid out earlier, everything being debated on stage, it's all correlated. And we hope to leave the institution in a better place than when we got it. And I promise you, I've told you guys this before, I definitely don't want to do this. You know, I'm a little bit vain. I'm getting white hair because of the stress. You guys are supposed to back me up on that one. I guess not. I have to talk to my stylist. But in addition to that, more importantly, we are doing this on behalf of the American people. Over 86% of Americans support this. Shoot, President Donald Trump supports this. In fact, when he tweeted about it, some of my Republican colleagues got a little bit nervous about it. So thank you, Mr. President. We love Donald Trump. Never forget, Charlie's with Donald Trump since day one. We're going to be with him till the very end. That's right. A round of applause for that. And since I brought up the speaker real quick, and I know that you guys are all huge fans of Turning Point, but more importantly, I want to record this and send it to him, so I need you guys to get a little vocal. Do you think the Speaker of the House should put a statue of Charlie Kirk in the U.S. Capitol? Because we've been having issues getting it done. I want you to know I'm sending him that, but when he speaks tomorrow, you need to do the exact same thing. I swear you better do it. Mike, you know I'm playing with you, but we're really serious about that. But there is a fight ahead. That fight is reforming the Congress in itself. So it represents, and it's represented by people like you and me, not people from Wall Street, and definitely not people from K Street. It means the candidates in the midterms matter. I've actually, I typically, politics especially because it's so nasty, but you have to get involved in these Republican primaries, especially when there's open seats. And so I know Turning Point Action has made endorsements in some of these races. I personally endorsed Joe Mitchell in Iowa, Jesse Elbin in Wisconsin. I'm looking at a Texas 19th seat with Tom Sells about endorsing there. But I want to be very specific about what we need candidates to understand. Because look, there's also these cases of we have candidates, the far left that's running. I was actually talking to a moderate Democrat. And the moderate Democrats, the ones that still believe in this country, and yes, there's very few of them left in the House of Representatives. One of them said, Anna, if you think some of the people in office are bad now, wait till you see who they're recruiting for the midterm elections. Charlie had this unique gift of foresight. And I remember debating, being on college campuses and being at debates with him, and then hearing him also tell his supporters and donors, he would say, socialism's real, and these kids are embracing it, and you'll see it in Congress one day, and he's right, and we're seeing it every single day. And I'm living through what he had predicted to be the future of this country. We're going to get into what he predicted also the fight ahead would be, because we're going to be recruiting you guys to help directly with that. But we need candidates that we're recruiting and endorsing and that will win these elections. Because look, if these guys win again, we're going to revert right back to whatever Biden was, plus Obama, plus Soros, plus everything in between. And it's going to be bad news for all of us. But I need candidates that we're endorsing and candidates that are winning to understand a few things. First one, trans terrorism is real. It murdered Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson is a trans terrorist that murdered Charlie Kirk because he was speaking the truth. And it needs to be called out and condemned for exactly what it is. Thank you. Trans terrorism murdered those innocent Christian children because they were targeted and easy targets. And we need to condemn it and ensure that it never happens again. And by the way, if you think giving a child hormones and cutting off their genitals is humane or loving, you are a sick and twisted person and you do not deserve to be a parent. We need candidates who will understand, and Charlie called this out for exactly what this is. But that jihad and radical terrorist ideology is a threat to this country and a threat to the West and will not work in a divine and civilized Western civilization. You cannot allow in literal terrorists on the watch list and release them into the United States just like the Biden administration did and not expect bad things to happen. Look no further at what just happened in Australia. Look no further at what just happened with our amazing National Guards members. Rest in peace to the beautiful soul that was murdered as a result of failed policy and allowing these awful people into this country. Terrorists are not our friends, to include narco-terrorists. We need people that understand, and candidate elected to office that understand peace through strength means pursuing peace first at all costs. I work with way too many neocons, and I refuse to accept that neocons is the face of this party. I think Nikki Haley found that out the hard way. And don't worry, Lindsey Graham, we know you got the endorsement, but you're fair game next time. I think that was a pretty fair joke. I heard some of you laugh at it. I also want candidates that will vote down legislation that doesn't contain a permanent ban on central bank digital currencies, because again, in places like the EU, the UK, and China, that is where they are all going. Their citizens are oppressed, and candidates that will take a stand and understand that freedom is not a government-given right. It is a God-given right. That is a big difference. We want candidates that understand that strong immigration is important to a nation and that borders matter. If you come here, you embrace our culture and you assimilate and you become an American citizen and you put that first and foremost. But that also means that if you are here as a citizen, that you contribute to society and you do not become a permanent member of the welfare state. And if you're a young man especially, it might work in the United Kingdom where you can go in and rape women and get away with it, but it does not work here in the United States. You do not bring your failed state policies to the United States of America and expect to stay here. And lastly, I want candidates that will embrace fellow politicians from around the world who believe in the sovereignty of their nations and the inalienable rights of their citizens, their people, and understand that technocracy and globalism is not the way. Which is why in March, I'm happy to announce, after meeting with some members of the AfD, and don't listen to the media, the AfD are not Nazis, they are not alt-right, they are simply people that believe in saving Germany. But not just them, members from around the world, whether it's South America, the European Union, Australia, and even South Africa, that we will have an alliance conference of sovereign nations in Washington, D.C., where we will be bringing in hopefully hundreds of members from these countries, because Davos think tanks and the World Economic Forum think the Great Reset is a good idea, and it's not. It's creepy, and they can keep their bug-eating dystopian freak show politics to themselves. We don't want it. So that's it. That's the plan, and that's the fight ahead. So yeah, duke it out on stage. We'll watch the clips, but pad up, because right now we're jumping right back into the fight. And President Trump, we are blessed to have him to lead this nation, but he's not going to be here forever, which means you are all responsible for carrying the torch. That is what Charlie always said. It's your fight too. That's why he set up these conferences. And just so you know, every single person on the stage has prayed for Erica Kirk. We love Erica Kirk. She's doing amazing for this organization, and Turning Point will not fail because of her leadership. So, God bless you all. Don't let this opportunity or experience go to waste. God bless the great United States of America, and also JD Vance 2028.
Before the world calls it choice, we must see the people who survived it.
This is a type of abortion designed to tear apart the fetus in the womb and bring them out in pieces. I've spent my life with a deformed arm.
So she tried to abort me in multiple attempts. However, I miraculously survived.
She didn't know I was still alive until she felt me move.
Go to facesofchoice.org to take part in bringing the message of abortion survivors to the 2026 World Cup. Billions will face the choice.
Don't we love our students? Students? I know why I love our students, because they stand on their feet. My name is Andrew Seifer, and I'm the Vice President of Field Operations for Turning Point USA. And I have the privilege to oversee all of our student programming. And I've done it from the very beginning with Charlie. The days when I was begging people to come into a room to listen to a very tall man, twice my height, so that I could keep my job. To where, on this final day, I saw so many people there in attendance out of respect and love for a man that had built something from the ground. Yet what made him special was it was never about him. It was always about these students here and all across the country. Because the secret sauce to what made Turning Point and what makes Turning Point so special is that we have thousands of chapters all across the country. Thousands. And each group consists of 50 to 100 to 150, 200 students that are regularly meeting, hosting their own debates on the quad, hosting their own meetings, bringing speakers, and evangelizing on campus. They are the real heroes, our students. And for that, it's an honor for me and humbling. It was Charlie's idea a couple years ago to say, why aren't we recognizing our top chapter of the year, our top student leader of the year? It was his idea because his heart was always with championing the youngest of voices. And for that, we want to recognize our top 2 legacy chapters of the year. And we're going to start first with our college one, University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Come on out. Very welcome. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
All right, so the University of Tennessee Knoxville TPUSA chapter is known for its bold, creative, and highly visible activism on campus. Fueled by momentum of last spring's Charlie Kirk Prove Me Wrong tour stop, the chapter entered the fall semester energized and unified around the mission. After September 10th, UTK did not slow down. Instead, they transformed loss into resolve. This semester alone, the chapter grew to well over 1,500 students. Hosted over 10 high-impact campus events and strengthened their presence both on campus and in the surrounding community. The University of Tennessee Knoxville chapter stands as a powerful example of resilience and moving forward despite any obstacle. Congrats. All right, our next chapter is our best Club America chapter in the country. Welcome, Western Albemarle High School from Virginia. In under a year, the Club America chapter at Western Albemarle High School became one of the fastest growing chapters in the country, despite operating in a region defined by constant opposition. They faced protests at recruitment tables, repeated removal of their club materials, legal challenges, and public harassment meant to silence them. Instead, they pushed forward, hosting a major event with Virginia State Representative Nick Freitas, and executing an October gala that drew over 200 students and community members. Today, Western Albemarle Club America is the largest on campus, averaging more than 150 students per meeting, and stands as a powerful example of resilience, leadership, and commitment to free speech. Give it up to our great high school leaders. This next award pulls at the heartstrings. We used to call it, it doesn't matter what it used to be called. What matters is what we renamed it and who we renamed it for. Our Student Leader of the Year, we are now naming after Charlie Kirk and for his courage. And there's no better person that can present this award than the wife of that person, Erica Kirk.
Charlie loved the students more than anything. That's what Turning Point USA is all about. It's what it's always been about. And so he's so proud of you guys and all of you that are starting chapters. And I want to start off with the first Charlie Kirk Courage Award to Caleb Chilcutt from Utah Valley University. Caleb Chilcutt, a rising senior and chapter president at Utah Valley University, has been involved with Turning Point USA since 2023. Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same grit. It has been a long day. Trust me, you're not a grifter, honey. It's all good. The same grit, the same focus and sense of mission that Charlie instilled in him. Since September 10th, Caleb has coordinated countless efforts to memorialize Charlie on campus and across the state of Utah. He is currently working to establish an official memorial on UVU's campus to commemorate Charlie. And celebrate his life in the very place he was murdered. Caleb stands as a testament to resilience, continuing to table, debate, and dream big, guided by the mission Charlie Kirk ignited in him. God bless you. Take a picture. Our next award goes to Paxton Holder. Paxton Holder is a student leader who refuses to accept no when it stands in the way of principle. As president of Club America at Rockvale High School, he has faced constant pushback from administrators and students, yet built one of the strongest chapters in the region. When his school repeatedly denied speaker requests, Paxton persisted. After September 10th, he helped organize a vigil in Charlie's honor that drew over 2,000 people, where Paxton addressed the crowd with poise and resolve. That same determination later secured approval for his chapter to host Riley Gaines after being denied several times. Beyond his campus, Paxton recruits for and promotes Club America in his community and mentors other chapter leaders. Paxton exemplifies courageous, persistent, and selfless student leadership. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erica.
Okay. You want to take one, all of us together? Okay. Oh, I'm so proud of you guys.
Thank you, guys.
It's been a long day.
Charlie was one of the few that really did it for the purpose of forwarding free speech, the actual idea of doing something great for America.
We got a lot of stuff to talk about today.
Now we're heading into one of the most bullish weeks of the year.
There's a video that's kind of dividing the internet.
Took us all day, boys. Got hammerhead.
One of the things that, to me, is the most difficult thing in my entire career is becoming a top producer. Because the moment you become a top producer, you become susceptible to thinking you have the life. You guys all in a room, man, you're running out of time. You're in a space that is so frothy with opportunity, it's unbelievable. The money exists. The potential is there. The opportunity is there. Your space is enormous. I'm done adding a customer. I want to multiply customers. I want to challenge you today to start thinking, hey, wait a minute, am I even a top producer? Money follows attention. Success and power follow attention. Because if you're going to be a leader, if you're going to be a real leader, if you're going to be at the top of the food chain kind of leader, people aren't going to like you.
Ladies and gentlemen, grab cargo.
How's everybody doing? Come on, how's everybody doing? All right. Okay, I have a few notes for you. First of all, Charlie Kirk was a personal friend of mine, and I can count all my friends on one hand. Highly recommend that, by the way. Don't get two hands of friends, it's too many. If you get a few in your lifetime, you'll be lucky. Charlie was a guy that I met, I don't know, a couple years ago, and he interviewed me, and we were talking about finance and money and family and faith. And Charlie absolutely believed that those three things were vital for you and your family to put together. So I'm not going to be talking any politics here for the next 14 minutes or so. I'm going to talk to you about money. Money. That's right, that nasty, nasty word. Because then you have to confront why you don't have it. Or that you do have it and you're not doing the right things with it. Or something in between. First, I want to say about Charlie. Charlie was one of the most, I've met millions of people in my lifetime, in my short period of time on this planet. And Charlie Kirk was one of the most impressive people I've ever met in my life. And it took like 10 seconds to know that. And he was also one of the most intelligent, genuine people and most compassionate people that I've ever met. When we met, Charlie and I were talking about, he asked me how I made it. I was raised by a single mom. When I see Erica and knowing their kids have lost their dad, I know what it was like when I lost my dad at 10 years old. The entire family unit completely changed. When we should have been feeling grief, my mom was feeling fear. The family was scrambling. 5 kids knew something had changed drastically. No one could explain it. And a week later, my mother had to confront finances. Charlie put his family in a place where they didn't have to figure that out the next week. Certainly, Turning Point will have to. Your local community will have to. If you guys want this conservative movement to continue to grow and expand, you will have to figure out your finances. Because the other side has. They just print money when they want it. So I want to talk to you about wealth, okay? And again, when Charlie and I talked about this, Charlie was fascinated. He was so curious. He was constantly curious. And the one thing that I've done in my life that have been beneficial to me is I find people that are successful and I try to study the superpowers that they have and see if I can emulate or bring some of those in. Charlie's curiosity about money was fantastic. It was phenomenal. Also, his understanding of things like real estate investing, passive income, earned income, depreciation, tax write-offs. He actually knew, he knew the difference, and he knew what position as the leader of his family that he had to put his family into in order for him and them and Turning Point USA and all the things he was involved in to continue to grow. And one thing that we agreed on was that wealth was not about getting rich. It was not about material things. It wasn't about stuff, cars or planes. It was about, if you look it up in the dictionary, it was about being well. In fact, if you go back, I don't know, 700 years ago, you looked up the word wealth, it said W-E-A-L, well. You were well, you were healthy. Today, if you talk about wealth, people are like, oh, you're bragging. It's wrong. Okay, they're trying to talk you out of what should be yours, just like they try to talk you out of your property. Yeah, true story. My home in Malibu was one of the homes that was damaged. 18 homes in a row were burnt to the ground. The fires get to my house. The firemen were my friends because they read my book or books. And I called them up. I'm like, bro, if you guys can give me a hand, I appreciate just, stretching that thing over one more time. And they fought all night. 18 homes were lost. My home was saved. And the state of California today will not allow me to repair my own property. Okay? Sent me a letter saying, if you spend more than $1 over half of what the house was assessed at, you will have to tear the house to the ground, take the pilings out that are in perfect shape. You'll have to reduce the entire structure to raise it 6 inches. I would have to go from spending a couple $1 million to $50 million. That's property seizure. Wealth is about having choices. Wealth is about funding options. It's not about buying shoes and belts and cars. Wealth is not about being rich, it's about choices. My family and I, we homeschool. Probably the best thing I've ever done with my kids was take them out of a school system. By the way, it's cheaper to homeschool than it is to send them to a place that'll turn them into drug addicts. Money allows us to live by our moral code and not be stuck in California. I lived there 25 years. I loved the state of California for 25 years. And then one day something happened and we sold our home there. We got rid of our businesses. We left our customers and our investors and moved across the country. Wealth gives you choices. I'll tell you the most beautiful thing about wealth, having enough money for your family to actually move, is to say no to customers and investors. To return money. You're a roofer, you're HVAC, you're a masseuse, you got a customer that is never happy. Here's your money back. Please take me off your phone. I don't want to do business with you again. That's freedom, folks. When I supported Donald Trump for 3 years, the last 3 years, and before that, when I went to a MAGA event and spoke there, I lost tens of millions of dollars in customers. I lost millions of dollars of investors. I happily returned the money. Said, thank you, please. Identify yourself as an idiot. So a couple things I want to leave you with about this thing. Anyone in this room can create as much wealth as you want to, okay? I grew up in a single family. My dad passed when I was 10. I had a drug problem for 10 years. I was broke at 25. I owed the government $40,000. My reputation and name had completely been destroyed in the marketplace I was in. And at 25 years old, for all the young people in the room, okay, you're not priced out. You have so many opportunities today. No matter what you have done or how many mistakes you have made, put your head down and focus. Anyone, and I hear this today, I hear this a lot. I've heard it here already. I did some interviews on the media road, and I've heard people say, the kids have gotten priced out. You guys have not gotten priced out. You have more opportunities today than ever in the history of the world. Okay, I would rather have more opportunities today. Look, Jake Paul made $90 million last night, and his IQ's not 91. Okay? Okay, I know that's going to hit the internet, and Jake's going to call me, but you got people creating tremendous amounts of wealth today. Tremendous amounts for their families. Financial freedom. That's what it's going to take to keep this movement along, too. To get your local politician, to get the right mayor, the city councilman, to get the politician, the good guys to run. It takes money to run these programs. You'll have to know the difference between earned income and passive income. Charlie and I had this conversation all the time. I said, Charlie, why do people spend their earned income? I never spend it. If you pay me to do a job, I don't spend that money. I invest all of it. Anything I earn off my investments, I can spend. Anything I earn because I trade time, I keep. You've been programmed, by the way. You're not financially illiterate. I hear this all the time. People are financially illiterate. You're not. You have been indoctrinated. You have been indoctrinated to go to college. You've been indoctrinated to save your money. Saving money makes money for the banks. It doesn't make you money. If you study the wealthiest people that walk this planet, they take money and they use it and convert it to real assets. And they hold those assets. So many people in America are suffering today. It's crazy. Here we are, 355 million people in the wealthiest country on the planet. And people don't have enough money. Why? We've printed more money in the last 20 years than in the history of the world. There's more money. There's more available for everyone to get. But also, on the top of that, you have a TV and the internet that is telling you constantly that you can't have it, that you're priced out, that the opportunities are gone, that AI is going to replace you. Ladies and gentlemen, no AI will ever replace a person like Charlie Kirk. I refuse to consider the concept that AI could replace me. I am the father of 2 children. I spend time with them. AI cannot do that. Okay? I have one beautiful wife. By the way, wives are like investments. You only need one of them. One good life. One good life. You got to have one good wife. Okay? You get one good wife. You don't need 100 investments. We've been indoctrinated by the Vanguards and the State Streets and the Blackstones that you need hundreds of investments, when in truth, if you study the wealthy, the people that are free to move, the people that actually make a difference, because they have money, because they have choices, they have 1 or 2 investments. Steve Jobs had 2 when he died. You don't need 100. The house that you live in is a place to live. It's not an investment. So I challenge all of you in 2026 to relook at what your parents and great-grandparents and the TV and the media and Instagram is telling you what wealth is and what it isn't. Money is not bad. You need money. Money will not buy happiness. Everybody agree? But it buys everything else. When it buys groceries, it bought a ticket into this place, it's going to buy a Coke or something to drink. It's going to fund your elderly when your parents need help and they need to go to an assisted living. That's what's going to pay for that. No, money doesn't buy happiness. Charlie knew that. Money buys choices. It buys options. It buys freedom. It allows you to change your community. It would allow you to fund the next presidential election. Okay, they outspent us by 4x, and they will next time. In fact, they might outspend us by 10x next time. Yeah. I encourage you to go out there and get this right for your family. The trifecta is faith, family, and finance. Thank you so much.
To stand here before you today. We're not going anywhere. We're here to fight for you and to fight for the red, white, and blue that's behind you. We can't do this alone. It will take all of us who love our country and who deeply cherish our freedoms to stand united in this fight. Every single day that we wake up with breath in our bodies, we are blessed with the opportunity to take advantage and make the very most of that day. Today is the day for us to stand up for all that we believe in, stand up for each other, stand up for our country, stand up for our freedom and a future that truly realizes the vision that our founders had for this great country.
Please welcome Director Tulsi Gabbard.
Merry Christmas. I couldn't hear you in the back. Merry Christmas. You know, I'm a little bit emotional walking out here because this is the first time we are gathered here for AmFest without Charlie Kirk. But I feel in all of your voices and your presence here his love. And that's a beautiful thing. You know, at all the different TPUSA events that I have been through and to over the years, you know, Charlie was often the one who would, greet me at the door. We would go and kind of huddle in a corner backstage and start talking about, oh, hey, what's going on? What are you working on? What are you working on? And how do we tackle the biggest challenges that we face in this country, with Charlie always incredibly focused and full of energy and not just looking around, okay, what's the next thing, but here's the 5, 10, 15, and 20-year plan that we really have to keep at the forefront of all that we're doing. And so, well, I didn't get to have that conversation with Charlie here. I had a conversation with Erica backstage, and I got to tell you, I continue to be in awe of this woman. I cannot imagine what she's been through, what she is going through. I'm in awe of and grateful for her kindness and her strength, and how she has opened up her heart during the toughest of times to the world, and how she continues to exhibit the kind of courage and strength that you and I know can only come from God. We hear a lot of talk about unity. It's a word that is frequently used. We must stand united. We must come together and unify. But too often, we don't actually think about what that means. To say we have to unite just for the sake of unity, what does it mean? We can unite around the wrong things. We can unite around a negative cause that results in a negative impact. And so when we talk about standing united as Americans, we have to understand what that really means. What is it that binds us together? What are the fundamental principles that we must stand together on, whether we are Democrats or Republicans or people of different religions, people of different backgrounds or different views on certain policies? Fundamentally, the thing that we must unite on is our God-given freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution, and that every one of us as Americans must remain committed and dedicated to defending. That is our foundation. When we talk about America, we can look at borders, we can look at land, we can look at territories, but when we truly look at what does it mean to be an American, and the responsibility that every single one of us as Americans carries with us, it is centered on our foundational principles, on that vision that our founders had for us, knowing way back then how challenging it would be and how there would be frequent and consistent attacks on our freedom, and it would be up to us to defend them. And that's exactly where we are today. Charlie understood these threats. He saw them and focused completely on this defense of freedom, not just in words, but in action. He lived that truth that so many of us who either have worn the uniform or wear the uniform live by. I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend it to the death your right to say it. That's real. And Charlie lived and died by that principle, that no matter how offensive or horrible or disgusting someone's speech is, no matter how much we disagree with it, it's up to us to stand up and protect and defend their right to say it. And to stand as Charlie did and defeat that weak or dark speech, that ideology, with a superior ideology that's focused on freedom. You know, thinking about the threats to our freedom, in these gatherings across the country that TPUSA hosts, we often talk about the attacks on freedom that came from the Biden administration, how they sought to censor us in different ways, how they sought to spread disinformation to try to limit or control or curate what we saw and what we heard, how they lifted up certain voices and hushed others, reaching into their propaganda arms and compelling social media companies to do their dirty work for them. But there is a threat to our freedom that is not often talked about enough. And it is the greatest near and long-term threat to both our freedom and our security, and that is the threat of Islamist ideology. It is propagated by people who not only do not believe in freedom, their fundamental ideology is antithetical to the foundation that we find in our Constitution and Bill of Rights, which is that our Creator endowed upon us inalienable rights, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, Charlie focused on this quite a bit. He talked about it in ways that very few others did because he understood this direct threat to freedom. When we look back to the attack on 9/11 that happened 24 years ago now, it changed so many of our lives, where thousands of Americans were killed by Islamist jihadis who attacked us on that day. And we were confronted with the reality of the lengths that they will go to try to attack the foundations of who we are as a country. It was a day that changed my life, probably like some of you in the room. It's what motivated me to enlist in the Army, to go out and to fight and to defend and to defend our freedom and defeat those who are attacking us. But when we talk about this Islamist ideology, yes, it is the ideology that fuels terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and Al-Shabaab and Hamas and Boko Haram and others. And they must be defeated militarily. As they continue to actively plot and try to attack us. They are a threat to our security and our safety. But this Islamist ideology is a direct threat to our freedom because at its core, it is a political ideology that seeks to create a global caliphate that governs us here in America, threatening Western civilization, governance by Sharia law, governance by what they are calling their Islamic principles. And if you fail to comply, if you fail to adhere to this ideology, if you dare to exercise your God-given right to free speech, censorship is not what we face. They will use violence or any means they deem as necessary to silence us. If we don't take action to identify this threat, to define it, to call it out for what it is, and take action to defeat it, then we will find ourselves in a place where many European countries and countries like Australia have found themselves. Countries where you can get arrested for praying silently on the street corner, as has happened in the UK. Countries where you can be arrested for putting up a social media post that someone finds offensive somewhere. The threats from this Islamist ideology come in many forms. As we approach Christmas right now in Germany, they are canceling Christmas markets because of this threat. In places like Dearborn, Michigan and Minneapolis, Minnesota, Islamist clerics are openly pushing this Islamist ideology, trying to recruit and radicalize young people. Earlier this year, there was a conference that was held representing organizations like the Council on American Islamic Relations, also known as CARE, which issued a call to action to use American legal and political systems to implement Sharia law. This is already underway in places. This is already underway in places like Houston. This is not something that may possibly happen. It is already happening here within our borders. Paterson, New Jersey is proud to call themselves the first Muslim city. They are working to implement in their own governments these Islamic principles that are forced on people through the use of laws or violence. The bottom line is this: when we talk about the threat of Islamism, this political ideology, there is no such thing as individual freedom or liberty. As Charlie said over and over again, it is fundamentally incompatible with our nation's foundation of freedom. And at its core, when we understand that our freedom comes from God and no one else, we understand the seriousness of this Islamist ideology threat, because it means they deny that God is the one who has bestowed this right to freedom in every one of us. So what do? We as Americans have to stand proudly for freedom and understand that a free society cannot survive if it refuses to defend itself. We don't preserve freedom of speech by canceling it. We preserve free speech by exercising it, by using more of it, encouraging more speech. We protect our Constitution by ensuring loyalty to the Constitution. We protect our democratic republic by ensuring that we, the people, elect leaders who not only believe in American values, but actually live them. Leaders who are committed to ensuring that we have a government of, by, and for the people, and leaders who most importantly put freedom and the interests and well-being of the American people first in every single decision that they make. You know, one of the things that Charlie and I talked most often about was peace. And this was the topic of the last in-person conversation that I had with Charlie. It's the topic of peace. He was a consistent and powerful advocate for peace because he understood that in order for us to be truly free and prosperous, we must be at peace. He understood the importance of President Eisenhower's farewell address when he warned that, quote, "In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or our democratic process." That warning rings as true today as it did back then when he said it, as a retired general who led during wartime and as a president and commander-in-chief of the United States. He understood then, as we do now, that too often we, the American people, are told we must choose between liberty or security. And which side often wins out in that proposition? Liberty loses. And the warmongers claim that they are doing what they are doing for the sake of our security. It's a lie. Eisenhower issued this warning because he understood the power of the influence of the military-industrial complex and how those who seek to keep us in a persistent state of war deny the heavy cost that it takes in human lives, in taxpayer dollars, and in the erosion of our liberties, wars that have nothing to do with ensuring our security or our liberty. Now, this is something that we're dealing with right now in real time. As you know, President Trump has been persistently and relentlessly pursuing a peace deal to finally end the war between Russia and Ukraine. He talks frequently about the need to end the killing and the bloodshed, and his teams are negotiating now as we gather here. But what I've seen over these months is that every time they make progress and they move closer and closer to that hope for peace, the warmongers in the deep state step up and try to do everything they can to stop them. Predictably, they use the same old tactics that they've always used. The deep state within the intelligence community weaponizes intelligence to try to undermine progress. They leak it to their friends in the mainstream propaganda media to try to spread this and push a false narrative. They foment fear and hysteria as a way to justify the continuing of the war and their efforts to undermine President Trump's efforts towards peace. And do so specifically in this case in order to try to pull the U.S. military into a direct conflict with Russia, which is ultimately what the EU and NATO want. We cannot allow this to happen. We have to see clearly what's happening before our very eyes and stand united in this cause of peace. I've served in the Army now for almost 22 years. I've I'm grateful to serve. Thank you. I've deployed twice to the Middle East and once to East Africa as part of a joint special operations task force to go after Al-Qaeda in Somalia. But during my first deployment to Iraq in 2005, I served in a medical unit in a base about 40 miles north of Baghdad. And shortly after arriving there, I was walking around our camp, trying to familiarize myself with the place, when I was stopped in my tracks by a sign that someone had put up at the gate where most of our security patrols went in and out of every single day. And this is inside the camp. Just before they left every day, they saw in big block letters the words, "Is today the day? Is today the day?" This ever-present reminder that any day could be our last. This was true. In the height of the war in Iraq, in the middle of a war zone, for some of my friends, for too many of my friends, their time came. They made that ultimate sacrifice. And it was hard. Hard to lose those who were a part of our military family, those who I knew were willing to lay their lives down. One of my friends was named Staff Sergeant Tiai. He was just a few days away from being able to go home to American Samoa and to see his wife and his kids. They were making plans for what they would do during his 2 weeks of R&R. And he was killed when a roadside bomb exploded underneath his vehicle as they were approaching their return to base. I really struggled with his death. We weren't very close, but he was part of our family. And I prayed a lot. I asked God for clarity and for strength and for understanding and peace, and taking shelter in God's love and having faith in Him was where I found that peace. Is today the day? Is today the day is a reminder that every one of us has the opportunity to reflect on as we pray and think about how we can make the most of every single day that we are blessed with life and breath in these bodies. We know Charlie did that. I remember being at a rally with him towards the end of President Trump's campaign. He was running the whole event, and as the speakers were going through, he was sitting there just backstage with his laptop working on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing, working tirelessly. The reality of this reflection is today the day is just as important for us here as we gather and as we leave here and go about our daily lives as it was for those of us serving in a war zone. None of us knows how much time we have. But the thing that we can choose to do is to dedicate our every day to love and serve God with all that we have and in all that we do. This is the secret to living a truly successful life and being truly happy in that life. So as we approach Christmas now, we have the opportunity to celebrate Jesus Christ and what He told all of us to do. And He said it best in response to the question, what is your greatest commandment? Love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, your entire being. And the second is like unto it. Love your neighbor as yourself. If we follow these commandments and keep them at the forefront of the choices that we make every day, how we treat each other, How we speak to others, whether they are friends or those who are coming at us and hurling insults at us. Doesn't mean we roll over or we allow them to go unanswered. We understand the responsibility and the opportunity that we have is to respond with love, which is the most powerful force that exists. And that love is inspired by God's unconditional love for every single one of us. Is today the day? Yes, today is the day when we choose to stand together, united, with hope in our hearts that comes from the light of God's love shining through our lives and in our work. I have hope today, inspired by God's love, that we will share that love with others, that we will treat each other with respect, with aloha, and that we will stand strong and unshakable in our resolve to defend our God-given rights and freedoms. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. May God bless America. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our nation is standing up for American workers, restoring the pride of making products here at home. That's what we do every day. We're America's beverage companies, making American products with American workers in America's hometowns. We deliver brands that have been enjoyed for generations. Beverages shared in factory break rooms and at family barbecues. Enjoyed on special occasions and in everyday moments. We're proud to be part of the fabric of our communities, creating good-paying jobs, the kind that require only a strong work ethic. Jobs making it possible to raise a family, put down roots, and build a future. We're proud of what our dedicated workers deliver for the nation, because we believe in the promise of America and the people who make it great.
Welcome to Jesse Waters Primetime. This is the way forward. America first, with God above. Charlie's death woke us up. It's always been a spiritual war between light and darkness, between good and evil, between right and wrong. And we will defend our interests. White-collar communism won't cut it. These snobs don't want to help people. They just want to hurt Trump, blow up the border, and deprogram the deplorables in flyover country. And there's a part of the country that says we have to forgive these people, and there's another part of the country that says no. And that's where we are as a country, and that's okay. And we'll grow as a country, both factions together, and try to heal together. Always remember one thing. I'm Waters, and this is my world.
And now, please welcome Jesse Waters.
Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be able to speak to you guys without being interrupted by Jessica Tarloff. She makes me miss Geraldo. One time I said, Geraldo, what is the secret to success in this industry? And he said, Jesse, keep your hair and keep your waistline.
Well, so far so good, but I have a different secret, and I'll tell you guys that in a little bit. I started in the basement of Fox News, making minimum wage, no health insurance, 2 p.m. to midnight. I sat next to a girl named Candy who dotted her I with a heart. And all of a sudden I heard there was an opening on the O'Reilly Factor. I said, I got to get this job. I got to get out of the basement. So I go in for an interview with Bill, and I sit down and he sits down, and I give him my resume, and he looks at it and he says, "What's your father do?" And I told him what my dad did. And then he looks down and he's silent for a long time. And I think he forgets I'm there. And then I said, "Bill, I just read your latest book. It was amazing." And all of a sudden he perks up and says, "You seem like a smart kid. You start Monday." So he hired me, and then he almost fired me. We had these pitch meetings in the newsroom where we all circle around as producers and we pitch Bill's stories we think will make good TV segments. And these producers are just getting swatted down like flies. Bill's calling us idiots. It comes to me. I bomb. And the producer brings me up to his office afterwards and says, "Bill doesn't think you're articulate enough to make it in television. You have 2 weeks to turn it around or you're fired." I mean, it's like telling Jordan he can't dunk. So I put my nose to the grindstone, turned it around, and I got it together. And Bill said, "Jesse, you're bothering everybody in the pod. We're going to have to send you out to the streets to bother other people." He said, "I want to find out how much young Americans know about current events." Turns out they know very little. Would you guys like to hear actual questions and answers from Waters World? Okay. Who did America fight in the Revolutionary War? China. Who won the Civil War? France. Who did America fight in the Vietnam War? Not a trick question. South Korea. What was the ship that the Pilgrims sailed over to America on? The Nina, the Pinta, and the Linta. Name one state that borders Canada. Philly. Not a state. I asked this one kid, "What do you think about Bernie Sanders?" And he said, "Who's Bernie Sanders?" I said, "I wish I didn't know either." And I said, "He's the senator from Vermont." He said, "What's Vermont?" My all-time favorite. What do you think of the Ebola virus? It's nice. So it's funny, but it's sad because these people are oblivious, and politicians and corporations can hoodwink and bamboozle us. And this is kind of the stage that was set for me in the summer of 2015. And Hillary and Jeb were supposed to fix things. The two most boring politicians in America. Until Donald Trump came down the escalator. And I thought he was selling hats. I didn't know what was going on. And so he connects emotionally with the American people right away on immigration. And everyone's offended, but you feel it in your heart. And so, first big event, he has the Iowa State Fair. Do you guys know what the Iowa State Fair is? There you go. So it's like regular politicians go around and press the flesh and try to act like regular people, and there's like fried food everywhere. Trump comes down in his helicopter and lands it in the middle of the Iowa State Fair, gets out in a $5,000 suit, takes a pork chop on a stick, takes a bite, and then starts giving kids rides around the Iowa State Fair in the helicopter. So right away he like wins. And then we start going into these debates. You remember Little Marco? Lion Ted. Or my favorite he said about Mitt Romney, he said, Mitt Romney is poor and he walks like a penguin. And we're watching this at Fox and we were like, we had no idea. We had never seen anything like this before. Just like middle school ridicule. And it was working. But he was connecting. And he wins the nomination and goes through the summer. And I think there's like this event right around 9/11 and Hillary's walking to her car and all of a sudden she's walking, and then she faints. You'd faint too if you were married to Bill. So we're all tied up going into the first debate. Remember that debate? Trump's like, well, if I were president, you'd be in jail. Drops the mic. Now, Hillary didn't go to jail, but Bill might. Have you guys seen the Epstein files? Woo! No bueno. And so Trump cruises, and on election day, Hillary thinks she has it in the bag and falls asleep to get rest for her victory speech that night. She wakes up, and it's a nightmare. Trump has won Florida, North Carolina, and the next thing you know, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, he's president. So obviously, what do? I say, I got to get an interview with the president. So we call Hope. She sets it up. It's like somewhere in Tennessee. And he puts me there. There's like this big rally beforehand. O'Reilly made me work the rally beforehand, before a presidential interview. Can you believe it? And so I sit there in this holding area where we're going to do the interview, and all of a sudden the president walks in the room. Jesse, my man, how you doing? Grabs my hand, like pulls my arm off. He goes right to the mirror, takes a whole thing of hairspray and just goes, shh. He sits down, I sit down, he said, Jesse, you see how many people are outside? 45,000, 85,000, 125,000? There's a lot of people out there, Mr. President. So we sit down, we wrap the interview, and it's over, and he says, well, we're headed back to D.C. Do you want to ride on Air Force One? And I said, yeah. So next thing you know, I'm like walking up the steps of Air Force One. He puts us in like the business class section. All the fake news is in the back. And so, you know, I'm trying not to steal everything. I have sticky fingers, so like there's like Air Force One like M&Ms with the logo emblazoned on it, and I'm just stuffing everything in my pockets. This. And so all of a sudden Hope says, all right, he's ready for you. And we bring the cameras, we bring it back into like his executive boardroom area of the jet. And I said, Mr. President, now that you're president, they're going to have to rename this Hair Force One. Yeah. He didn't think it was funny either. So we wrap the interview and we go back. He tells me to put the camera away. So we're just talking. I said, Mr. President, why were you playing In Sync at your rally? That's kind of a strange choice. He goes, what do you mean? In Sync's amazing. I said, really? He goes, yeah, Lance Bass is the man. Lance Bass? He said, yeah, Jesse, I was just at this cocktail party the other day in Manhattan, and there was this model, perfect 10, stunning, and she's next to this, like, New York Giants linebacker, okay? They're together. And all of a sudden, Lance Bass walks by, and the model leaves the linebacker and chases after Lance Bass. Lance Bass gets tail. I said, Mr. President, Lance Bass is gay. He said, he is? He said, all right, Jesse, I'm going to go talk to the failing New York Times. I'll see you later. So, you know, Fox changes the lineup. They move me from the weekends to the 5 at that point. And and so the best part about the 5 is the commercial break, because Greg is like crazy. I mean, these are things Greg's actually said. He said, Jesse, you want to know the best way to kill your wife? No, but tell me. Take her hiking. He goes, Jesse, you want to know the best way and the cheapest way to have phone sex? No, tell me. Call Victoria's Secret and ask them to go through the catalog with you. Yeah. I asked Greg if he wanted to play golf a little while back. He said, no, last time I golfed, I got injured. I said, well, what happened? Someone like shank a drive, hit you in the noggin? He said, no, I was bending over to pick up my ball, and I jabbed my golf club into my neck and ruptured my trachea. Not the manliest guy, but we love him. Janine Pirro, we miss Janine Pirro. I don't think Jessica and Harold miss her so much. Both Jessica and Harold went deaf in their right ears. Doesn't matter, they don't listen anyway. Pirro actually got her phone hacked last month. But the good news is now China's deaf. So I'm on the 5 now, and all of a sudden the phone rings. Jesse, it's your favorite president. How you doing? Just got back from 5 days in Asia. It was meeting after meeting after meeting. If Jeb were president, he would have had to have taken a nap. I said, that's crazy. He said, why don't you bring everybody from the 5 and come have dinner at the White House? And I said, even Juan? And he paused and he said, what the hell, bring Juan anyway. And so a little while later, you know, we didn't all go. It was me, it was Sebastian Gorka, and Stuart Varney. So we go up and we get to like the second level of the residence, and the president says, you want to go see the Lincoln bedroom? I'm like, sure, I didn't even have to donate anything. And so we go up there, and there's the Gettysburg Address, and like it's encased in glass. And he's standing next to it, and he says, you know, Jesse, some people say my Twitter account is the modern day equivalent of the Gettysburg Address. I said, some people meaning you? And then we go downstairs and he shows me this other room. It's very private. And he goes, see that on the wall, Jesse? That painting's a Monet. Jackie O brought it. I'm thinking about taking it with me when I leave. I said, I don't think that's a very good idea, Mr. President. He said, why not? Crooked took the silverware. It's true. So we go sit down, and like Miller's there, and Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and we're having dinner. And all of a sudden, the First Lady walks into the room. And she's statuesque, she's very tall and graceful and elegant. And I had not been briefed on the protocol on how to introduce myself to the First Lady. Do I bow? Do I curtsy? I don't know. So I go in for the kiss. So I go, one cheek, and then I got greedy. Other cheek, denied. So I kind of scurry back down a little embarrassed, and I sit back down, and I just change the subject and ask about the Russia hoax, and he forgets about the whole thing. And so the first term was very tumultuous. There was a lot of conflict, but like right in that late winter, early spring, Trump was just riding so high. He beat impeachment. I think Gallup had him about a 50% approval rating, and things were going well until the China virus hit and shuts down everything. Stock markets crashing, Black Lives Matter's tearing the place apart. And I'm quarantining with my wife in Manhattan, and all of a sudden the phone rings. Hello? Hey, it's Hannity. How you doing? I said, what's up, Sean? He goes, the president's not in a great mood. He wants some of his friends to come cheer him up at Camp David. I said, sweet. How are we getting there? He goes, we're going to take my jet. I said, nice, because I don't have a jet. Yet. So the next thing you know, it's like me, Hegseth, our wives, Hannity, Kilmeade, we're all going down there to Maryland to the woods to go see the president at Camp David. So we get there, and they have a whole perimeter set up with the Navy. Remember, this is like right at the beginning of COVID. Like no vaccines, like no one knows what it does to you, nothing. So we all have to get tested before we go in there, and the test at the time was the Abbott test. Do you guys know what that was? You guys know what a Q-tip is? Okay, there's a Q-tip about that long, and they take this Q-tip and they shove it up your nostril and then swirl it around so it like tickles your brain, makes you cry. And so you have to wait 15 minutes to get the results. It's like no news is good news. So we're all just kind of knocking back drinks on the perimeter of Camp David in the woods, waiting for our test to come back good and go on in. So all of a sudden, this naval officer says, Mr. Waters, I'd like to see you over here, please. I said, what's up? Walk over. He said, Mr. Waters, sorry to inform you, but you've tested positive. I said, positive for what? He said, you've tested positive for COVID-19, sir. And at the time, we didn't know what it did. Like, was I going to lose my hair? Was I going to grow a third nipple? I was a little scared, but I was most worried about how I was getting home. I can't take the jet back because I have COVID, and there's no Hertz rental cars in the woods in Maryland. So I start sweating. I don't know what to do. All of a sudden, the naval officer says, I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, but Mr. Hegseth put me up to this. I look over, Pete's laughing at me. He smoked me like a Coke boat. I'll get him back. And so we all hop in the golf cart and we go into the woods, and we meet the chaplain. The chaplain puts us on a golf cart and takes us on a little tour, and he's showing us all the scenes. This is where Bush put in the horseshoe pit. Over here is where Eisenhower installed the par 3 chipping green. And see up on that little deck out there on that, there's a hot tub. Guess which president installed the hot tub? Bill Clinton. If hot tubs could talk. And so, then we freshen up, we put jackets and ties on, and, we go have dinner, and Robert Kraft was there, the owner of the Patriots, and he starts giving a toast. Boo! Go Eagles. Hey, we won last year. Let us have something. So Kraft starts speaking, he's got the mic, and all of a sudden, achoo, and he sneezes near Trump. And Trump, he jumps up and stiff arms Kraft like Gronkowski and runs out of the room. I've never seen a man move like that his age. And everyone's laughing and Kraft's a little humiliated. But Trump comes back and he grabs the mic and just takes over the speech and he's like, I tried to set Ivanka up with Tom Brady and Ivanka's right there with Jared. And Jared's beet red. And Trump's like, Jared can't throw a spiral to save his life, but boy, can he get us those ventilators. So we finish up dinner and Trump wants to watch a movie. And if the president wants to watch a movie, that's what you do. So remember, he doesn't drink. Thank God. And so we go into the movie theater area of Camp David, and there's this popcorn machine. Trump just goes right for the popcorn, fills it all up, goes and sits down. And those commercial grade salt canisters, they're blue with the white top, the aluminum little thing you kind of hurt your fingernail when you peel it back, the lip. He sits down, he's got the popcorn like this, and he's got the salt like this. And he is pouring a steady stream of salt forever onto the popcorn. And I'm like, this must be the diet of a very stable genius. So then the lights dim. My wife sits next to him. He's on the corner. I sit next to my wife. And as the lights dim, he leans over to my wife, Emma, and says, "Do you sleep naked?" So I don't know what to do. I got to defend my honor here, but there's Secret Service everywhere. And so I said to I said, "Emma, what did he just say to you?" And she says, "Oh, he said, is Sleepy Joe going to make it? Do you sleep naked? Is Sleepy Joe going to make it?" It's like, thank God. You gotta listen. And so the funny thing is, Sleepy Joe did make it. The only guy to sleep his way to the top. So Biden gets in, and Fox kind of rejiggers the lineup again, and they put me at 7 o'clock. So I start calling people for advice. I'm like, thank you. I'm like, I call O'Reilly. He's like, "Jesse, just don't be boring." Okay. I call Bob Costas. Costas says, "Just stay relaxed." I call Tucker. Tucker just says, "Don't lose your sense of humor." I call Scaramucci. He says, "Buy Bitcoin." And I call Britt Hume, and Britt Hume says, "Jesse, don't sleep with your assistant." I said, "Don't worry, my assistant's a guy." Not that there's anything wrong with that. And so, I'm really hustling. It's 7 o'clock show. I'm off the weekends. I got a show at 5. I got a show at 7. I'm trying my hardest. I'm waking up at 5 a.m. I'm grinding, working out, in office early, sitting, reading, writing. All of a sudden, I'm shaving one day in the bathroom and my back goes out. and I'm in agony. I'm like crawling and hoist myself on the bed, and we have to call 911. It's that bad. So the emergency services team comes up, puts me on like a stretcher, get down to the elevator. I'm in the Upper East Side at the time, and they wheel me out of my apartment. I gave them like the thumbs up, like I was an injured quarterback coming off the field. It's like, I'll be back. They put me into the ambulance, and I'm in serious agony, and I'm just trying to make small talk with the EMT, and I'm like, wow, you must see some crazy stuff, your job. And he goes, yeah, I was just in the Epstein cell. I said, what? He said, yeah, we were the first EMT team on the scene when Epstein killed himself, and it was really weird. I said, well, what do you mean it was really weird? What was weird? And he says, well, when we got to the jail cell, there was like 10 people in the cell, and they were like touching things, like touching the body and moving the body all around. And I'm like trying to get up. I'm like, I'm going into the office. We're going live. This is like the biggest scoop of my career. And the next thing you know, I'm like wheeled into the emergency room. I don't even get this guy's number. I know. And so, they put me in there, they give me an MRI, and then I see this surgeon like a couple days later, and he said, what happened to your back? And I said, well, I've been carrying the 5 for years. Not true. And so he said, no, seriously, like, what's your routine? Like, let me see a picture of your office chair. And then I text my assistant, Johnny, I'm like, send me a picture of the chair. I show him the picture, and he's like, look at this chair, Jesse. This chair is crooked. This chair has destroyed your back. You know who put my chair together? My assistant, Johnny. Now I'm definitely not sleeping with him. And so he's like, Jesse, sitting is the new smoking. The human body was not designed to sit all day. Bad for you. And I'm looking at your images, and you're like this close to like permanent nerve damage. So we do the surgery, and all of a sudden I'm back. I'm like walking, I'm stretching, I'm Maha, baby. And then Fox changes the lineup a little bit again, and Tucker leaves, and they bump me up to 8 o'clock, and so I call Tucker for advice, and he hangs up. I'm just kidding. He said, Jesse, every day you want to take a sauna to relax. And then he said, also, don't read what the media writes about you, which in Tucker's case is very good advice. And so, right around this time, lawfare kicks in, right? Like they raid Mar-a-Lago and rifle through Melania's underwear drawer like a bunch of pervs. And, they indict him in Washington, they indict him in New York. Fanny gets him. And so I saw the president on the golf course right after that, and I said, Mr. President, my wife saw your mugshot. She says you look fierce. And he goes, Jesse, let me tell you what happened. I get in there. Guy goes, click. I go, can I see it? He says, no. I go, can we do another? He says, no. I go, uh-oh. So I'm riding back on the jet, and my lawyer shows me a picture of what I look like. First thing I do, I call Melania. And I said, baby, I know who's going to do our Christmas card. It's the Fulton County Jail photographer. And he's like, did you see me on Tucker? 100 million people watched. It was bigger than when Oprah interviewed Michael Jackson and he was saying, I did not touch those little boys. There's a lot of people watching. But at this time, when he was assaulted by all these lawyers, his numbers were going up. And in that spring, his lead on Biden was bigger than it ever was. So the Biden team had to do something dramatically different. So what they decided to do is challenge him to an early debate in June. They had to change the trajectory of the race, or some people think his team purposely blew Joe up so they had enough time to swap in another nominee. So Biden, he goes to study at Camp David, and later we find out he just slept the whole week. And then you saw when he walked out onto the debate stage, he was white as a ghost. And what does he say in the first 20 minutes? We finally beat Medicare. Johnny and I were watching at Fox, our heads hit the ceiling. It's over. White men can jump. And so the coup starts closing in, and he has to pass this big test. They had this big thing on a Friday with NATO. He just had to pass that without screwing up, and he could survive. And he comes to the podium and he said, I'd now like to introduce Vladimir Putin. I mean Vladimir Zelensky. That's like confusing Maxine Waters with Jesse Waters. No relation. So all of a sudden, the coup is like right around his neck. George Clooney comes in, Barack sent him in, and Nancy and Schumer twist the knife. But Joe got the last laugh. Joe, right after he dropped out, endorsed Kamala an hour later and just stuck the party with her. And so what does she do? Kamala doesn't pick Mayor Pete for VP because he's too gay. So instead she picks Tampon. Not sure that makes a lot of sense. And so also, it was all happened in the same week. Butler, Trump almost dies. And remember, they asked for a drone, denied. They asked for more manpower, denied. This guy's running around with a rangefinder, and they're playing cat and mouse with him, and they let Trump go on stage, which is absolutely crazy. And so the only reason he survived was God. So Trump now has God on his side, and he has J.D. Vance, which is good. So that's the ticket. And so Trump rolls into that debate with Kamala, and, it's actually kind of like they were hitting each other pretty good. Kamala was holding her own. Trump was winning on points, and all of a sudden he said, these Haitians, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. And I'm watching at Fox with Brett Baer and the Hard News team, and they're like, what just happened? Oh my God. And people didn't get it at the time, but the next day, all everybody was talking about was illegal aliens, Haitians, and they made it a meme. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the dogs, eat the cats. I thought it was catchy. My mom hates it when I sing that. I'm sorry, Mom. And so, you know how when punt returners are taking it to the house and no one's near them and they start celebrating before they get across the goal line? That's what Trump starts doing. He's feeling himself. He puts on the McDonald's apron. He puts on the garbage man vest. He's having fun. And then he smokes her in every swing state. And now Donald Trump has been a part of the biggest upset victory of all time, the most controversial election of all time, and the greatest comeback of all time. And so the first thing he does is Doge. And I'm like, I got to get an interview with the Doge boys. So we go into the Eisenhower building, and Elon Musk is there with 40 dudes eating pizza, listening to classic rock. I'm like, whoa. And I introduced myself to Elon and Big Balls. And so Elon, he grabs this like humongous box of Swiss chocolate and he starts like offering it to me in this very mysterious way. Like he's enticing me with the chocolates. And he's like showing it to me like, do you want some chocolates, Jesse? Just lost my mic. And he's like seducing me with the chocolates. And I'm thinking like, now I know why this guy's got so many baby mamas. So we get in there and Big Balls and Musk are telling me like we're spending $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala, $20 million on Iraqi Sesame Street, and like $100,000 on a DEI opera in Ireland. What American is watching that opera? Only Rosie O'Donnell. So Musk has a little bit of a tiff with the president, but they patch things up where? At the Arizona Memorial for Charlie Kirk. That's God again. And so, you know, the president invited us again, my wife and I, on Air Force One, very grateful, and he said, you know, Jesse, the guy that shot me had a perfect SAT score. The guy that shot Charlie had straight A's. Smart people hate me. And I'm like, I must be an idiot. Because I love you. And so we're on Air Force One, and Oz is there, the doctor, and he's telling me the history. We modeled Air Force One after the Saudi Royal Jet, so they had an operating room on there in case anyone needed surgery. And Dr. Oz says, Jesse, from Arizona to DC, I could perform 16 vasectomies. I said, only on Elon? And then Trump's so excited, he loves to show stuff off, so he's like bringing us back to like the private quarters of the jet. And he's like, see, Jesse, that's the bedroom area, there's the bathroom. I said, Mr. President, did you ever sleep in the bed? He goes, Jesse, I've slept in thousands of beds in my life, but never that one. I said, do you mind if my wife and I sleep with it? And he looks at me and he goes, do it passionately. Oh my God. And so he brings us over to like the executive room and he sits down, we're having like Mexican food. And he goes, Jesse, do you want to see the rendition of the big beautiful ballroom? I said, sure, let me see it. So he rolls the whole thing out. And guys, I don't know if you know this, the ballroom is huge. Like, I said, Mr. President, the ballroom is 4 times the size of the White House. He said, Jesse, it's a monument. I'm building a monument to myself because no one else will. So a couple weeks after, we were at the White House for the Medal of Freedom ceremony for Charlie, where Erica received it so gracefully. And I walk in, I see O'Reilly. And then I see Tucker on the other side. And I'm like, wait a second. These are the 3 guys at 8 o'clock. I got to get a picture. So I go over to Tucker. I said, Bill's over there. We got to get a picture. He said, okay. So I bring Tucker over to kind of like the middle. And then I go over to Bill. I said, Bill, Tucker's over there. Like, we got to get this picture. And he goes, you bring Tucker to me. He bigfooted him. So I go tell Tucker to come over, and Tucker's laughing. And we go over, we take a picture with Bill. And then Beck comes in. So it's like me, Beck, Tucker, O'Reilly, the legends. And then a legend in his own mind. And then I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. All these guys have been fired from Fox except me, and all these guys don't drink except me. The secret to my success is drinking. Greg doesn't drink, so he'll probably be gone next. So I only told Erica Kirk this. Greg, me, and Harold Ford Jr. have formed a Bible study group. What is going on? Harold's like a black Democrat Baptist. I'm a C&E Christian. I only go to church on Christmas and Easter. Gutfeld's either Jewish or an atheist or Catholic. I don't know what the heck he is. But Charlie's death just it made me want to reconnect with God. So Harold Ford has given us this book of Bible passages, and there's a Bible passage each day. So every morning we all read this Bible passage, and then we text each other about what we think of it. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. And the lawyers at Fox love it that we're texting about Jesus instead of, the other stuff. And I'm learning more about Jesus, and just from these short passages. And if you guys could tell me, what is the main message of Jesus in one word? Love. It's love. And I'm realizing that the government will not protect what you love. You have to do it. You cannot rely on the government to protect what you love. And so, let's have everybody stand up right now for what they love. Now, if you love your spouse, you love your country, you love your heritage, your people, your faith, your God, your land, your ideas, your beliefs, your history, and you stand up for that, and you have the courage, like Charlie Kirk, to stand up and protect what you love. Turning Point, I love you. Thank you so much. And always remember, I'm Waters, and this is my world.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending today. If you stay around in just a few short moments, we will be switching over to our Turning Point USA Faith Night with worship and speakers. So take a quick break. Join us for that night. Should be spectacular.